Steve alluded to, and the birthdays, Tom Brady and Sofia Vergara are sparking romance rumors after spending some cozy time together in Ibiza. The two reportedly hit it off during a luxe yacht trip hosted by the Ritz-Carlton Yacht Collection.
Yes.
Where he asked to, quote, switch seats to sit next to her at dinner, according to a source for Page 6.
Oh, I saw one of those ships one time. I was down in the Virgin Islands, and there was one that was docked off St. John, and it's like a floating, it's like a mini cruise ship. I mean, they're so freaking impressive.
Super high-end, like a boutique kind of cruise ship. They're really cool. Good move on his part. I think if you're going to strike up a romance with someone, being on one of those ships probably helps, you know?
The guest list was stacked with stars like Martha Stewart, Sting, and Kendall Jenner, but all eyes were on Tom and Sophia at one of the gala dinners. After the yacht docked, the pair continued hanging out on the Spanish island. Though neither has gone to Instagram official or commented publicly, a source told TMZ that the pair are strictly friends, however, calling the romance rumors ridiculous. So we'll have to wait and see if anything does come of that.
Age-wise, how do they align?
She's 53. He's
47.
Yeah,
all right.
That works
right in
out
the
fine.
ballpark.
Yeah. Orlando Bloom and Katy Perry are proving co-parenting can be both peaceful and picture perfect. In a new Instagram photo dump, Orlando shared highlights from his summer, including a yacht photo.
Of course. Things always work better on a yacht.
Featuring Katy and their daughter, Daisy. One shot shows Daisy perched on Orlando's shoulders, leaning on Katy. And it appears that despite the two splitting things up, they are still committed to co-parenting. At least we believe they're split up. I don't know what the full story is. But the couple I'm sorry. Actually, no, the couple confirmed their split earlier this month.
Okay, all right.
They made a joint statement that said they've been shifting their relationship to focus on co-parenting. The former couple emphasized their commitment to raising their daughter with love, stability, and mutual respect as well.
Do you think most split parents with children would have an easier time getting together if every time they did it, it was on a yacht?
Of course.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think we can solve a lot of problems.
Well,
we just need more yachts.
Yeah, more yachts.
Only if they were on water, because yachts on land.
Dry land?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
A little boring?
The Ritz-Carlton yacht is pretty cool.
Right.
Yeah, is that thing dry docked?
Yeah.
I'll meet you there. Olivia Munn knows just how grueling a breast cancer battle can be. It's a battle that she fought and is currently winning. And the actor just revealed that she's not the only one in her family to have to deal with the deadly disease. Her mother, Kim Munn, who is on her own, is also on her own breast cancer journey. On her Instagram, Munn explained how her mom learned that she was fighting the same fight. She said, after my own breast cancer diagnosis in 2023, I urged my mother and sister to take the breast cancer lifetime risk assessment test. My mother scored 26.2%. Her yearly mammogram had just come out clear, but because of that high score, I insisted that she get an MRI. And shortly after that MRI, my mother was diagnosed with stage 1. It says stage 1 HER2 breast cancer. I'm not sure if that's a typo or what that means, but Olivia detailed how her mom is progressing, saying that she had completed 12 rounds of chemotherapy so far and will continue transfusions for Herceptin, a targeted therapy drug used to treat breast cancer until the fall.
What is it? The BRCA gene? What is the gene that is
I don't know.
very determinant of your likeliness to get breast cancer? And I know a couple people have it, and if have had it, and if they do have it, they tend to get aggressive with the mastectomies.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Right,
and
right.
It's kind of
It's a genetic marker.
It's kind of a preemptive thing that can, that you can use as like you said, a marker to maybe move along.
So, Steve, do they call it BRCA because it's BRCA1? So
I think that's
how
it.
It's reduced to or whatever. Or anyway, yeah. So BRCA1 and BRCA2, and then there's a whole bunch of other ones that involve a lot of letters.
Wow.
But there are, they exist.
Well, hopefully the treatment's going to work for her. 80s and 90s heartthrob Lorenzo Lamas.
Oh, yes.
Is back on the market. The actor has filed for divorce from his sixth wife.
Oh, man.
He's getting good at it.
Yeah.
Sixth
I
wife.
hope to be successful by number 10.
Sixth wife.
6
I don't think
wives.
I've had 6 serious girlfriends in my life.
Well, you're presuming that these wives were serious.
I mean, I've had partners, but people I've had liaisons with. But like full-time, steady. I mean, even girlfriend, not married.
To the level of marriage.
Times.
He did it 6 times. You got to remember, though, Preston, he was the renegade.
Yeah, but still, man, wow.
But how long? I mean, were each of these marriages?
Don't know.
And then the courtship, because there's
Somebody daddy.
there's dating, and then courtship, and then engagement, and then obviously marriage.
Well,
I mean,
it takes time.
that takes time.
Well, it doesn't always. I mean,
apparently not.
There were 3 in the 80s. There was 2 in the 90s. 1 in 2011 to 2018.
He's slowing down.
And then, he is. It's like kind of like albums by Pearl Jam. And then there was one that happened 2 years ago. Kenneth Scott. Then they got so they're married, and I guess Preston. Yeah, they just filed for the divorce.
So TMZ reports that Lamas filed for divorce from the current wife, Kenna Nicole Lamas, listing the date of separation as January 21st, and he requested that neither party receive support. They've been married since October 2023 after they met in early 2020. So they met and were together for 3 years, and they got married, and they didn't work. So he's taking all this time.
So I might be incorrect on this, but I know that it has some truth to the Lamas family. So his dad, Lorenzo's father is Fernando Lamas. So the word is that it was either Fernando or he took Lorenzo to a brothel when he became of age to have his first sexual experience.
Okay.
So it might have been dad or son, but that's the way they roll at the Lamas household.
All right. So he's moved on. We'll see. Love springs eternal.
Yeah.
And maybe something will pop up.
6 times.
I would like to point out that this is back-to-back days we've mentioned Lorenzo Lamas, because I was trying to think of the Garfield voice yesterday, and it was Lorenzo Music, and I said Lorenzo Lamas by mistake. So I don't think that's ever happened in the history of the Preston and Steve show.
It's a magical moment.
Last week, we lost prolific actor Michael Madsen. Yesterday, his doctor revealed the cause of death. His cardiologist explained that heart failure will be listed as his cause of death, with heart disease and alcoholism named as contributing factors. He was found dead at 67 inside of his home in Malibu on July 3rd. So that was the official cause of death, they're saying.
Yeah, he lived hard.
Yeah. All right, this is odd that Paul Simon's daughter and Richard Gere would cross paths at all. But here we are. Lulu Simon, daughter of the pop legend and his wife, musician Edie Brickell, has a serious bone to pick with Richard Gere.
Oh.
On her Instagram stories this week, she expressed her anger at Gere selling her childhood home to developers who will bulldoze it to build 9 new homes. Over a screenshot of a news article about the demolition, she wrote, "Just in case anyone was wondering if I still hate Richard Gere, I do. He bought my childhood home, promised he would take care of the land as condition of his purchase, proceeded to never actually move in, and just sold it to a developer as 9 separate plots." And then she wrote, "Hate him."
I hate you. So it was, I assume then that wasn't in the actual agreement. If there was any legal documentation, right, he'd be in violation of that. Was it a handshake agreement?
I don't know. She says as a condition of his purchase.
Oh, well, maybe, yeah.
I mean, I don't know how long ago he purchased it, but maybe at a certain point, after 5 or 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Maybe something like that.
Yeah.
We're looking at her Instagram account. Her name is Lulu Simon. She is beautiful. She is a stunning young lady. I was not even aware that that this gal existed. So.
Didn't know.
Wow. You looking at this?
I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Would you, so you know your childhood home exists. Would it bust you up to know it had been?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, we've lived in a few homes throughout my life, and would I like to go back and take a look at them and just to reminisce a little bit? Yeah, but no, it's not going to freak me
So
out
I'm on
if somebody destroyed it.
a plan within the next year to get back up to Long Island and visit my my home that I was raised in.
Yeah.
Just to see it.
Are you going to do the old knock on the door? Do you mind if I take a look?
Yeah. Or go through a window. Find
probably more successful.
Probably going to case the house for a bit, see their patterns when they come and go.
Yeah.
I don't want to scare them.
Do you remember any crawl space?
Yeah,
or
some
something?
sort of crawl space. I'll go through the second story window.
Yeah.
And call them sugar teas.
Let us know how that turns out for
Those are
you.
two different ladies.
This is all part of Nick's past, by the way. Lorenzo.
Point of order, those are two different ladies.
I almost said Lorenzo Lopez. Jennifer Lopez
Oh, man, we need more Lorenzos.
is turning heartbreak into power with her new track, Wreckage of You.
Oh, yeah.
Which she performed during a stop on her Up All Night tour in Spain. She asked the crowd, shall we sing this one for the people? Before launching into the emotional anthem. In lyrics that feel very on the nose post-divorce, she declared, the love I want, the love I need, it starts in me. Ooh. And then she added, because of you, I am stronger, wiser, better than I've ever been.
So that has to be addressed to Ben Affleck, correct?
The song, she said, came to her when she was up all night one night. Though she never mentioned Ben by name, the performance comes just months after the split was finalized.
Tell me, is that song about me? It will be.
The JLo first previewed the track at a private Los Angeles listening party last week. As one attendee put it, she wanted to write a song about coming out of a bad situation much stronger.
By the way, they still have a $65 million house that they share together that they're trying to dump.
Yeah, they took it off the market, I think.
Yeah, but they're resetting, I guess.
Yeah. All right, it's been a rough week for Denise Richards. Just days after the news broke that her husband of 6 years filed for divorce, comes word that her reality series, Denise Richards and Her Wild Things, won't be getting a second season. Yeah.
I could have seen that one coming.
Though there
Claiming
are
the world's smallest violin.
There are indicators that was Bravo's plan all along. There is an outside possibility.
It sucks.
That
No one cares.
Duh.
You know, I don't want to beat up on her, but it was truly awful.
Was it?
Staggering. Staggeringly bad.
I mean, and I'm not a reality show guy anyway, but it was incessantly boring. You know, and I watched about 10 minutes of it, so maybe that wasn't a big enough sample.
Frankly, Nick, I don't approve of the lifestyle.
It was so bad.
There is an outside possibility that Richards may show up on The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills in some capacity.
Well, isn't that where she was for a while?
Something like that.
No. It was like
Kylie Richards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Kim Richards and Kylie Richards. Those were the two.
Right.
It's hard to keep track. I mean, bitches, right, Charlie?
Bitches, right?
Yeah.
Can't live with them, can't give them diseases. Oh, wait, I did.
Right now, low-key rumors that she will be on The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. So I don't know for sure.
You know, you look at the vast wasteland that is primetime television and what's on. And if you were to take my viewing patterns, you know, I watched Caitlin Olsen's series, the new one, the drama.
Oh, yeah, not Hacks. I know which one you're talking about.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I keep seeing Promising Young Woman, but she is brilliant, and she's helping the police solve crimes.
Yeah.
But anyway, watching a primetime drama, and I turned to my wife and I said, this seems like old-time viewing. Like
It does.
You never do that, you know?
High potential, Steve.
Yes, and and she's great in the show, and it was just fun to watch that. But you don't. All the shows are either competition shows or game shows or reality shows.
Speaking of Caitlin Olsen, when the narcissistic gang from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia visited the Abbott Elementary School in a crossover episode earlier this year, audiences got to see the universes collide, all while keeping the episode PG for Abbott's more family-oriented viewers. But last night, you had to cover your ears. The episode, which aired, kicks off the 17th season of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia with the crossover. This time, the teachers got to be potty mouths.
It was pretty funny to watch.
I understand.
Watching in real time last night, Preston, and the principal drops an F-bomb here or there. It's pretty funny.
So I'm not going to give the details of the. Well, I didn't see it, so I can't give you the details. But Lisa Ann Walter will be here this morning.
Yes,
from Abbott Elementary. So did she show up on the show?
She's in it. Yeah,
excellent.
And everyone gets their turn, but the episode is also, I think, right now streaming on Hulu.
Okay,
so it's an FX, or if you have that FX, the app. I used to be able to speak. Is also available if you want to get it there as well.
So we'll talk to Lisa this morning when she's in the studio, but it is available for your viewing now. Night at the Museum is getting a reboot While not a whole lot is known about it yet, it is said that it will tell a new story with brand new characters. The original Night of the Museum starred, of course, Ben Stiller, museum night security guard who finds out that the historical exhibits come alive at night. The original franchise started in 2006, had 4 movies in total, including the original. And so they are rebooting that franchise.
I dig the first 2. I thought they were a lot of fun. Was Ben Stiller in every one of them?
You know what? I'm not really sure, Steve. I only saw the first 2.
Yeah.
So you had Night at the Museum, Battle of the Smithsonian. That was the second one. Then after that, I didn't see them. It was The Secret of the Tomb, and then an animated Kamunra Rises Again, and that was on Disney+. All
right.
But they're going to redo the whole thing and send that pack out. Netflix's Queer Eye is coming to an end. The series has been renewed for a 10th season, which will also be its last. Across those 10 seasons, the show will have aired around 90 episodes overall. Featured the Fab Five as they were to not only improve people's fashion sense, but also their lives overall. They included Karamo Brown, Tan France, Anthony Porowski, Jonathan Van Ness, Bobby Burke, and Jeremiah Brent, who replaced Burke in season 9 and 10. Filmed all over Missouri, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Austin, New Orleans, and Las Vegas, as well as specials that sent the crew to places like Tokyo. So they are going to be wrapping that up, 10 seasons.
Love that first run. When the show debuted, it was great. Didn't really see a lot of the second run, but yeah, it was a lot of fun.
To get fans fired way up for the upcoming second Wicked movie, NBC has announced that a live Wicked special will air on November 6th, 2 weeks ahead of the theatrical release of Wicked for Good. The special will be led by Wicked stars Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande, along with their co-stars, and other surprise guests will perform songs from the first movie, and it's assumed at least something from the upcoming part 2.
I dug the first movie. I saw it a couple times. I was surprised at how much I bought into it. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Over this past weekend, so my youngest is a huge fan of Wicked, and they watched for the first time ever The Wizard of Oz.
No, what?
So they saw...
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And liked it.
Okay.
Yeah,
And we watched like part of it. We were at the shore, so we were kind of busy running around with our friends, but we did sit down for like the last 15 minutes or so and watch it, and it was really cool to go back to that for a moment.
Yeah.
And dude, parts of that really still hold up, I think.
You'll tear up. I mean,
I was.
It's well constructed, and the stuff that they're doing with basically, knives and rocks and pulling this stuff together. That shot in the beginning, which is brilliant, where she walks out of black and white, the sepia, into the color, that is a real-time practical effect.
Wow.
They actually got a body double to Judy Garland to wear sepia-colored clothing.
Wow.
The set was that, so it looks like we were transitioning. And then it's all 2 different colors. When the door opens up, there's the color set.
Yeah.
But it's not like they bleached the film. It's real.
Okay.
Wow, that's pretty cool. So upcoming part 2, we shall see. It's official. One of HBO Max's first moves after its name change was to lock in the Big Bang Theory spinoff, Stewart Fails to Save the Universe. The upcoming series will include OG Big Bang stars Kevin Sussman, Lauren Lapkus, Brian Posehn, and John Ross Bowie. The premise is set in the future after the events in Big Bang. Comic book store owner Stuart Bloom tries to restore reality after he breaks a device built by Sheldon and Leonard, accidentally bringing about a multiverse Armageddon.
I know that people have, some people piss all over Big Bang Theory. I love that show. I've loved it forever. I've loved their pop culture references, and this character of Stewart is one of my favorites.
It was hugely successful. There's people crap on that show?
Some people are, I just don't, I think it was a default show to piss on.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
people piss on Friends and look at the success of Friends, and people are like, no, it was it was always a horrible show.
I thought
Seinfeld, same thing.
It's what I can go to Big Bang Theory anytime and watch it.
Okay. I never did watch it, but I didn't hate it because I didn't watch it.
Posehn is hilarious in the show, by the way. He plays a classic Brian Posehn character. He's a geologist, and he's terrific.
So along the way, they will meet alternate universe versions of characters from the original series. No word yet on a premiere date, but that is with HBO Max. And of course, they've They have now changed back to HBO.
Yes, because we needed that.
What?
We didn't need Max.
What's going
whatever.
on?
All right, and then one last story. Things are getting darker at Nevermore as Netflix dropped the first teaser for Wednesday Season 2. I haven't had a chance to see it, but the description says it's intense. In the trailer, Wednesday sees a worrying vision revealing Enid dies and it's all my fault.
I watched it. I loved it. It looks like everything I loved and we loved from the first season and then some.
Yeah, that was such a great show.
I mean, it is. It just, again, they say Tim Burton is visionary, and you can see what they're talking about when you see the trailer for the show.
Jenna Ortega returns as the goth icon, now trying to unravel deadly secrets and save her best friend. We also meet Steve Buscemi as a new principal and a group of obsessed Wednesday fangirls. Part 1 of Season 2 drops on August 6th, and Part 2 releases on September 3rd on Netflix.
Do you know what I loved about the first one that a lot of people don't realize? It's a whodunit.
Yeah.
It is.
It is. It's a mystery.
100% there. Yeah. As we're going through and we're getting near the next to last episode, my wife and I were going, okay, I think it's so-and-so. I mean, that's the whole thing.
That's the whole thing, and it was great. And it kept you guessing, and it had a quasi cliffhanger thing occurring at the end of Season 1. So I honestly... watch it if you haven't seen it. Watch Season 1 and get prepared for Season 2.
I can't believe it's been 3 years since Season 1.
It's insane.
Yeah, 2022 is when
Well, now
it came
that
out.
pisses me off.
I know.
Come on, man.
Crazy.
I didn't even think about it.
Really
I'm
not
just
like it.
hanging out here. I'm kind of the show cuck.
All right.
You're just watching?
Just watching. That's what I do.
Gotcha.
I did it all.
All right. I'm guessing we have clips. I don't know.
Yeah, me too.
Mystery clips.
Mystery clip.
Mystery clips. All right, I'll play this. If you think you know who it is, raise your hand. I'll pick on you, or even if it's me. I mean, by pick on you, I don't mean I'm
You
like
look
going to make
stupid.
fun of you. You moron. What are you doing with that stupid hand
You
up?
have a fat head.
All right, here's our first clip.
It's not over yet. We're waiting.
We don't have the clips either. Let's
No.
make something up. Charlie, say something random.
My name is Wednesday Adams. With 2 D's.
Wednesday?
No, Adams.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There is 2 D's in Wednesday.
There is. Yeah. Right together.
Oh, I thought they were right next to each other, like the bar.
In the trailer, she says, like in padded cell.
All right, you guys,
Oh,
these
okay.
are mystery clips, and you can get them.
All right, here we go.
I'll be the judge.
Casey, are you out?
Well, I already know what they
Yeah.
are, so I'm just going to look for hands here.
right.
I'm going to look for hands.
Battle of the three.
Throwing
All
hands.
right, here we go.
I've had a lot of people say to me, including members of our own writing staff who were children, it was just one of those shows that was always on.
Oh, my God. I
them.
can't
And that does make a lot of sense considering their age.
I can't believe- oh,
it
Jesus.
feels like we just started, though.
It's Rob McElhenney.
No, you're wrong.
It's Rob Mack.
Yeah!
Shut up.
Sorry, but
Shut up.
Preston got it wrong.
I just can't believe you dead named him, man. Isn't that what that's called?
He changed it on Instagram.
Yeah.
It's Rob Mack on Instagram
It
now,
is.
too, yeah.
Who's that?
Charlie, you going to give that to me?
I have to.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we're going to judges? All right.
Next clip.
All right.
Drum roll, please.
All right, the
We
drum
have to have
roll.
a drum roll.
Is that-
No, you're right.
Do you not know what a drum roll is?
All right, here's our next clip. See if we can name it.
You know, there is a sadness to the Superman because when you leave the theater, you know, there isn't somebody like Superman who can come in and save the day. But we all hope that part of the energy that audiences walk out with is the energy of looking for that little piece of Superman in themselves and each other.
All right, Charlie, who is it?
Longtime Preston and Steve fan, David Cornsweet.
That is correct. Yes, David Cornsweet. Superman, the movie.
It's in theaters now, by the way. I know
seeing
they
it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I have a matinee screening, IMAX 3D. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, it officially releases tomorrow, but you can see it today, that type of thing.
I haven't seen a movie in a long time that has had this many pre-screenings and apparently Amazon Prime offered up pre-screenings, so reviews are already out by the dozens.
What are they
Amazon
thinking?
Prime-
Good, really good.
Sorry, Casey.
No,
what were you
listen,
saying?
my timing's all off. Don't worry about it.
No, go ahead.
The Prime stuff was on Tuesday, but like, yeah, it's in theaters like now, like 6 o'clock.
Man,
I was
today.
gonna try and go see it tonight.
What's keeping you from doing that?
I have a therapist session at 8 o'clock. I'm
All
like,
you gotta do is
God.
for your mental goodness.
Take your therapist to the movie, and you guys can talk about it afterwards and how it made you felt.
That's not a bad
How it made you
idea.
felt.
How did it make you feel?
Well, step one, it made me feel like I couldn't speak.
I actually felt more like rayon.
Jesus. I am,
Dude, it's all week.
Is it all
No.
week.
Yeah.
You heard me this morning.
I know.
It's bad.
I am, again, it stuns me that I work in the communication industry, and there are some days where I cannot communicate.
Jesus.
I say to Chuck all the time, how does that spelt? Because he met a girl that went, and he said his name, and she goes, okay, how does that spelt? And I'm like,
Yesterday I said, drowned.
Drowned?
Yeah.
what's wrong with that?
I was talking with an 8-year-old yesterday, and he was telling me how something hurted him for 8 hours. And he was like, well, it hurted me from 1 p.m. until about 7 p.m. I was like,
I'm going to tell you, it's the humidity.
I have some good news for everybody in the room.
All right.
Michael Giacchino is in a car and ready to go, and he's ready to talk to us.
All right, done and done. We are going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We will talk to Mr. Michael Giacchino when we return to the new Fantastic Four film. He is the composer of the score and is actually calling us he's zooming from London and he's getting ready to perform that music in Hyde Park. So we'll be back in a moment with him. Stay there.
But I mean, in those situations, like Kathy, if you're on a construction site or whatever, you could literally get a coworker killed if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And so, I guess that's a tension breaker.
I saw one gag that on the construction site and I don't know exactly what the story is behind it because I just watched the video, but they take a tape measure and they go to measure the guy's face, okay?
Yeah.
And then they measure from the top of his head down
this.
to his crotch, right?
Yeah.
And then they bring it out. and then they let the tape measure go, and it smashes them right on their nuts. Yeah. It's hilarious, but I don't know what the story is behind it.
It just turns into a pendulum. It gets him right in the balls.
I'm going to go to
It's too good.
Joy. Hi there, Joy. Good morning.
Hey, you guys rock.
Thanks. Oh, it's Joe. I'm sorry. Hey, Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, so basically, back when I was in the Boy Scouts in a venture crew, what you would do with a new kid, you tell them when you got a fire going, you tell them to go get the left-handed smoke shifter out in the woods. And they go out there, and sure enough, they go and look around for about 15, 20 minutes for this left-handed smoke shifter, and it doesn't exist.
Yep.
I remember going snipe hunting when it was in Boy Scouts.
Snipe is a classic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In fact, there was a Cheers episode about snipe hunting. Yeah.
Yep. We'll go over to Brian. Hey, Brian, good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Hey.
Hey, when I was in the military, we used to do this thing that the new guys, I was in an armor unit, we used to give them a ball-peen hammer and tell them to go out and check the tanks for soft spots.
So they'd be out there hitting a ball-peen hammer on tank armor.
Yes.
That's hilarious.
Was chalk involved with this?
Who?
Chalk. Like white pieces of chalk?
Yeah, well, sometimes, yeah. I mean, it all depended on how far we wanted to go with it, too.
All right, because
they had a...
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, because somebody else texted in with the exact same or a very similar prank, but they would give a rubber mallet and a piece of chalk, and they would have to go look for soft pieces of armor on the tank, and they would ding the tank, and inevitably it would sound different in different spots, so they think, oh, this is a soft spot, and oh man, there's not enough armor here. Yeah, and they go around the entire damn tank.
Preston.
Sometimes they'd be out there for hours, but it was always a good time.
That is hilarious.
That
reminds me, Preston, of the Bugs Bunny war cartoons where they put him in charge of checking the missiles for duds.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right, let me go next to Paul. He's going to talk about prison. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys?
Good. What's up, my man?
Yeah, I worked in a prison for about 7 years, and, whenever you were the new guy, you always got stuck. When inmates came in, you had to do the strip searches.
Okay. So
that's a job no one wants.
They left that detail up to the newbies.
Yeah.
Okay.
No one wanted that job, and then anytime you had a disruptive inmate that you had to bring to segregation, if they really, really didn't want to cooperate, you had to do a staff-assisted strip search, which usually involved the newest staff member getting very intimate with the inmate.
Oh, wow. That's a trial by fire.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it was tough. I actually had a coworker get sued because the inmate claimed he put a finger in a spot.
Wow.
Interesting.
Did you ever prank a newbie by having one of the convicts have one of those endless handkerchiefs in their butts?
That would have been hilarious.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate
This
it.
thing won't stop.
Let's see. I will go. Oh, yeah. Let's go to this one. Hey, Brian, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, my man?
So I was an electrician, and I was on a way job, and I was only 18 years old. Never really been in a bar. So after work, all the guys took me to a bar, and they said, we're going to sing karaoke.
Okay.
And they said, we'll sign up first so you can see how it goes, and then, you'll go last. I was like, okay. So being a country guy, and, I figured I'd sing Garth Brooks to dance, and, they said the karaoke starts, and I'm going to kind of waiting for one of the guys' names that I'm working with to go, and of course it's my name that goes first.
They called you first. Nice.
None of the other guys signed up. It was only me.
So you're putting on a concert.
You had to get up there and sing that tender Garth Brooks ballad.
It'd be funny
How'd that go, by the way, Brian?
So I did well, except I really kind of brought the atmosphere down in the bar because, upbeat bar, and here I am.
Yeah, like when Nick played We Got Tonight at the frat party. Mhm. That's great, Brian. Thanks, man.
It would be really funny if they all just signed up his name instead of, because they all look like they were signing up. But if they
And
all,
every single song, they kept calling him back to be. That would be a good one. I like that. These are rookie kind of newbie initiations that we're talking about because the NFL does these rookie dinner. There was an article in the New York Times about that recently, calling that out. So I'm going to go to Dominic next, another Boy Scout story. Hey, Dominic, good morning.
Good morning. You guys are office.
Thanks, your office. What's up, bud?
So when I was my first sleepaway camp for Boy Scouts, I was 12. We were about to go swim in the lake, and they sent me to go look for the fallopian tube.
Oh my god!
That's fantastic. That's really good.
Yeah, that was embarrassing, especially when you don't know those things.
Yeah, so were you going up and asking leaders where the fallopian tubes were?
Yep, and there was a nice warehouse full of kids. This had to be a thing they did every year because all I got was laughs right away.
That's great. All right, thanks, Dominic. Which one, Casey?
I was looking at number 6 because we had two calls that were just very similar.
Okay, I'll go to Ben. Hi, Ben. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Hey, so I've worked in kitchens for a while, and it's part of the new guy kind of hazing was either emptying out all the hot water from the coffee maker at the end of the night, but obviously since it's set up to constantly brew.
Oh, it's hooked up to a line?
Run out.
Oh, my God, that's great.
So there's guys there 5-10 minutes just emptying it out. Also,
it's just constantly running. That's
I
love it.
Sending them out looking for left-handed pizza cutters or pickle jar openers. Oh, it's in the tool in the back.
That seems to be a common theme. The left-handed, whatever it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
love that.
And I like the pickle jar opener.
And
Thanks, man.
you're right for the picking because you're nervous. You're the newbie. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. I like this one. I'm going to go to James. Hi, James. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Great, man. What's up?
Yeah, way back in the day, my brother used to tell this hilarious story when they worked at U.S. Steel. There was this huge crane that would move material from building to building, obviously operated from a tower, crane operators. And they would give the newbies this hokey little box with 2 buttons on it, a transistor radio antenna stuck in it, and tell them that was operating this crane. And they would push the button, and this huge crane was coming.
That's excellent.
That's so good. So they think they're operating a huge crane.
It's terrible. They felt so important, like they're operating the first day, and I'm operating this crane.
Oh, I'd pay good money to see a video of that.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's great.
Thanks, James. I appreciate it, man. All right, we'll see ya.
You're watching this huge thing movie. You got this.
They're letting me do this on my first day?
First day, I was a crane operator.
I'm going to go to Alex. Hi there, Alex. Good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, Alex. We're talking about razzing the newbies. What's your story?
So when I was a kid, 16, 17, I worked at Chick-fil-A down in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And I would train. I was a team leader, manager, whatever. And so I'd have to train the new kids who were my age, of course. But so the girls especially, because the guys never fell for it. But I'm showing them how to, where to find the chicken, the napkins, whatever. And they go, okay, what's next? I go, all right, well, now we got to go upstairs and pluck the chickens.
On 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. So our next guest is premiering some music today for the new Fantastic Four film. It's the first movie that I've been excited about for in a while. It's coming out on July 25th, and I'm double excited that our friend is the man behind the music, and he is joining us today from London, on the move, heading to Hyde Park as we speak for a performance with the Royal Philharmonic Concert Orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, our friend Michael Giacchino. Hey! How you doing, man?
Hey, how are you?
We are great. It is good to see you. You are currently riding in a vehicle through London.
I am in a vehicle that is a nice park in London. London is known for its parks. There you go. You can rent a bike and go around if you want. Yeah.
We're watching via Zoom, so those of you who are on our YouTube feed, you can see the sights of London that Michael is showing us as our tour guide today.
It's lovely. It's a lovely day. Yeah, it looks like
it's an amazing day. It's incredible. I was actually just home in Philly for a couple of days, very short stay, and I was. This is much better.
Yeah, it's gross here. It is a gross summer. It's just disgusting.
Well, you get this. We had the sun, but you're also getting that humid, wet fart.
Yeah,
that it's just a nightmare. So, well, what better weather for a concert?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's going to be so much fun. It's going to be so much fun. I can't even believe this day is here. Like, we're so close to the release of this movie because I've been working on it. I feel like for a very long time. And it's been, so I'm just so happy to get it out in the world.
So, Michael, there's a group of people that are you conducting tonight? Because I was reading the bill.
No, I think I could have if I wanted to, but I just got here yesterday, and it was just like, I'm going to go on stage. I'm going to talk to the audience. I'm going to do all of that stuff. And then I think their conductor is going to handle the thing today. But I'll do that. I'll do it in LA, I'm sure.
Listen, about the music in Fantastic Four, obviously you've been working on this for a while, but we've started to really warm up to the trailers once they started being released, and this kind of retro look about the film, which just is very appealing to the eye and has immediately got me interested. Besides the fact that I have always liked those characters. I didn't really love the movies that came out, but I appreciated them. But this one with this vibe looks so cool. How much with that retro look influenced the direction you were taking with the feel of the music?
Oh, very, very. It influenced it quite a bit, actually. Matt Shackman, the director of the film, was really going for this retro future thing, which I loved so much. And one of the things that stood out to me about the movie and the script was there was a hope and an optimism to it that I felt like was missing from a lot of other films of the same ilk. And it really helped it stand apart from everything else in a way that was, really fun, because for me, then I could lean into this other area that I'm usually not leaning into when I'm doing these superhero films, which are usually darker and brooding and everything is such a mess. And I got to figure out not only my life, but I got to figure out what's going on with the bad guy too. That's the world I'm usually playing in. So this was really fun. And I remember the first conversation I had with them, I said, for me, this feels like it needs to be like the baby of both the right stuff and the Disneyland Electric Light Parade.
Ooh.
And I thought, that's what this is to me. Those two ideas mashed together. And so that's what the main theme is.
I was listening to a piece of the music, and you had debuted, I guess it was the main underlying theme you're on stage. I don't know exactly where it was, but I was watching a YouTube video. And it was atypical of what you do, and you're obviously a Swiss Army knife of capabilities. But this, I completely catch that right stuff vibe. I completely catch that music you might see accompanying a NASA film, and it does involve obviously they go into space for multiple times. But I do love the return of hope and heroes.
Yes.
And the Fantastic Four, which was, there's sort of the step-off point for so much of this. Were you a Fantastic Four fan growing up?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I still have my Thing and Johnny action figures, my Mego ones. The other ones fell apart, but I still have those two survived. And so, yeah, I love the comics for that because they were so outrageous in a way. I mean, look, think about it. You're talking about a rock guy, a fire guy, a stretchy guy, and an invisible lady.
Yeah.
So it's a little kooky, right? But there is a wonderful thing that happens when those characters come together, and especially in this movie. What I love most about it is just the family aspect of it. Just when they're together around a table, it's awesome. I love that, and everything else is just a bonus. But I feel like if you can get that kind of stuff right, you're giving the audience something special, because usually those are the kinds of moments that are left out of big movies like this.
Michael, I got to take a step back from something you said just a moment ago. It triggered a memory when Nick and I had a chance to come by. We came over to your house for dinner. It was wonderful. And you actually had, I remember this, you had the Electric Light Parade music playing.
We did have that playing.
At your house. That's so funny.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, it's...
When nerds
Dude. Yeah.
No. You listen, we are of a kind, and either you get it or you don't, but you want to be surrounded with your toys and your music and your geekiness. And I'm sorry, at a certain point you've earned it in life, so I commend you for that.
Every man deserves his nerd castle.
Michael, let me ask you a quick question. When it comes to your memorabilia that you own, does it hold more value to you if it was yours to begin with and you held on to it from your childhood? Because I have all this memory. I have an Alf doll. It's not mine. Somebody sent it to me. You know what I mean? I have original Star Wars sheets that I inherited in college. It's not mine, and it feels like stolen valor. Do you know what I mean?
No, I know exactly what you mean, and I do think that the things that are mine from when I was a kid are the things that I value the most, and those are really the only things I have on display in terms of my toys. Are really like my old Star Trek figures, my old Marvel figures, my old Star Wars action figures. All of that stuff that I have on display in my office are the ones that I played with as a kid. They are the ones. My Lone Ranger, all of that stuff, it was like, and that's what I love about it. I have very little of the sort of newer toys or the things that were passed on. The other stuff I love is, if I have something from a movie I worked on. One of my favorite things I have, and it sounds silly to say this, but it's the speedometer from Star Trek. That there's a shot in Star Trek in the opening of the movie when young Kirk is driving the thing, and he floors the thing, and they cut to the speedometer, and the speedometer's going up. It's speeding up. I asked JJ. I called him after I was working on that shot. I was looking at the movie, and I said, "Hey, how did you get that shot so close up of the thing?" And he goes, "I'll explain it to you later." And then the next day shows up on my doorstep the speedometer that they shot for the movie. They created a new one so that the camera could just do a super close up of it.
Right.
And so that's sitting on my shelf, which is one of my favorite things. And it's not like Luke's lightsaber or anything, but for me, it's special because it is something that I worked on as well.
That's so cool. I wanted to ask another question about Fantastic Four, because when Preston and I were lucky enough to be out there for the Spider-Man, you guys were scoring it to scenes from the movie, and we were only allowed to watch a little bit of it. At what point do you get to see the entire movie, the Fantastic Four? And also, do you do the music for the trailers that come out?
Well, not always. This time, yes, I did. This time I did the music for the trailers. Because what we did was I wrote a piece of music. They were doing a drone show at Comic-Con last year to announce, Fantastic Four and get everyone excited about it, and they wanted music for it. So I went ahead and wrote the main theme and a couple other themes for Galactus and Silver Surfer, and we used those for the drone show, and then they ended up using all the music for their Hall H presentation as well. So that music was just sort of blasted out there a year ago. And so since then, it's been used in all of the marketing, all the trailers, all of the stuff going along, which is really fun to be able to do. You don't always get the chance to do that because you come in so late in the game, and by that time, their marketing plans are already set.
Right.
But when you do it early, and the same thing happened on the Batman as well. That was written more than a year before release, and they were able to use that as well. It's also really helpful, I think, for the filmmakers because they can bring it to set, they can play it for the actors, and everyone immediately gets a sense of what the tone is of the movie. You know, it's just a shortcut goes boom right there. When you play a piece of music for someone, you just instantly get a feeling for what it is and what you need to do. So I find it very helpful to do it, but it's very rare that we actually get to do it.
It's funny you mentioned that, and I'm going to take parts of all of this conversation and work it in because you just mentioned the Batman, and I moved around so much, I don't have a lot of my old toys and stuff like that, so I'm operating with new stuff. So my new Rob Pattinson, the Batman, came in the mail.
Oh, I saw that. That's amazing, isn't it?
It's unfreaking real. And I have it on my table outside. And I'm telling you this, Michael, because I think I can admit this to you without you pointing your finger and laughing. I'm walking around with my iPhone taking pictures, and I'm going, dun, 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 dun. I swear, as God is my witness, my wife looked at me.
You know
said,
what?
"Are you scoring your picture-taking session?"
That's so funny you do that, because my friend Andy DeWald, who's from Philadelphia, he goes around singing, "Here comes Batman."
Put words to it. Yes.
Which is so funny. And by the way, he's a huge fan of yours too, and he'll freak out when he hears that I actually mentioned his name.
That's cool.
I love it. So, Michael, with writing for, you had mentioned Silver Surfer and Galactus and having to write themes for them, and obviously that's what you do. And I want people to, if you go to films and you see certain characters pop up and you'll hear a musical cue come in, try to remind yourself of those melodies, because sometimes they recur because they're a quote-unquote theme for those characters.
They're cues.
It's something that I wasn't aware of until I started watching some YouTube videos that started pointing things out about specifically each character has their own theme. So here with Fantastic Four, you have 4 main characters. You've got to come up with those themes. And are you taking attributes of their characters to inform that, like, is Mr. Fantastic is intelligent, and I want to lean on that a little bit, or Johnny is kind of reckless and egomaniacal, and do I put elements of that? And are you sonically trying to create what their characters are?
I find that when you have an ensemble like this, it's better to come up with something that binds them together. So the main theme for Fantastic Four really applies to all of them, because separate, they are not the Fantastic Four. I don't know what they are when they're not together. That's not. So it's all about them being together, staying together, right, and working together. So there is a main theme which represents, I feel like, what the world thinks of the Fantastic Four. And then there is a sub-theme, which is sort of a family theme, which is something quite different, which is it's more emotional, and it's more attuned to who they are as people and as a family.
Okay.
So on this, and then so you have those 2 ideas for the family, and then you have Galactus, of course, which is his own thing, and then Silver Surfer too. And then, of course, there's all these little other kind of crazy little melodies that pop up in different moments of the movie. Like there's a particular piece of music for this one action scene, which is really you only hear those melodies in that scene, so you know what that is. But it's really fun.
Cool.
There is a
and the person, and just so you know, the person who did that years ago, the person who started that style of scoring, which we still do today, is Max Steiner, who recorded the original King Kong.
Yeah.
So it was, and he took that from the idea of operas, and operas using leitmotifs or themes to identify particular characters. He did that for King Kong, and we've been doing it the same way ever since. That was 1933.
Wow, that's wild, because if you watch King Kong, that is that threat. It's great. And the second you hear it, you're transported to that. I wanted to ask about the status of them. I'm a massive sci-fi fan. I consider them one of the classic, as many do, science fiction movies. We're thrilled to know that you're doing your remake of it. And I wanted to suggest we had the opportunity to talk to a young composer named Mick Giacchino.
Yeah, never heard of him.
Yeah, and if you're looking for a soundtrack, because he did The Penguin, which was amazing. So let me ask you, in all seriousness, are you going to score your own movie, and is Mick a consideration?
Well, the plan is for me to score my own movie, yes. And but the backup plan is not a bad one either. If everything falls apart and I don't have the time for it, that wouldn't be a bad plan, actually, because he's incredible, and in many ways, I look at it and I'm like, I'm slightly jealous because he's a better version of me.
Well, you've done well then.
guess.
Yeah.
Michael, I wanted to ask you about a couple of guys called the Newton Brothers. They did the score for Daredevil. They did X-Men 97. And I think I'm just paying more attention to scores, partly in part because of the work that you've done over the years. Do you know the Newton Brothers? Are you familiar with their work?
I don't know them. I know who they are, though. But I don't know them, and I'm not too familiar with the work. I haven't seen Daredevil. I haven't seen anything. I've been just staring at Fantastic Four for a year.
Yeah,
there's a lot that I need to catch up on.
In that world, and to that point, I mean, you can. We just naturally assume you're working in this arena, so you're going to encounter these people. But it is.
You know what? It's a solitary job.
Yeah,
and it's not like you get to. Go to at the end of the day, you go hang out at the composer's bar. Like you don't hang out with each other because you're writing. When you're writing, you're alone, and when you're recording, no one's allowed on set or on stage because it's one of those kinds of things. So you don't really interact unless you're at some sort of gathering or an event or something. You might run into some of them. But
there's not a great hall of composers that gather with torches and everything.
No, it's not like what's that movie? The Michael Douglas movie. The chamber.
Star Chamber.
Star Chamber. Yeah, it's not like that.
If you're just tuning in, we're talking to Michael Giacchino. He is checking in, zooming from London as we speak. He's on his way to Hyde Park for a performance tonight with the Royal Philharmonic Concert Orchestra. Were you just at Abbey Road Studios? Is that where you're leaving from?
I was. No, not today. Today I was at.
Okay.
Where was I at? What was I? Classic FM today. I was at Classic FM.
But I did,
this morning. I was here just a few weeks ago at Abbey Road for a while. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm just curious, when you go to Abbey Road Studios and you've been there many times, do you have to think about the Beatles every single time you go there, right?
Oh, absolutely. And whenever that Studio 2 door is open, you go in and you walk through, and it's like visiting a church. You go in. You pay your respects, and then you go. And the room that I record in there is the room that they recorded so much of their orchestral stuff for those songs in that room as well. So there's one time, actually, a great story that. All right, this is gonna. So that Paul McCartney told me. He told me this great story about Abbey Road, and he said one time they were recording in the big room where we record all our scores. And he said the engineer kept stopping them. Okay, so I keep hearing noises. And they're like, well, we're not making any noises. They're checking the amps. They're doing all this stuff. They don't know what to do. So, okay, try again. They try again. The engineer stops them. Something's going on. So he comes out into the room and he goes up, and what they find out is two girls had snuck in, and they were in the rafters up there watching them record, and they were giggling. And every time they would start playing, and the engineer would hear it, so they had to chase them out.
Oh, that's great.
What an excellent story.
That's hilarious. I'm really enjoying watching this interview because we're seeing the double-decker buses behind you and a couple of, the black cabs.
Yes,
are you right by Buckingham Palace now? Where did you just pass?
I don't know. Where are we? We're near the Marble Arch.
Oh, the Marble Arch.
Oh, there we go. Oh, nice.
Dude,
so what part of town is that? And I don't know London that well. Where is Hyde Park in relation to like Abbey Road or Buckingham Palace or any of those famous landmarks?
I mean, it's like LA. They're all within 40 minutes of each other.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's that kind of thing. What part of town is this?
This is like near Buckingham.
Near Buckingham Palace.
I thought so, man. I keep thinking of that song "Cities" when they say, "Think of London, small city." But this is dark in the daytime, but it is bright as hell right there. You got nice blue skies and everything.
Oh my God, it's incredible. No, it's an amazing city. I do love being here. I love working here. The musicians are incredible. Just the best, for sure.
I wanted to ask you, Michael, because you've taken some, obviously you've stepped outside and kind of reconstituted some of your soundtrack work into different works and what you did. Yeah, and like with the Nouvelle Orchestra and things like that. That's obviously feeding a part of what you do creatively. When you go into a soundtrack now, as you're starting to record, do you kind of say, "Oh, I need to revisit this"?
Oh yeah, we already actually at the sessions for Fantastic Four, we did a Tiki version of it as well for the Tiki album. Because we were there, we're like, hey, let's do it. Let's do a Tiki version. So we recorded that, and that was amazing. And that was arranged by Jeff Kricka, who's right here.
Hey,
Jeff.
Hey,
how you doing, man?
Yeah. Oh, that is
my
cool.
Orchestrator. Yeah.
Michael, without giving too much away about the movie, because I know you can only say so much, I heard somebody say a few months ago that they thought that this movie, actually it was Kevin Smith, the director, he said that they thought this was going to be sort of like the Empire Strikes Back of the Marvel universe. That it's going to be reset, it's going to be dark. What's your tone coming out of Fantastic Four?
My tone personally, or what do you mean?
Yeah, like what do you...
I mean, look, here's it. I just hope people go in and have fun. I want people to go in and have fun with this thing. That's the ultimate rule. I mean, nowadays it's so hard. Everyone is so critical about everything, and there's so much information out ahead of time. I yearn for the days when you would just open the newspaper and go, hey, look what's playing. Let's go see that, without any knowledge whatsoever of what you're about to get into. And you guys know this. You remember growing up in the 80s and the 70s, it was like, that's what it was. You would go see a movie. Well, what's this? It's a ghost movie. Poltergeist. I don't know what this is. Let's go see it.
Yeah.
That doesn't exist anymore. So I would encourage people just to go see it, have fun, and that's the end of the story. Just go and get out there and have fun.
We were talking to Jerry Bruckheimer. We just dropped a name. And I was saying that I'm feeling the energy start to pick back up for the theater experience, especially like with the stuff that he's doing. It is so important, and you're right. And I say this, it's a double-edged sword. We have a glut of pre-production information and stills and videos that come out now, and I'm too weak to avoid it. But I do yearn for the days, Michael, when I would sit and look at the full-page movie ad in the New York Times and go, I can't wait, and just look at the parts of the picture and go, oh my God, King Kong is on the World Trade Center now. And
it was amazing. It was fun. It was such a great gift, and it was such a simple way to do it, and it has gotten so complicated. And I understand the need to do it. I understand the marketing aspects of it all, but I don't know. There's just something really wonderful about keeping it simple and just saying, I'm just going to go see this thing.
Yeah.
No information, no judgment, no nothing.
One of the greatest movie experiences of my life was seeing Star Wars, because I knew nothing about it. I mean, literally,
I was the same.
I was told we're going to see some space movie, and I'd seen a bunch of space movies, and then that opening scene happens, and it was, oh my God! I've never seen anything like this before. But you're right.
I remember seeing it was 1977. It was in Orleans at the movie theater in Orleans in Cape Cod. We were on a vacation. And my brother John went and saw it because it was raining, and then he came back, and he dragged me to see it the next day. And he couldn't at all explain what it was to me. It was just like he couldn't explain. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go see this thing. And same thing, just blew my mind, changed everything.
You used to look at the movie marquee and go, okay, I'll try that out. Or would you go in and the movie you wanted to see was sold out? You go, okay, I'll try this.
Yeah.
And it was
so
like,
you look at the posters and you're like, okay.
It was a Whitman sampler. That's Die Hard was that way for me. The original Die Hard in Rochester, New York. I was doing stand up. And I said, okay, let me try this. That's the guy from Moonlighting. Okay.
Yeah.
And the rest is history. Great experiences.
So I remember seeing that, I think, in Morristown. Not far from Cherry Hill, actually.
Okay.
So,
I remember, vividly remember, like, basically acting the movie out after it was, you get home from the movie. Like, it didn't matter which movie it was. You acted it out when you came home.
And if you'd seen a porn movie, that was great.
Well, we saw.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. We saw the movie Break-In when we were on. Same thing. We were on vacation in Longport and it rained, and we went and saw Break-In, and then we came home and we were. Me and my brother and sister, we didn't know how to break dance, but we tried to break dance. And what we did? We did break dance. We broke a table.
Oh my God. Do you want to hear something? I have Super 8 footage of me break dancing on my parents' kitchen floor.
Gotta see that.
It will never see the light of day.
Were you Turbo or Ozone?
Definitely Turbo.
Michael, what was your local theater growing up? Because I went to the Anthony Wayne Theater, which is on Route 30. There were two in the King of Prussia Mall that I went to quite a bit. A lot of them are gone, but some of them are coming back, which is pretty cool. Hopefully, the Anthony Wayne Theater on Route 30 in Wayne is actually going to be restored and reopened at some point.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
My local theater is long gone. It was the Fox Theater in Willingboro, New Jersey. and that has been bulldozed for some sort of probably a Starbucks or something. I have a brick from it though, from when they knocked it down. My brother and I went over there and grabbed a couple bricks from it, so I do have that. The other one was Millside Center, which is also gone. There was the Dollar Theater in Cinnaminson, that's gone. The ones in Cherry Hill that I used to go to are gone, but they have new ones.
You know,
Same with Morristown.
It's a shame because there's history, and we do live broadcasts every year from the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville, which is where they shot The Blob, a few scenes from The Blob, and it's really fun. I saw A Complete Unknown there, the Dylan biopic this year, and it was just so much fun to then walk out of the movie, which was a great experience with my parents, and then walk out on a Bridge Street. It's different than walking out of a multiplex.
Into a mall, I know, I love that. And well, that's why Quentin Tarantino has a beautiful theater in LA, which is great, and it's fun to go watch old things there. But it's that same feeling when you walk out into the daylight, right? You're walking out into the daylight, which is always an amazing experience as a kid. After seeing a movie, you're in the darkness, you're in your own world for a while, and then suddenly the blinding daylight, and then you're talking about the movie. All of that, it's such a nostalgic feeling for that.
Oh, I have an incredible memory of my mother taking me to see The Exorcist. My father was too afraid to go see it. Yep. And we walk out of it. It's the Larkfield Theater, Long Island, New York, and you that exact experience. We've just gone watch this child from hell and all this in the darkness, and you walk out into broad daylight. And it's like, oh my God, it's such an amazing experience. I wanted to ask you though, Michael. So Tarantino has a theater. Kevin Smith has a theater.
When am I getting a theater?
Are you going to get your theater?
Well, I don't know. I like to say my theater is at home.
Yeah, okay. All right. That's good enough.
Look at these gates.
Yeah, we're now stepping outside. Is this Hyde Park?
This is Hyde Park, I guess. The entrance to Hyde Park.
Wow.
And we're going to get in a buggy. This is going to get really exciting.
We're getting in a buggy?
We're getting on a buggy now.
Oh,
he's got a little golf cart.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it'll be like a tour of the studio tour.
Dude, we're talking to you live from London. The reception is phenomenal. We can't get a phone call from across the street, but
I know. It's insane, right? It is insane.
Oh,
this
man.
is so beautiful.
Oh, wow.
What a day.
This looks like
And
it's
now
going to
here
be a
we
blast.
go.
So you guys are going over for rehearsals right now?
Yeah, we're going to do rehearsals, and they're going to tell me where to stand, what to do, all of that. I guess I'm doing some sort of interview on stage.
Okay.
We'll figure it all out. And, I don't know.
No, listen, it's very exciting. A big super blockbuster, Fantastic Four movie. Everyone is waiting for it. What I've heard already sounds amazing, and there is a cool conceit that that happens with this movie that will carry into other movies that you find out about sort of at the end of the Thunderbolts if you haven't seen it. So, but yeah, it's so much to look forward to, and it feels like breathing life back into everything again. It feels really good.
Yep.
Brian, we're doing the best we can.
We love it. All right. Well, we know you're about to get busy, Michael, so we're going to let you go. Thank you for this fabulous tour of London this morning.
Yes, thank you for joining the tour. If you want to leave a tip, you can Venmo me. It'll be, So, but it's always great to be with you guys. Really, honestly, I love it. And thank you for having me. And hello, Philadelphia. Hello, my friends there, my family.
Excellent.
Say hi to everyone.
All right. We love you, Michael. Thank you so much. Michael Giacchino, guys, live from London this morning via Zoom. And this is music from the actual score of the Fantastic Four First Steps. What a talented and cool individual. It is so great to talk to him. I'm in awe every time of his craft and how cool he is.
Yeah, and to that point, Preston, he's in this line of work, but he loves movies.
Yes.
He loves soundtracks. I love musicians that love music. You hate it when you occasionally come across somebody who you look up to and admire their work, and it's clear that they've been beaten down a little bit by what they do, and they don't have the same adoration for it. But Michael is the real deal.
Yep, and the movie opens up on July 25th. Fantastic Four First Steps. That was so cool. We need all our calls to come from London. Because that connection was wonderful. It didn't break up once. We got to see all kinds of sights. Saw a little bit of Buckingham Palace, Hyde Park, all this stuff. I'm loving it. All right, and as we speak, we have guests that have arrived in the Acme Lounge. The band Hinder is here this morning, and they're going to get set up, and they're going to perform live in our studio.
Very
so
cool.
we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll get to the B-file. They'll be doing sound checks and all that stuff, but about 8:20 or so, we will get some live music here in the studio, and then later on this morning from Abbott Elementary, Lisa M. Walter will be in our studio. So awesome, busy day. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
And they go, she'd go, what? I go, yeah, upstairs. That's where where do you think the chickens come from?
So,
and inevitably a couple of them started crying.
But hang on, Alex.
Tell them, I'm just joking.
Alex, is there even an upstairs at the Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, it was a very small office
Okay.
thing, and I convinced them that there was another door.
You gotta go pluck the chickens. That's fantastic. All right, Alex, thank you. Oh my God, there's so many other good ones here, gang. But we gotta take a break. There's another one that an electrician would tell them to watch out for that invisible floor glue. That's good. Be stepping around everything. Oh my God. Thank you guys so much. And then Samantha, as a waitress, said they would tell people to water the fake plants, and there's good things.
Oh, I love
All right.
Jessica's amusement park. She'd drop bolts and screws from the top of the ride to make them think it was falling apart.
Oh no.
That is terrible.
These are good, folks. Thank you. All right, so the rookie dinner in the NFL, but the difference between the ones that we heard about on the phones is this would cost you $25,000 to take the guys, and that's real money, and it's going away for good.
Right.
So it's a little bit different, but thank you for sharing. We do appreciate that. Speaking of $25,000, we got $1,000 to give away, and I want to make sure we're staying on time for it. It's for MMR's Yoo-Hoo Loot, and I've got more details on that in just a moment. It's coming up at 8 o'clock. Stay with us. B-File on the way next.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Chuck's here to read. It says, good morning to all, and it says, avid podcaster here. Great day for the Phillies, playoffs, baby, and the gorgeous Manthes fall activities list. Can't wait to hear it. And then they write, shooby dooby doo wop, Casey boy.
I think it's the shabba shabba doo wabba doo wabba doo wabba.
Good game.
Hi, Grandmom.
Yeah.
That one? Okay.
I think, maybe.
Hi,
Grandmom.
So anyhow, yes.
Hi, Grandmom.
Speaking of Manthes fall activities list, that podcast is now available. You can also watch yesterday's show if you would like to, as it was rolling out via the YouTube stream. Those are always every day. You can go back and watch anything you've heard about. Maybe that there's a visual element to here in the studio. Go to our YouTube channel and watch it.
There are multiple ways to consume it.
This is true.
And I think, Marissa, is the link to the YouTube in the page of fall activities?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so you can see the whole list and then the link to watch it and get everything that we talked about is right there.
This is so good.
Yeah.
It's time for some girl on girl stuff.
Oh my God. Anyway, thank you, Manthe. Okay. All right, so I saw this article, and it is a survey of over 1,500 residents in 30 major U.S. cities to determine which cities swear most frequently. Cursing, okay? So using swear words, curse words, however you'd like to refer to it.
What, on a personal note, what's your level of cursing?
It's kind of high. It's not, I think Casey is by far the highest of any of us here. Yeah.
Just in passive conversation, I curse a fair amount. I use them as sentence enhancers.
Yes, to quote
SpongeBob. But that's I do. As I was thinking about it, and you had mentioned this topic early on, I do incorporate them a fair amount.
It's usually when I'm either really mad about something,
right,
or I'm really happy about something.
Yes,
it seems to be on the extreme ends of emotion when I throw out the curses. But in passive conversation,
I do that. I think it's kind of weird.
It does always make the conversation better or make the story better.
Right.
But mine is, it depends on who I'm talking to.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like you guys, I will tell a story like that, no problem. But like I have a friend, and sometimes I'll tell the story and maybe say the F word, and I'm like, oh wait, I forgot. I don't do that with her.
know.
And it makes me feel awkward. And so then I stop, and my story becomes, something completely different because I'm not using those words.
I've had that exact. In fact, I've had it recently where I'm like, I don't know if this person is comfortable with me talking this way. So, well, I have to go. Yeah, it's an awkward thing.
So in this survey, they asked people how often they swear, the situations they swear in the most, and even the age that they uttered their first swear word. I think I remember the first time I dropped the F-bomb in front of other people, and I was probably in like first grade or something like that. I remember saying it, and then my sister being like, "Oh my God, we
pack a bag, we've got to leave."
And it was like, "I'm telling," you know, that was the whole thing. I'm telling.
Christmas story.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could not believe.
So the average respondent swears 21 times per day. Please.
But like, does that include like damn and hell and stuff like that?
That's a good question.
Yeah. Yes, it does actually. Casey.
Okay.
So this is according to the overall average. So the average age American start. Well, you know what? Let me dive into some of the more specifics. So here, younger generations are more likely to use swear words. Gen Z swears an average of 24 times a day, compared by baby boomers swearing 10 times per day.
No.
By 9 a.m. we've already doubled that.
We curse more before 9 a.m. than most people do all day.
Men swear more than women. 22 versus 18 times per day. This is per this particular survey. So the U.S. cities that swear the most, that curse the most, where do you think we in Philadelphia fall?
I'm going to put us way up there.
I think we're high.
way
top
up.
10. I feel like the Northeast is a hotbed for cursing.
I'm going to put us top 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're number 4.
All right. We're number 4.
Now
we're number 4.
We're tied for number 4. So I'll give you the top 5 and all the ties. So number 1 is Columbus, Ohio.
No effing kidding.
Yeah, right?
Is it just because they wake up in Columbus, Ohio?
That must be it. You start the day by dropping an F-bomb as soon as you roll out of bed.
Columbus, Ohio. Okay. Would not have called that one.
Number 2. Oh, F, I'm in Columbus. So Las Vegas is number 2.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, there's a lot of people losing their mortgage.
Yep.
That was one of the first cities to legalize cursing.
Number 3 is Jacksonville, Florida. So far, none of these in the Northeast, Case.
Wow, okay.
What is that? Number 4, a place you're familiar with, Casey, Oklahoma City.
Wow, okay.
Recently went through town there.
These seem to be a bit more, I would not figure these locations for a high level of cursing.
Well,
but maybe just mental duress is the reason.
I had heard that the entire middle of the country is like, just, don't curse. I just for some reason thought that anything in and around the mighty Mississippi, they were like, no.
Did Dumas tell you that?
Dumas did not.
Okay,
no,
right.
but I did hear it. I thought recently I
all right.
You heard what?
That the middle of America just doesn't curse
as much.
Yeah.
Right. So tied for 4th is Philadelphia, Dallas, and Indianapolis.
I don't like being in a tie.
No.
With anybody?
We have to have an F off.
I think we beat, absolutely.
Yeah.
We'd beat Dallas. I know Dallas. And Dallas ain't, they ain't cursing as much as we are. And then what's the other one, Preston?
Indianapolis. So there's another,
They have a big
middle
race.
America.
I know that.
City. Tied for 5th place, San Francisco, Fort Worth, which is right next to Dallas, and Louisville, Kentucky.
So whatever their metric was for determining this, they couldn't work out one that would not cause ties?
I guess not.
Get a little bit more specific, but interesting. Okay.
Yep. So Columbus has an average of 36 swears per day. Las Vegas, 30 times per day. Jacksonville, Florida, an average of 28 times per day.
I'm so surprised that like Boston's not in there.
Yeah.
I don't know, because when I just think of cursing, I have a couple of people in mind.
Shut the up!
That are from the New England area, and they are women.
Yeah.
That they curse and they say the F word and stuff.
Okay.
And the one that I'm thinking of is older. Like she's like my mom's age, and I was like, oh, this old women like say the F word. Because I don't know if my mother has ever said the F word.
Oh, my mom dropped an F-bomb last week.
Did she really?
Oh, yeah. It was hilarious. I was cracking up. It was so funny to hear her say it. But it depends on, how you were raised, I guess.
My father obviously spun as they say, a tapestry of curses that legendary. My mother, not so much.
How about your mom's, Kathy?
No. Casey, I've heard my mom say the F word one time. Our entire family still talks about it. We were in Montauk, and my parents were arguing about whether to stay in and eat and cook dinner or go out. And my mom said, "We have effing chicken at home."
Okay,
and so we still remember that.
That's funny.
Wow.
My mom is like your mom and your mom, Casey. She'll substitute words, so she'll be like Casey. You joke around every now and then, say cheese and crackers or things like that. But my mom does that on purpose. She'll gee willikers, things like that. Gosh dang it, and so she'll drop those types of curse words.
Marissa, how about your mom? Because maybe I have the only potty mouth mom here.
Preston, I think you do.
Oh, wow.
My mom is like everybody else's. Like they'll slip once in a while, maybe like more than your mom's, but not regularly at all. My dad, though, it's just free flying.
Well, same thing. My dad, that was it. My dad cursed. My mom didn't.
Okay.
My dad didn't either. I remember the first time I heard my dad say the F word. My mom had recently had like either back or neck surgery, and so she was laid up. He had a lot on his plate, and I was being an a-hole.
Yeah.
And he let me know it, and so. And I was probably like 13 or 14 years old when I had heard it. And then I didn't hear it for years after that until I was like a full-blown adult. But so you can't blame your parents because I've got a potty mouth and it was, maybe the S word was said around my house, but that was it.
Around Thanksgiving. Yeah.
By the way,
let's eat this S.
I'm going to have those. There was a whole section. I'm going to hang on to it for a minute here about the replacements.
Okay.
Replacement words and phrases for curses, which are great.
Yeah, my mom does it to this day.
So where Americans use swear words. So locations and situations where people feel comfortable using profanity are different. And as it turns out, most are comfortable swearing in public.
Yes.
And 2 in 3 Americans think that it is acceptable to swear in public.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
Would you say so? Like in a restaurant, or I wouldn't. I don't do that.
No, because I'm always worried that there's kids around.
Right. Yeah.
I said the S word at Jace's baseball game, and I was like,
oh
no.
You're like I got to take an S?
Well, no, but I felt bad because there's kids.
Man, we're going to have to ask you to leave.
I almost thought that. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to get kicked
She's
out.
a broadcaster. That's why they're very loose with the curses.
Wait, I need to hear the situation. Did you yell it at the umpire?
No. It just
the S.
Yeah.
No, the kid was out at first, and I just went, S.
Oh.
It was like
And by the way, Kathy would never take an S.
Yeah.
She would not give one. I don't give an S about that, but she would never say, I got to really take it.
Yeah, totally. You're correct about that.
So apparently, while Americans most likely are to swear at home, which is 55%, 24% of Americans swear the most when out with friends. Only 7% swear the most when driving. And a similar amount use the most swear words at their workplace.
That's fairly correct. I out and about again. I wouldn't start cursing in public for the reasons you say, Kathy, and people are sensitive to it. With friends, a little bit more so, and probably at home. I have to say. At home,
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Marissa. A little bit later on this morning, too, Lisa Ann Walter's going to be in our studio.
Yes.
They had the crossover of Abbott Elementary, and It's Always Sunny in Philly last night.
It was
She's going to be at Helium Comedy Club this weekend, so we're going to talk to her in a bit. But let's get to the B-File now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by The Bagster. Yeah. Buy yours now at any home improvement store, just $29.99. You fill it up, they pick it up on your schedule. The Bagster, dumpster in a bag. Buy, fill, gone. I have some great stories for you guys this morning. We're going to start with this one. A man who has not been named was hiking Friday on the Phi Glacier in southern Switzerland with his white and brown long-haired Chihuahua when he took a step on a snow bridge and plunged suddenly about 30 feet into a crevasse. Stuck deep in the glacier ice, the man used an amateur walkie-talkie that he was carrying to call for help. Now, a person nearby received the distress call. They relayed it to an emergency services, but they were unable to locate him. When a helicopter rescue team reached the area in the afternoon, They said that the hunt for the missing man proved difficult. The glacier surface was wide. The hole was barely visible.
Wow.
And so they couldn't find him. But the decisive moment, they said, was one of the rescue specialists spotted small movement on a rock. It was the Chihuahua that was sitting there. The tiny dog was perched right next to the hole into which the owner had fallen. And thanks to the dog's behavior, the crew was able to locate the exact site of the accident. The rescuers had abyssalled down. Is that a word, Nick?
Probably.
Abyssal? I don't know about you're the mountain dude.
Yeah.
So
maybe
anyhow,
that was a Chihuahua talking.
Maybe it was. They went
He's down here.
The casualty and were able to save him. And the little dog, they said, did not move during the entire operation and closely followed every movement of the rescue specialist. They said it's fair to say that his behavior contributed significantly to the successful rescue.
Of all the animals you're going to spot, a Chihuahua.
Yeah. The smallest dog in the world.
It's not
Yep.
a bull mastiff.
Oh, abseiling is like rappelling. I didn't know that term. Yeah.
Abseil.
Yeah,
All right.
down a steep slope like a mountain using a rope and a specialized equipment.
There you go. You learn stuff.
Absolutely.
All right, a woman who lost her arm after being attacked by a lion at a Queensland, Australia zoo has been identified as the sister of the owner of the zoo, Stephanie Robinson. Emergency services were called to the Darling Downs Zoo on Sunday after reports of a woman being bitten by the big cat.
Oh, my God.
Paramedics flew her to Brisbane Princess Alexandra Hospital in a stable condition. The zoo confirmed in a social media post on Monday the much-loved member of the owner's family lost her arm in the attack. Wow. The zoo said that they were waiting to interview the woman to find out how the whole incident happened, and the lion would not be put down following the attack.
You notice they never interview the lion.
You know, it's about
What
time.
was the reason?
Somebody steps up and finds out what the reasoning was.
I'd had it with that bitch.
All right, this is one of my favorite stories of the day, and you need to see the photo to really bring this home. An Irish sports star has pleaded guilty to fraud after showing a selfie, and it shows an iPhone cable made to look like a hospital tube inserted up his nose. The photo fooled thousands of people and was used to scam them by falsely claiming that he had cancer.
Oh, man.
He had taken... Nick's looking at the photo. Go look at this, Steve. Go look at this picture.
Oh, my God.
DJ Carey, one of Ireland's most famous athletes and widely regarded as one of the greatest hurlers ever, it's a game, hurling, appeared in Ireland Circuit Court last week, and he pleaded guilty to pretending to have cancer in order to trick people into giving him money for fake medical treatment.
That's a USB-C cable.
Yeah, so the trial centers around a photograph that he took of himself and sent to victims, appearing to show him lying in a hospital bed with a tube up his nose. The photograph, which has been widely shared online since his guilty plea, shows what looks like a hospital tube. However, on closer inspection of the image, it is actually an iPhone cable taped to his face and inserted up his nostril.
By the way, did he darken up his eyes to look sick?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Using the photo, Carey reportedly convinced people to send him money between 2004 and late 2022 by falsely claiming that he needed funds for cancer treatment. The sports star even reportedly used the photo to deceive Irish billionaire Dennis O'Brien, founder of the mobile phone network Digicel. At court last week, he pleaded guilty to 10 to 21 counts of deception and fraud. Now, his lawyer said that while cancer had been referred to in the charges, he said Mr. Carey had very genuine health conditions and had undergone heart surgery last year. The court heard that Mr. Carey also suffered from mental health problems. Some 28 witnesses have been expected to give evidence for the prosecution during the trial.
Don't you hate when you have cancer and you don't have the right cable?
Wow. All right, an Italian man who was mauled to death by a bear while on a motorcycling trip in Romania had taken selfies with the animals before the fatal attack.
So why was this bear on a motorcycle trip?
No, the bear wasn't on the motorcycle trip. He ran into
I see.
saw the bear. So anyhow, Omar Farang Zin had posted photos and video of bear encounters while riding along Romania's famous, whatever road, is a really long word, did before his death. Romanian authorities said that he got off his motorcycle, tried to feed a bear.
Yeah, smart move.
Before it dragged him into a ravine.
Okay, we're going to do this.
Later, authorities said they found pictures and close-ups on his phone of a bear approaching him. Director of the forestry department said he got off the motorcycle and offered the bear food. The phone was also found, which contained some pictures prior to the attack with the bear approaching. Close-up photos. The bear then attacked him and dragged him into the forest while other motorcyclists at the scene called emergency services.
How many people has Winnie the Pooh inadvertently killed because you assume, oh, they're adorable?
Responders found the man's body, which had been dragged into a ravine by the bear, but then quickly realized that they were also in danger. So Mountain Rescue said the bear followed us the whole time. She was very agitated. She attacked a few times as well. They had to take the bear out. They shot and killed the bear.
Man.
The day before his death, Mr. Zinn had posted several close-up videos and photos of encounters with bears on the road. So he was just flirting with it the whole time.
Yeah.
In one video, he rides past a bear on his motorcycle saying, "Look, a bear. How beautiful."
And he looks exactly like the kind of person a bear would want to eat.
Yeah, he's kind of
kind of pudgy.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we will take a break. We will let the guys in Hinder get a sound check underway, and then when we come back, we got some live music in the studio, which is something we'd love to do. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WM.
When I'm watching TV, it's a standard thing to curse at the set. So, and it's part of a joke that I do all the time with my wife. So that happens fairly liberally at home.
And it says here, certain work cultures find swearing more acceptable than others, but most professional language does not include swearing. It's used freely here all the time.
Yes.
So when I was at home on Saturday, I ended up tearing up some carpet on my steps, and I have these blisters on my 2 fingers there, Preston. And I noticed that I was saying a word instead of a curse word over and over and over again. So what I meant by the curse word was mother effer, right?
Yeah.
But I just kept saying, "Oh, you mother." Oh, and I kept saying mother over and over again. So I felt like I was getting the
visceral
feeling.
I would have to follow
cursing.
through. Yeah. I couldn't stop short at mother. I'd have to take it all the way through. Yeah.
Okay. They asked Americans to rank their likeliness to swear in certain situations where it's typically considered inappropriate: at work, in front of strangers, at the dinner table, in front of elders, in front of kids, or in front of their boss. Of these, Americans are more likely to swear at work, 69%, with residents of Philadelphia, Columbus, and Detroit most likely to swear on the job.
We did it!
So we're number one.
Yeah, we're number one.
Cursing at work.
Number one.
A majority of Americans are also likely to swear in front of strangers at 67%, at the dinner table at 63%, and in front of elders at 53%. Fewer are willing to swear in front of kids.
Yes.
Which is 48%, or directly in front of their boss, which is 39%. Casey has no problem with that. We've been sitting there with Joe Bell before, and I've heard Casey like every other word is F.
Yeah.
Just using it as a filler, not in anger.
A sentence enhancer.
Or just like, I can't think of it. It's the effing guy. That, So.
Effing Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah, totally.
See, I would never do that. I can't do that.
In front of
it's easy. It's
Yeah,
real
I
simple.
think maybe in front of Bill, I probably maybe have.
You've called him the C word.
Not to his face though. But I don't think I would ever. That word would never come out of my mouth in front of Joe.
You're a lady.
No.
And we're going to go to these calls. Thank you guys for calling in. Let me get a couple, and then we're going to get into the curse word replacements, because I have a feeling we're going to find some interesting ones. I'm going to go to Matt. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Hey, morning, everybody.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so my girlfriend's from New England. Her family, small town New England, her family doesn't curse that much. I brought her around my family, and my dad, my sister, my brother, every other word out of their mouth is the F-bomb.
All right.
And bring her home. We go back home. She's like, your parents, or your family uses the F word like and
I know what you're saying. As this, I can't think of it real quick, so I just throw it in. It's the effing. I went down the effing. What's it called?
Right.
Yeah. Filler words.
Yeah, filler words. Yep, absolutely. And so, did she pick up on that habit at all? Did she start doing it?
I feel as though she definitely has. She curses. She got a lot more F now.
It's seductive.
Thanks, man.
They've noticed, though, or at least some surveys have indicated, Preston, that an inclination to curse is not what you would think, that it's a sign of someone who is of a lower intellect or not able to communicate effectively, that it's not necessarily a sign that you're, kind of a dummy. It's just the way you choose to illustrate your sentence.
Apparently, it's needed.
Yeah.
Too. We as humans, I've read studies before. We need to do that from time to time. It's actually good for you. It's funny though. I mean, what becomes offensive and what isn't,
Sure.
and why is it offensive? Like, why is the S word offensive or more offensive than saying feces or poop or something like
anybody
that? That
watch
means
that?
the exact same thing.
History of Swear World.
I watched a little bit of it.
They went from swear word to swear word. It was on Netflix. Nick Cage was the host of it, and they ended. I think they ended with the F-bomb, but they had a whole bunch of other ones in there as well. And it's interesting to learn the history of them, and then why some have more resonance than others. Why the F word is the worst of all of them.
Right.
Also, Steve, you talked earlier about stopping short if Casey's saying mother. Like,
yeah,
I agree with you. Like, there's something very visceral about getting the F sound out and then the CK sound, like
aggressive consonants.
It feels really good to project that out of your body.
Absolutely.
Hang on, let me go to Melanie. She wants to point out something her mom did. Hey, Melanie, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yesterday, my mom was picking up my son from school, and we normally park in this one parking lot. And she sent me a text message at work, and she said, WTF, the parking lot is full. And I'm like, I was taken back by that because my mom, she doesn't say anything bad about anybody, and she never curses. I'm the one who curses all the time, so I believe I corrupted my mom.
You've corrupted her. Now, do you believe that she knows what WTF means?
Yeah, we even asked her when she came home. I'm like, do you know what that means? And she's like, yeah, I know what that means. And then I was like, oh my goodness. And I was like, I'm so sorry I corrupted you. She's like, no, it's cool. I just didn't say it. And I'm like, I know. And it just reminded me of the movie of The World's End when Simon Pegg's like, what the? I can't say it. What does that mean? And then he ends up saying it. Yeah.
Right. Well, on Modern Family, Phil Dunphy believes it stands for why the face.
Why the face? All right, I'm going to go through, and this is what I think is kind of fun, is apparently people like to replace swear words with other words. So they don't seem quite as offensive, and yet they can still, I guess, get the, satisfaction of saying
So we do that a little bit of that limbo on the show to get around. I mean, we'll use abbreviations or other words when we have to. And in many ways, it'll end up sounding worse when you do that.
So I'll start at, you want to start at number one? There's 15 of these. I can
Good.
either. All right.
Read the effing list.
Start at the top of the list. All right. The number one replacement is fudge or fudge-sicle.
Yeah, all right.
I've never fudged.
I don't use the word fudge. I
No.
think it sounds like a child.
If you want a BB gun for Christmas, you say fudge.
I think I said it as a child and not since.
Fudge. Fudge-sicle. Number two is shoot.
Shoot.
Gosh.
I used to,
I say- no, I say
do
that.
a shoot now and then.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, yeah.
No, I will still say it because I try not to curse in front of.
As in, are you going to shoot?
No.
Oh my God.
No.
It sounds like a good old boy thing. Shoot.
Shoot.
You coming over later on? Shoot.
Shoot.
Number three, now this one I will use more, is frick or frickin'. Frickin'.
I like just shooting.
Well, see, that's a
Frickin'.
I like frickin'. I mean, friggin'.
Friggin'.
Now,
I like
some
friggin'
people
instead of frickin'.
are
I do too.
aghast when you say frigging.
Yeah.
Some people have issues with that.
that's a curse in my house.
What?
Oh, yeah.
It used to be a term for pleasuring yourself.
Oh.
So female pleasuring themselves.
And so it is, to me, and a lot of people read it as one notch off of effing. So frigging is effing
Right.
in perception to a lot of people.
Wait, but you're saying that that's what it was, and that's why it was
like
considered.
back in the, if you would read, Call Me Madam, Xavier Hollander or whatever,
frigging.
Okay.
To frig is to
freaking. And freaking was the same as well to some
female
extent.
pleasuring yourself.
Yeah, but
I don't know
that's-
about freaking, but
all of those, all of the above are curses in my house, and we don't say those.
all right, number four is crap, and that's I've said that forever.
What is it about great sex that makes me have to crap?
Yeah, that's what I got right here.
What is it about good sex that makes me have to crap?
Crap. My dad, and I'd love to hear those that maybe your elders have said over the years. My dad used to say, Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah.
Really?
And that's a replacement for Jesus Christ, right?
Right.
Anything
I
with
believe so.
JC
Yes.
would be, or Jiminy Crickets or Jiminy Christmas or whatever.
John Cena.
John Cena as well.
JC, yeah. Yes, that's all.
And I guess there are various.
You never
ones-
said that though, right?
No.
No.
And I guess the term like Jesus H Christ.
Yeah.
You put the H in there, so technically
You're not
saying Jesus Christ.
H-E-double. But crap falls in that. Crap is almost like a warm sweater in the world of cursing. Crap.
Yes.
Crap. As opposed to the more aggressive other curses.
Sweater.
All right, number 5 is dang.
Again, I'd put that more as a Southern.
Yep.
Oh,
You
that's-
don't know a dang thing, boy. What you doing telling
You
me
dumb
what to
mother.
do over here?
That was like a thing for a
What is
little
it
while.
about good sex that makes me have to crap?
What's that, Kath?
That was a thing for a little while with like younger kids.
Dang?
Dang?
Okay.
Yeah.
Instead of damn, right? Because
Yes,
damn.
correct. Yeah.
Number 6, most popular curse replacement is heck. I haven't heard heck in a long time.
I might have hecked a few times in elementary school, but then I discovered mother effer.
Then you have darn or darn it. You know, that's pretty standard.
Damn. Well, I would always default to damn.
I think
over
that darn is probably the one of the most soft versions.
It's very benign
of a curse word that you can use.
Yeah.
Then you have number 8 is holy cow.
What about holy moly? Is that in there anywhere?
What the? You can't say that. Hit the button.
Hit the dump button. Sorry.
Holy moly.
I say holy S a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
Quite a bit. But holy cow. Number 9 is dang or dang it. We already had
We
dang,
said
didn't
that.
we? Yeah, dang was 5.
We're just sitting around drinking with the rest of the guys. 6 round sport.
Yeah.
Oh, dang me.
Groceries and half the rent.
Roger Miller.
$14.27. So dang me.
Dang me. Gotta get a rope and hang me.
High from the highest
tree.
woman, would you weep for me?
Wait, I forgot about that.
Woman, would you weep for me?
It's a Tasmanian
Turns
devil.
into the Tasmanian devil. Yeah, back it up a little bit more.
Weep for me.
That was a hit.
Yeah.
Roger Miller, man.
Yeah.
Spokesman of a generation. All right, then you have number 10 is freaking.
Yeah, freaking.
Number 11 is poop.
Friggin'.
Say that a fair amount.
Friggin'.
Number 12 is fork.
Fork.
Oh, yeah.
Go fork yourself.
Fork yourself.
The good place that Kristen, whatever her name is.
Bell.
Kristen Bell, she can't say, she doesn't realize that she's
Right.
in heaven.
All the curses come out sounding very benign. Yeah.
What the fork?
Number 13, I always hate this one, mother trucker.
I hate that as well.
Jackie uses that a lot.
Yeah,
doesn't he?
that's why I love it.
Okay. Number 14 is sugar.
I say sugar.
Yeah, you do. And then number 15 is holy smokes.
Those all seem so antiquated.
I know.
Yeah, like
For a
Holy
while-
Toledo, that was another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Holy Toledo. Yeah.
What was the origin of holy Toledo?
Is Toledo an especially
I guess
pious?
Smokes would be, it's an S word, so it's a
Yeah.
replacement for crap, the other word for crap.
Yeah.
S-H-I. So anyway.
You ever do that? You darn C word.
No.
I love that. That's a great idea.
But that was Robin's thing, right? And he would
she
say
talk-
holy,
Holy moly.
but he would just say holy whatever.
Right.
you know?
Holy antenna farm.
Yeah, okay.
I effed the heck out
Yeah,
of her
yeah.
last. Taking the absolute
Yeah.
worst
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
putting next to the most benign ones. That's a great idea. Holy shoot. Let me see here. Hang on a second. I want to go to Lily. Hi, Lily. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Lily?
So I don't know why I started this. I want to say about a year ago because I'm an F-bomber through and through.
Really?
But for some reason, I started saying, what the Samuel L. Jackson?
That's great.
Well, he's the repository of F words.
Yes.
Yeah.
Without question. What the Samuel L. Jackson is going on here?
I think that works.
Yeah.
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 I
I
do.
say the whole thing, the whole name. You get the whole thing.
I like the creative ones like that.
Right.
Where people come out. And I can't think of any right now off the top of my head because I heard one not that long ago. That's like, what the Sam Hill is happening
What the
here?
Sam Hill is going on?
Yeah.
We say what the John in my house now because my son's teacher would say that. and they just thought it was like so kind of like nerdy sounding that they now say it. Him and his friends say it as a joke, and I just think it's really funny.
Here's the one that we used to jokingly say was either for Pete's sake or for the love of Mike. Where did for the love of Mike come from?
Well,
you ever heard of that?
For the love of God.
Hi,
But why Mike?
I don't know.
God
Why
was the
Mike.
patriarch of the Brady
For
family.
the love of Mike.
You didn't know
Mike.
You didn't know God's name was Mike?
And we would say for the sake of Pete instead of for Pete's sake, and we would say for Mike's love.
What about gosh
switch
diggity
them.
dang it?
Gosh diggity dang it.
Yeah, that was an elaborate one.
I don't say it, but I do like when other people say shut the front door.
Yeah.
I'm always like, yeah, that's a
If
good one.
it was overused for a little while,
Yeah.
but the first few times you heard it, it was like, oh,
You led me down a path.
Shut the
You are
front door.
such a darn C word.
You little C.
You are a little CC.
All right. Well, anyhow, we in Philadelphia are in fourth place for most cursing city in the entire country. I apologize to everybody who's been
There's
on
so
hold,
many.
but we didn't get a chance to go to. There was a lot of information to go through. So thank you for your calls.
You, Larry.
One more time.
You, Larry.
Larry. All right, listen, we do need to take a break because we got money to give away.
We do. We have to give. That's the only reason we're having to dump out on these calls because we have money to give away.
Yep, we got You Who Loot coming up, so we're going to break. We're going to come back with You Who Loot, and we're also going to find out how if you are with a business and you want to be a contender,
yes,
for our biggest prize at the Camp Out for Hunger, other than being a great donator. We'll get some details on that when we return as well. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment. Kathy had a story about sending a text, I think, that you wanted to share with us, right?
Yeah. So it was somebody sent me a text, and it was, somebody that I am friendly with, like not like one of you guys where, if we the type of text messages that we send each other. But I needed to drop something off to this person. And I, basically was saying, I apologize. I had COVID, was stuck in the house. I'm going to, get this stuff to you. And so he says, well, how are you feeling?
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. So they are performing tomorrow night at the Arts Center in Scranton, and their 7th studio album is out. Back to Life, out now. That we have in our studio, Mike, Joe, Marshall, Justin, and Cody. It's Hinder. Yay! Good morning, gentlemen. Oh, man, let me turn this on. That might help. How you guys doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
Excellent. Great to have you here. I am going to dive right in with a question you guys have heard 1,000 times, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Uh-oh.
Joe, how did you get the nickname Joe Blower? Tell us that story, Joe. Come on, man.
I guess we always have to decide, do we tell the real story or the story that we
Please use euphemisms or anything that you need to explain that, but that's a great nickname.
Nickname I had, I guess, since a kid, and I had a lot of gas back then.
That'll work. That'll work.
You and our friend Casey Boy here will get along wonderfully.
Maybe I should be known as Casey Blower.
Yeah. How long has the group been together? How long officially? I mean, you guys are originally from Oklahoma City.
Yeah, Blower and I met in college in 2001.
Wow.
So that was a long time ago.
You just dated yourself.
I was so surprised to learn about the, a couple decades of the band, and we're familiar with it. Play here on MMR, and you have a solid fan base. I wanted to bring up something. Somebody texted me, and I thought this was hilarious. You guys on your website offer a T-shirt, and the Divorced Dad Rock is what it's called. And is that an inside joke, or is it? Do you think that describes the music that you guys do, Divorced Dad Rock?
Yeah, I think it's like a genre that somebody just kind of came up with online, and we thought it was funny. So we ran with it.
It's like, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Some people get offended by it.
Really?
Like women especially.
Whoever started it, I think, was intended to be a diss. And a lot of these bands that were around whenever we came out that are getting labeled that, they don't like it, but we love it. We're running with it.
To me, it's like yacht rock. Yacht rock. There's a lot of yacht rock bands that we love. Yeah. So they took what might have been a pejorative and turned it into a positive.
Absolutely.
But Donald Fagen still hates it.
He still hates it. Yeah, I guess to each his own.
Some people like it, some people don't. Whatever moniker you end up with.
Exactly. I think a little self-deprecation. Like we had the Nickelback guys, and we chatted in here a couple times, and and they have fun with that. I think that's the best way to own it and just proceed. But the longevity of the band and changing throughout the years and getting to this point, the actual name of the album, does that have some influence on where you find yourselves now, where you feel you are as a creative band and a thriving band?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, for us, this kind of feels like a resurgence.
Yeah.
We kind of feel rock as a whole has kind of come back. And so for us, it kind of, I don't know, we feel a little different than we did 5 years ago. Things feel good again. So.
You know what I liked as I was doing the setup, and it's nice to say this, that the new album is out now. The album, full tracks and not a single release, which is, I mean, how do you guys feel about that? I know it's the nature of the business and the way things operate for most people now is a track at a time or a handful or an EP or something like that. Do you feel you're more album oriented?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're used to, but more importantly, I think that's what our fan base is used to. For me, I'm a little torn, to be honest. When you do a full album, it just kind of feels like a lot of those really good tracks that are later in the album kind of get lost. And, it feels like people don't hear them as much as opposed to when you do put out singles. But like I said, I think our fan base is used to the album format, and that's the most important thing to us. So that's what we're doing.
I was reading that you had actually during COVID recorded an album that has yet to see the light of day. Correct?
Yeah, I don't know that it ever will, to be honest with you.
Why is that?
It just didn't feel right.
Didn't feel right?
Yeah, when we were trying to do something that was a little more geared toward the first album.
Yeah.
And, once we got it finished, we kind of realized that's really not who we are as a band anymore. So it didn't really feel authentic. So we kind of just threw it back on the hard drive and started over.
So the songs got scrapped? I mean, because you can re-record and re-tinker and make them something else if you need to, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance we may go revisit it. Some songs anyway. We were Marshall and I were listening to some of those demos or I guess recordings the other day, and we might kind of
there's
recycle
some good elements. There's just some updating that needs to happen to some of them, and
like removing the word pandemic, would that be?
Yeah. But no, I mean, sometimes it's really hard to rework a song after you're familiar with it. It's hard to, when you write a chorus and decide that you don't like it, then trying to reimagine something after it's already in your head is a bit of a challenge. So, but we've done that successfully in the past, so we'll see.
Are you guys now? Listen, I'm out of touch with the world of labels and things like that, record labels and so on. I haven't been on that side of the business in a long, long time. Are you on a label, or do you guys release your own stuff?
Yeah, we're on a label right now. It's a little boutique label called Evil Teen.
What did they think about when you said, no, we're not going to release any of those? Any of that stuff we spent all this money recording?
Well, they came after the fact, so.
Oh, okay.
And we don't really care what they say anyway.
All right.
Well, let me ask to that point, and I was reading an interview, and I think the name of the song was Live Without It, and you had actually recorded it one way, went out, and after performing it live for a while, you modified it in a way you really liked, and then went back into the studio to re-record it. Is that something you'd like to have the potential to avail yourself of more, or is that just an anomaly and a one-off, or is that the road to tearing all your hair out if you constantly are modifying songs because you like the way they are performed live?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, if something needs to be done, we're always down to get it done the right way. But
what made
we'll
that
try
one
to
unique?
avoid it.
What made that one unique that you had to go back?
That one was actually a song called "Everything Is a Cult." We had actually re-recorded it out in L.A. with another producer, and we left this hole in the song thinking that they would want to, participate in the creation of the song, and they didn't offer anything. So it ended up being this kind of generic sounding guitar solo.
Yeah.
And we just weren't happy with it. It just didn't take the song where it needed to be. And so when we went back home and rewrote the section, it kind of, I don't know, gave the song a new life, I guess.
I just think on a basic level, and the way our motto is, it's as good as you're going to get. We'll got hand wring over certain things, but I mean, when you hear stories of like Springsteen and doing take after take after take and spending all this time in the studio, and I think the music is your creation, your artistic statement, and I think to me the hardest part would be I'm stepping away now. It's done. It's finished. No matter who the producer is, you're the guys who are ultimately responsible for the way it sounds. Did you have to develop those muscles, or is that still a work in progress?
You mean to be happy with the final product?
Yeah.
You can always find something that you wish you would have done differently. But after a while, you know what's really weird is when you don't listen to your record for a long time and you go back, you forget some things that happen in it that you might kind of make you cringe a little bit, that you don't notice when you put it out. But it's kind of there's nothing you could do about it at that point. So.
Yeah. And I've read from other artists that sometimes if you keep going back to the music and inspecting it, you can over-engineer it a little bit too much. Why didn't we do this? Why didn't we do that? You know what I mean?
Done it 100 times.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then doesn't it ultimately it's going to reflect in the live show, and then you're able to do whatever you want in the live show. You know what I mean? So if there was something you would like to tweet, the studio thing is done. That's in the past, but everything in the present, you can do whatever you want with it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's really funny, like how you'll put out a song and you'll start to play it like pretty close to the recording, and then over time, one night you'll do something a little bit different, and then you'll just keep doing that, and then it'll just keep going, and then before you know it, like it's a completely different sounding song, and you forget how it used to be.
And are you walking the tightrope at that time because people go? It's a big complaint. They played it, but they didn't play the way it is on the album, and yet you want to play it and stretch it a little bit. Is it hard finding that fine line?
I don't think we really stray enough that anybody else would really notice, but it's stuff that we definitely
that you notice.
Yeah.
Cody, as a fellow drummer, I want to say how nice it is to have the spokesperson of the band being the drummer of the band. They normally come in here, they bring a cajon, they sit on a box for 20 minutes, and we don't get to talk to them. So it's nice to have.
Well,
that.
he's hidden all night, so we decided to let him get out.
You gotta let him out.
They let me talk. I like it.
All right, well, we're ready for some music. What would you guys, we're going to hear 2 songs this morning. What are we going to get first?
I think we're going to do Bring Me Back to Life first.
Excellent. All right, if you're tuning in just now, we're talking to Hinder. They're going to be performing at the Arts Center in Scranton tomorrow night. You can get tickets at hindermusic.com. This is Hinder on MMR.
1, 2, 3, 4. I've got nothing left to say that I really want to put in a song. And there are days that I feel like maybe I've been living too long. And it's hard to find a reason when you feel like all the meaning is gone. I'm in a phase now. I've been for days now. Can you pick me up, baby? Make me feel crazy. Turn me on later tonight. Can you make me wanna fight or tear me down and cry or make me wanna come back to life? I wanna need. I wanna feel even if I have to bleed. Can you piss me off and make me feel angry, make me feel something inside? Can you bring me back to life? 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 I've run out of desire and it's left me here with nothing to prove. I wanna feel like I'm alive and feel like I have something to lose. And it's hard to get somewhere when you never feel like making a move. Ooh, I wanna care now, but I just sit and stare now. Can you pick me up, baby? Make me feel crazy. Turn me on later tonight. Can you make me wanna fight or tear me down and cry or make me wanna come back to life? I wanna need. I wanna feel even if I have to bleed. Can you piss me off and make life? Can you bring me back to life? I wake up, I'm lonely, I'm sad and I only wanna feel good again, like me again. And tell me a story, is there something more to me than emptiness? Can I catch my breath? Can you bring me back to life? Can you pick me up, maybe make me feel crazy, turn me on later tonight? Can you make me wanna fight, or tear me down and cry, or make me wanna come back to life? I wanna need, I wanna feel, even if I have to bleed. Can you piss me off and make me feel angry, make me feel something inside? Can you bring me back to life? Can you bring me back to life? Can you bring me back to life? And I'll bring you back to life. Can you bring me back to life? Can you bring me back to life?
Yeah. Hinder. 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. I mean, safe to say that's the title track of the album, Bring
Yes,
Me Back
sir.
to Life. The song, the album is Back to Life. And they're going to be playing at the Performing Arts Center in Scranton. The show is tomorrow night. For a band that's been around for, a good stretch, how's your touring game, driving around, living with each other and that whole thing? Has it gotten better over the years, or are there other issues that come up if you've been doing it for a long time?
Oh, we've had to make some adjustments.
Can you name one without starting a fight?
But we're doing good.
Something really good happened in 2013. We got a lot better then.
No,
it's true. Listen.
we get along well. We're buddies. We do a lot of drinking and have too much fun.
Is that when Marshall became a member of the band?
Yes.
2013? Okay. I got it.
Roundabout, yeah.
Can I ask something to that point too? When you come in as a singer, and Marshall, you've said vocally you weren't. It wasn't like a Phil Collins to Peter Gabriel, the same vocal sort of sound. It was different. So when you're presented with this tour and you were in a band and you producing and you knew these guys as well, do you say, "Geez, do I need to do an imitation?" How do you approach that when that's your charge?
Man, it was confusing at first because I was just kind of terrified. I was like, I don't know if this is a good idea, guys. Like, this could be tomatoes for me, because I don't sound anything like that guy. And for a while I did, but I just, even when I try to sound really raspy and stuff, sometimes it sounds a little forced and it's a little tough, and it's definitely hard to do live consistently, so I sing a little cleaner live. But
Right.
You know what? The fans really embraced me, and it's been mostly positive. I mean, obviously there's tons of hate online too about it, but
it's now many years now.
Yeah, but now it's kind of like my thing. There's fans that come out that are just fans of my era of the band too.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
and I've actually been in the band longer at this point now.
There you go. So screw it.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah, when making a personnel change, for the rest of the guys in the band, stepping into something like that, how scary is that?
That was terrifying.
Yeah.
We didn't know if our career was over at that point or not, but
Sounds like it was a mental health move, though, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
And it was, it was really tough at first. I'm not going to lie. It was, it was like going through a divorce, to be honest. But, we, luckily, Marshall was right there and he had been a part of the family for so long that it made, that part made it easy and it felt comfortable. So, we knew we had a good teammate. And, that's the most important thing.
What's your guys' writing dynamic like? Is it get together and jam, see what happens? Is it somebody is the main songwriter and then presents the ideas? How do you work it out?
Yeah, Marshall and I usually kind of just start with an acoustic guitar or a piano or whatever, and just kind of build the song from there. And that's usually how it goes.
Is it we're going to go sit and write, or you're just sitting backstage and noodling, or how rigid are you with the approach to writing?
Well, I think it's kind of like we usually get together with the intention of writing a song, but all along the way we're both like making little notes when we're inspired, putting voice memos in our phones.
Yeah.
And being like, oh, I have this idea, and this, you'll kind of have a verse chorus or something, and then we finish writing the song together.
Some of my favorite moments out of rock history are when somebody has a scrap of an idea. They're a little embarrassed about it, and they don't really, think it's going to go anywhere. And somebody says, wait a minute, hang on a minute. Play that little part again.
Yeah.
And then it turns out to be, Brown Sugar or some gigantic, massive hit from a band. I think it was like Anthony Kiedis, the Red Hot Chili Peppers had Under the Bridge written. And he's like, I don't really want to. And I think it was Rick Rubin or whoever was like, excuse me, you need to work on this. Do you guys support each other in that way? It's like, hang on, don't throw that away.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it's really interesting how, when you have an idea, you hear it one way, and then when you play it for somebody else, especially when it's in a demo phase or just really rough, they may hear it in a completely different context and take it in a completely different direction. So that's why it's important to collaborate. I think.
Yeah, and you have to be open to that too, because even if you're embarrassed by it, it's still kind of your baby, something that you came up with, but maybe handing it over to somebody and letting them steer it where it may want to go.
Yeah, man, when you're in the middle of songwriting, like you have to let the ego go, because we say some really brutal things to each other when we're writing.
We were just talking to somebody, I forget who it was, Preston, a major artist, and he was saying essentially that he had to develop that muscle that just said, okay, you don't get too precious about anything, and you realize it's a collaborative effort. Right? And you got to learn how to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, if you say something and nobody likes it, you just got to move on. You can't sit there and be like, man,
son of a bitch.
That guy.
It doesn't always
hated
work.
That guy.
It doesn't always work, though. I remember Marshall and I were doing a writing session with another band, and we were trying to come up with this one line, and we got in this like knockdown, drag out fight, or what, I messed that up, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
About the word like the or and, or it was the dumbest thing ever. And we were yelling at each other, and those other people were just sitting in the corner like, oh no. I think we just broke up Hinder.
It can happen over little bitty things like that, man. It definitely has. All right, what's the next song we're going to hear this morning? What would you guys like to play?
I guess we're going to do a little acoustic version of Get Stoned, just to do an oldie.
All right. I love that. Get Stoned. All right. They're going to be performing, like I said, at the Performing Arts Center in Scranton. HinderMusic.com to get the tickets. That is tomorrow night. So once again, this is Hinder on MMR.
It's not perfect or perfected till my heart explodes. I highly doubt that I can make it through another of your episodes. But lashing out, one of the petty moves you pull before you lose control. But you wear me out. But it's alright now. Well, let's go home and get stoned. But we could end up making love instead of misery. Go home and get stoned, because the sex is so much better when you're mad at me. And you wear me out. But it's alright now. Without a doubt, all the Regals with the mango text you're giving me, let's hash it out. Cause you're bitching and you're yelling don't mean anything. Don't count me out, cause I can handle all the baggage that you're carrying. But you wear me out. But it's alright now. But let's go home and get stoned. Or we could end up making love instead of misery. Go home and get stoned, cause the sex is so much better when you're mad at me. And you wear me out. Making love instead of misery. But it's alright now. gets on. We could handle making love instead of misery. Go home and get some. Cause the sex is so much better when you're mad at me. Go home and get some. We could handle making love instead of misery. Go home and get some. Cause the sex is so much better when you're mad at me. And you will me out. But it's alright now, yeah. And let's go home and get stoned. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's go home and get stoned. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's go home and get stoned. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah. Hinder. 93.3 WMMR. It is everything that rocks. Get stoned. I was watching our YouTube feed, and a number of people are getting stoned right now because you decided to play that song. And maybe that, have you ever thought about a little inspiration to fire up whenever they hear that song?
Yeah, I'm about to go do that right after.
Well, at this point, you can have your own line and your own product. And why not?
We've talked about a drink with a buddy back home. We'll see if we can make it happen.
We had Urkel in here. Jaleel
White. Yeah.
He has his own Donge. Yeah.
It's called Purple Urkel.
That's
so phenomenal name, right?
Purple Urkel. That's his line.
Isn't that great?
Yep.
All right. Marshall, how old were you when you first sang in front of an audience?
Oh, God. I don't know. Probably in my teen years.
Yeah, I'm
Early
listening to you sing. You got a really, really beautiful, clean voice, and I'm just wondering, like, who were you singing along to first when you go, wait a second, I can sing?
Well, I grew up, my mom was in a gospel band. So I grew up, I was like, when I was like 5 years old, I was sitting under the table listening to them practice,
I love that stuff.
So, thanks.
We had so many musicians in here, and the thing that I love the most is when they're just doing it at home in the living room, like collectively with their family. And so we have a former coworker of ours. His wife's family is from West Virginia. And they go down, for these family things, and they have these little jamborees, and I love that because I didn't have, maybe a little bit of that, in my household. The family parties, somebody break out the guitars. That's just so much fun.
Did you guys come from a musical family where that was the inspiration? It was easy to pick that up. Joe, you're shaking your head yes, or nodding your head yes?
Yeah, my father played guitar, so that's where I learned it from him.
Nice. And were you farting to keep the rhythm?
He was the tuba.
That's it. He was.
That's where the name Joe Blower
human tuba came from. I love that.
Nailed it.
By the way, Mike, you were kind of off, hidden away while the people were curious where the mystery voice was coming from in the video, and then they finally showed you, so everybody was happy.
I walked up to the camera and put my face in it. Yeah, that's me.
I
didn't realize
exist.
until I got up to it.
I'm here.
Got to fight for every second.
Yeah.
That's right. Bass players get dissed all the time.
Totally, man.
There it was.
Do you ever notice? Okay, in the movie, The Wonders, you know that film.
Oh, yeah.
So in the movie, they never give the bass player name. They just call him the bass player.
That thing you do.
And it was That Thing You Do. I'm sorry, not The Wonders.
Yeah.
And at the end, the credits, his character is TB player. You knew that, right?
The bass
As
player.
in the bass player.
Oh, man.
And it was Tom Hanks's commentary on how the bass player always gets kind of screwed.
Oh, yeah. He got way more love than I do. For sure.
I always used to hear the joke Preston that used to be, and I don't know if this is the case, but who's the guy who travels with the band? The drummer.
Right, yeah, the drummer. We get crapped on, too. It happens. But, well, listen, you can come and see the entire band. The whole studio album, Back to Life, is out now, so make sure that you grab that, download it. Like it, do whatever you need to do. Follow these guys on social as well. But you can see them live. They'll be at the Performing Arts Center in Scranton tomorrow night. And you can go to hindermusic.com to get your tickets, and please do.
And I think you guys are in Gettysburg the following night. So, people listening right now, if they can't make it to Scranton tomorrow night, Gettysburg, I believe, on Saturday.
Yeah.
But
Something like that.
A lot of fans listening. So, yeah.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys getting up early, coming by to pay a visit. Thank you so much. I know it's not the rock star time right now.
Well, thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Thanks for being here. Let's give some love to Hinder, everybody. We are going to take ourselves a break. We'll come back in a moment. Lisa Ann Walter from It's Always Sunny last night. The crossover with Abbott Elementary will be in our studio. So we'll be back in just a second. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
I wanted to text him was that I got, and I've said this to you guys, like COVID kicked my ass. I got my ass kicked, you know? What I sent him was that I got my ass licked.
I got my ass licked.
How
you feeling? Well, I got my ass licked.
Pretty good. I got my ass licked.
Oh, and it's all worth it.
I mean, it was kind of bad at the beginning, but once the ass licking started, it turned for the better.
I mean, I've heard of rim jobs before.
Wow.
I mean, like fully changed the, you know, like I guess it auto-corrected to licked, and I didn't realize, sent it, and then, you know, I didn't like hear back, so, and I went back and pulled up my text and looked, and I was like, oh my God, what do I do? And then I just put kicked and sent that and just didn't say anything else.
And no response back, or
no, like he didn't really address it.
Kathy,
He
there's
just said,
someone on the phone for you.
no, he just said no worries. You know, whenever you feel better.
Listen, was that an invitation? Because I would like to follow through on that.
So this is just more of just an acquaintance, right?
Listen,
professional.
Yes, like yeah.
Professional ass licker?
No, I mean like you know them more on a professional level as opposed to a personal level.
Yeah, like they own a business, and I go to the business and purchase.
Why would
it.
she mention she had her ass licked?
Oh my God!
I don't understand.
Santa's coming over right now.
My mouth is pretty moist. I could do that.
Oh God! Ew! Oh God!
There are some things that are absolutely astonishing as when you listen, that you wrote kicked. I'm sure I
did.
Right. So why is that not perceived as an actual word? I've had it happen.
I think they were just trying to pull a fast one on you.
Yeah.
I think technology was like,
ass licked. Yeah. It's built into the algorithm.
The autocorrect feature is bizarre, though. Like, I don't know. My mom sent me a text right before Christmas, and she wrote, I bought Ben some ski dicks from Buckman's and a U.S. National Parks wall map and push pins. And then her follow-up text was, good God, that is ski socks. Ski socks.
Do you ever put your feet in a nice pair of dicks?
But I'm sure my mom felt the same way as you, Kathy. It was just like, and at least it was to me, not to like, you know,
right,
a minister
exactly.
or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think that was.
It's just like why is it changing?
Well,
that?
my question is, if it is a legitimate word, legitimate in the context of the sentence, what makes it change it? I've had it.
Yeah. I think she probably accidentally misspelled it, and you didn't notice. And it went to
well,
licked instead
K
of
and
kicked.
L are right next to each other, and Nick, as far as ski dicks are concerned,
yes.
D and S are right next to each other, as is the O and the I. So I think there's most likely on your end of things, Nick, that was a misspelling and not an autocorrect. Because why would they autocorrect from socks to dicks?
Thanks for checking in. Would you like to lick my ass?
It licked my ass.
Oh my God.
That's great.
Great to hear from you.
You would. I thought you were going to go somewhere else with this story because last Thursday I got a message from a friend of mine who works at Headstrong Foundation, and he was letting me know that a friend of mine is going to receive some financial
ski dicks.
No, some financial assistance for his daughter who is suffering from cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought I was responding to somebody else when I wrote LOL to this guy when he's telling me about.
No.
Oh, jeez.
Yes. So I go, he's like, he's going to get
That's
this.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Cancer.
Laugh out loud.
That is funny.
And I was like, oh my God, how do I? And I was like, no, I mean, it was totally meant for somebody else. And I can't find out who I was trying to say LOL to, but I can't believe I responded.
I mean, at this point, I think everyone, even the best person with the greatest amount of accuracy has experienced that mistake. That whether you're misspelling and it turns to lick or whatever, or the an emoji that's an incorrect emoji that you didn't want to hit, but it is you. When
the
it
laughing
happens,
emoji.
you're like, oh my god, and you almost mentally try to reach out and pull it back, but you can't.
Hey, what does this mean? Somebody texted in and said swipe keyboard or regular tapping keyboard.
Oh, so with the swipe keyboard, you can just basically keep your finger on the keyboard the entire time and not lift up.
Oh, and it sort of helps you spell out words, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and then tap is just like the regular.
Do you have that option on an iPhone?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Where you can just keep your finger and move from letter to letter.
And if you pause long enough, it will.
I don't
generate
use it.
or.
Yeah, I've attempted it. I've tried it, but I'm so used to the other way that I just keep doing it the other way.
It's the number one preference for salad tossers, Preston.
I really need to use. I need to use voice to text more often.
Me too.
I don't trust it.
That makes mistakes
Yeah,
too.
that's the
I know it
problem.
makes mistakes,
Yeah.
but if I do have to write a fairly voluminous amount, a longer one, I'd rather dictate it and then go back and maybe fix the mistakes.
I'm very good at that, and I make sure that I include all the appropriate punctuation.
Yeah, you gotta do
drives
that.
me
Right.
crazy.
Sure.
You know what annoys me about that though is if you stop in the middle of a sentence just to gather your thoughts and then you start again, it starts with a capital letter. So then there'll be a capital letter in the middle of the sentence, and I can't send that.
Well, do you know what
It annoys
works,
me.
Kathy? If you can, first write it longhand, then type it, then print it.
Pierre loves voice to text, and he likes to voice to text while he's driving. And Pierre has a tendency to sometimes be a bit long-winded.
No.
And so his texts are also long-winded.
And so the year is 1983.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, I
Okay.
wrote him a nice text on Friday. I thought he had a great show, and I was just like, "Hey, man, it was really cool to listen. I was in the car a lot. I got to listen to a lot of your show. It was awesome." And he didn't respond, which is also fine with Pierre. And then he wrote back yesterday, and it was like 6 paragraphs long. And I'm like, okay, yeah, it was nice of him to respond. It's just.
Will we ever forget the tragedy of the Donner Party?
What? The problem with me and voice to text is I can't think of what I want to say as I'm saying it.
I mess it up too.
I'm like,
That's what I mean, and then
so
you want to
here
pause.
is the thing. I would like to say to you these words, and I'm like,
Well, so it gives you the option to review it.
I know,
Right?
I know.
Yeah.
But just when I'm typing it out, I know exactly what I want to say. But when I'm
My
saying
friend
it,
sends the voice
Would you
messages.
be interested in licking my butt?
It licked my butt.
Damn it! It said.
So my friend sends those voice where it's just like you can just talk and then it.
Todd Glass did that for Casey last week, and he did it for a reason. I forget what it was, but your voicemail was full or something like that. So he sent you voice text.
yeah, I guess my voice. I don't have my voice.
Do you get that
my
from
voicemail.
anybody?
I have.
With any
I
of your-
have just a handful, but not any regularity.
But
I
I'm
don't know
not good
anybody
at sending back then. Like when I send it back, I'm talking like I'm doing voice to text,
Right.
but it's just like a regular message.
Hi, this is Kathy. I was busy. I couldn't get your call. I was inviting a stranger to lick my ass.
Kath, who were you texting this, by the way? I forget.
What
She didn't
that I
say.
got my ass?
Licked. Yeah.
Yeah, it was somebody. I have some things I need to drop off at this business, and it was the business owner.
It's so funny though, and it's Kathy, the abject terror you experience when that happens. It's like, and there's nothing. Everyone has made the mistake. It doesn't matter when you've done it, especially on that level. How many times it happens constantly. I forget who I told I loved dearly and used the nickname I use, Spooky or something that I use on my wife. the question mark came back, and I'm like, oh no,
Son of a bitch.
because my big mistake is that I don't look. All right, so I texted, and then I got 1 or 2 texts from the time that text occurred, so that Claire is no longer the top person on my text chain, and so I'm responding now to whoever was last in, and I always make that mistake.
What sucks is when you are you get a word wrong and then you type what you think is the correct word, fixing it, and you have typed an incorrect word again.
Yes.
And if you do that 2 or 3 times, it's like, what the hell
Right, and then that
is
becomes-
happening?
That becomes the default sometimes. If you type it enough,
Yes.
the bad spelling, the incorrect spelling becomes the default for what they think.
And
the
it
phone
does,
thinks.
and then you got to break that nightmare. I would think a lot of times, and then it'll give you, and then you have to, X out of the word that's popping up. I'm like, no!
I hate that. Especially if you're using curse words. And I understand why curse words are going to come up as incorrect, because you don't want to accidentally send that to someone who doesn't need to be seeing
By
that,
the way,
or
though,
you don't intend to see that.
They should put that. They should put curses in, or allow you to put curses in.
Well, I mean, listen, you can if you wanted to. When you do like the abbreviated keyboard or whatever.
Yeah.
So
you can change ducking.
You can change ducking, or like if you just wanted to, like, okay, if I type the letters FFF, it's just going to turn into
Forget you, Dad.
Forget you, Dad.
It's going to turn into what?
Whatever you want it to be. So, like, for instance.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So
you're setting up a code. Okay.
I send my wife a text every single morning, and it's the same thing. And when she's mad at me, she goes, "Oh, thanks a lot for doing the quick text." But if I just type in the letters I, that comes up, and it just says, "Good morning, I love you so much."
Okay.
You know what I mean? So you can do that, like if you typed, but it's
Lick
called
my butt.
You can do a shortcut where, if you want to say F you, if you just type in the letters FF or FFF or whatever.
Where do you go set that up?
You got to go to settings, keyboard, shortcuts.
Eat a bag of sticks.
But I do that for like my address, right? Rather than typing my address out every single time when I need to do that, I just type in the letters of my house or the numbers of my house, and my address comes right up.
That's cool.
By the way, here's a text that says, I use voice to text so often that sometimes I accidentally dictate punctuation when I'm leaving a voicemail. So they're like, "Hi, John, comma." They'll actually say that leaving a voicemail.
I haven't gotten that bad, but I've done fairly lengthy texts with the speech app, and it works well.
Yeah.
But I mean, it does. You do have to be on your game. You can't slip up once, because if you go through a 3 or 4 sentence thing and you screw up, then you got to start from the beginning. You can't jump in again and fix the part that's wrong.
By the way, here's a text that says, "Hi, I wanted to RSVP for the ass licking party."
Polite.
Kathy, is there room left?
Stop it.
How did you beat COVID? Well, I used an unconventional treatment.
It's very unconventional.
The trick is finding a doctor willing to do it.
Casey, I think you saw the guy that's the president of that club down the shore this past summer. He had a big white truck and sat on the back.
Yeah, I eat A.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I was like, where are you going with this one?
All right. Well, that sounds like it was fun for the recipient, Kathy.
Yeah, that was super fun.
that took place.
Well, maybe you'll see them in some sort of professional function.
Much, Kathy. Well, if you guys didn't know, Kathy had the Rona. She got past it, but there are some lingering effects, and a lot of people have dealt with this lack of taste thing.
Would it be safe to say that it licked her ass?
I think it licked her ass. Now, if you don't know about that, she had texted someone that it kicked her ass and accidentally typed in licked her ass. And this wasn't a close personal friend either. It was more of a casual relationship. And
I love it.
Took it to another level. But so your sense of taste, at what point? Because listen, when you get a cold, when you get the flu, it's standard that happens, but it doesn't linger afterwards. So did this happen at the onset of symptoms, or did this happen later on?
No, so I was like a few days into having COVID, and I had congestion too. So, sometimes, like you said, like if you have congestion, you have a cold or whatever, like, taste won't be there. So that's what I kept telling myself. I was like, no, I think it's that, because there was like a little bit still there. So I'm like, maybe it's just the congestion, like normal, and I'm not really losing my taste. No. And then flash forward, now we're a few weeks in, and my taste is, I would say my taste is like 0 to 10%. I don't know. Maybe today I'll see.
Yeah.
I thought maybe at one point it was coming back. I had yellow mustard. I told you guys this, but I don't know if it was like whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
You don't know if it was like the spices in the mustard,
right,
that, as opposed to its actual flavor.
Yeah.
It's like, it's nothing you would be able to compare it to in life. I mean, it's such
so
a unique
weird
thing to have happen.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, people have what they call the long Rona. Still, even they eventually get their taste back, but it can be a while.
God,
I've seen stories of people that have gone like a year without having taste. My grandmother, this was a long time ago, went years a loss of taste.
Is that right? What
and
caused
then
it?
It just Came back.
Right.
I don't know. We never found out.
And now she's a food critic.
No, she's dead.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, she couldn't taste anything, and then it just came back around one
I mean,
day.
what's weird here, and not to like sound too alarming here, but there is something cerebral going on there, which is like a little bit scary, don't you think?
So I heard a doctor talk about it and why, and it all stems from the nose and like the blood vessels that are in the nose.
The nose.
And again, I just watched like a quick video, so hopefully that's accurate. But that's what he was saying, and like my sense.
All right, thanks, Marissa. So we got a little time to talk about some other things before Lisa Ann gets here. And I saw this little blurb this morning I wanted to share with you guys. It's a little musical nugget in something that I've been doing wrong since the 1980s.
How's that possible?
It's very, very possible. So I had Casey pull up the song Safety Dance from Men Without Hats. And I'm going to have to play it until it gets to the part because I can't stop the song on the... I'm playing it on this our digital audio player here, and I don't have the ability to stop it. So I'm going to start the song here. And there's a vocal. There's a line in here that I think all of us have been singing wrong since this song came out. And I'll let you know what it is. It's one line. And I know what I've been singing, and I actually read in the story this morning. I'm like, well, that's what I always thought it was, but no.
Okay.
It is not. And I'll give you some of the background on this. And it's not too far off from where we are now. So let's just enjoy the music of... There it was. Okay, the girl said, and we can dance. And then you heard the girl say...
Sing.
And we can... And sing, right? Okay. And we can dance and sing.
So I always thought it was like something in French, believe it or not.
You're right.
Really?
Oh! Yes.
Really?
Do you know what it is?
I do not.
So this is
something like...
Is there a way to back that up and bring it to that part? Marissa's going to do it. Okay. I didn't think we were going to do this.
To my ear, it sounds like something akin to Marseille.
Marseille. I'd always thought and sing.
Yeah, same.
Okay, because we dance and sing, right? You know, those two phrases go together. I'll let Marissa isolate it.
Okay.
It'll take just a moment, and then I'll play it back again.
So it's a French word or a French saying? It's a
French word.
All right, now I definitely want to hear it.
I don't think I've ever noticed it until right now.
And there's a full explanation that the lead singer has.
Oh, I want to hear this now.
So don't look it up, Nick.
I'm not going to look it up. I just want to look up the band.
No cheating.
Don't cheating.
Well, okay.
I don't know anything about the band, to be honest.
So the band, the lead singer is Ivan Dorshuk, and they are, wait here, I didn't know this. They're Canadian.
What? Yeah.
I thought they were European.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
I remember years ago, Jesus Christ, you're going back decades. That's what drives me crazy with this. When you start to realize how old some of these songs are. But they were on MTV, and I thought for sure it was going to be some European thing in Canada.
Yeah, and it was, they're from Montreal.
Oh, so they are French-Canadian.
And it looked... The tone of the video looked European.
Yes.
And it's from the early to mid 80s, and it was a huge hit. It never went to number one. It made it to number 3 in the United States, but it was all over MTV and the radio. I mean, you could not escape it when that song was a hit. Marissa, here we go. This is the isolated part. So this is it. All right. Okay.
Yeah, I still hear sing.
I always heard it as and sing, but it sounded oddly pronounced. I'm like, well, it must be and sing. But I mess up lyrics all the time. So let me play the audio of Ivan explaining what she's saying. Here we go.
What the hell is that girl saying, Safety Dance? After you say we can dance. A lot of people think she says, and sing. Even the TV show Glee thought that's what she said. In fact, all she says is danser.
Danser, which is French for dance.
To dance.
Which is French for dance. I grew up in Montreal, and I did all my schooling in French. I went to university in France, and I used to like to incorporate bits of French into my song lyrics. It was kind of a trend back then in new wave music. Talking Heads, Psycho Killer. Psycho Killer, qu'est-ce que c'est? Visage, Fade to Grey.
It's another good song.
Since we had a legitimate claim to the language, I thought it'd be kind of cool. So, danser.
Danser.
There we go.
So now, go back to the other isolated part, Casey, at the top here, and I'll play it again. Danser.
There we go.
I still hear and sing.
Yeah. And you know what? Have you ever learned the correct lyrical composition of a part of a song you were singing and still reverted to singing it the way you were?
No.
Okay.
So, and what I have done is I've learned the lyrics of songs that I know that were I've known for all my life. I'm not singing the right words. But I got so far deep into it that I'm like, I don't want to learn the real words, for it might ruin it a little bit for me.
Right.
And what I found out, it doesn't ruin it for me when I do indeed find out. And I will move on and sing the legit part. I don't hang on to the old
I try to, but
mispronunciation.
if it's something I've been doing for years, I'm like, hell, I'm just going to sing my original version. My original fake version.
I'll give you an example, and it has a local connection. So Robert Hazard wrote Girls Just Want to Have Fun. And the line that Cyndi Lauper sings is... when the working day is done, girls, they want to have fun. I didn't know it was when the... I was just, what in the world in day is fun? I just made up. It was gibberish. It came out of my mouth. It just wasn't worth my time to go and figure it out. I just sung along with it. And eventually, I'm like, damn it, I know that's wrong. I'm going to go look it up. I looked it up. I now sing the right words, and it has not tainted the song whatsoever.
Okay.
And there's been several other occasions as well. I told you guys there was... I Want You to Want Me from
Cheap Trick.
Yeah, Cheap Trick. Old brown shoes, put on my brand new shirt, get home early from work. If you say that you love... feeling all alone without a friend, you know you feel like dying.
Yeah.
I was always feeling on my day, I feel like dying. But then I figured it out, and I'm like, it makes sense now. I like it.
I have watched lyric videos, and sometimes, like if you're listening to something and you have it on Alexa or whatever on the show that has the lyrics, they're not right. Sometimes they're wrong, and that pisses me off. There should be some sort of felony crime associated with putting up the wrong lyrics.
At least it's not your fault that you got the words wrong.
No.
You got it from somebody else. So I like on my iTunes. If I don't know a song, there's just this little tab that you hit on your phone, and it has the lyrics that come up. I hope that they're right. You know what I mean?
But you never really know.
Never
For
really
example, my brother, Preston, you'd probably know this, a musician, he would get the book that would have, like, the Steely Dan, and they would have the sheet music. And a lot of times, whoever transcribed that, it was not accurate. It was incorrect.
Yeah.
So a lot of times... And you're just taking it on face value. Damn it, what's going on with this world?
Hey, can you guys humor me for a second? Because I got about 28 seconds of something that is labeled Safety Dance, Preston and Pierre. I don't know what this is.
No, we definitely want to hear this.
Let me hear this one.
Please.
All right, here we go.
You know, that is not annoying at all.
No.
Not the slightest bit.
Yeah. The North Korea just won. Called to
They just
purchase
ordered that. They're purchasing that. Oh, my God. Yeah.
The only thing missing is the lyrics, but, it's catchy.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, I thought that was interesting.
One more time,
You guys would... No, not one more time. No.
All right, I turned it on.
All right.
I think it's catchy. I like it.
Of the one-hit wonders of that era, and there were loads of them.
Yeah.
A la Men Without Hats, Safety Dance. Do you have one that you would peg as like the ultimate that defines that era? That's one of them for sure.
I don't know. I don't know if I could, because I was firmly entrenched in what they would call new wave and progressive, and working for DRE in New York right after it switched from LIR. So I don't know if I could attach to one president. Do you have one of mine?
Well, I would think what Casey just said, which is "Come On, Eileen."
Okay,
You're talking about that time, of that era.
Yeah, but Marissa has one.
Mine comes from watching pop-up video.
Yep.
Aha, Take On Me.
Yeah.
So
that video is just iconic for
Marissa,
that time.
I think that's a really good choice. It's another one, Big Country. In a Big Country.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, another one-hit wonder, and that one they played constantly. Yep.
Like going back to Marissa, the Aha, the lyrics, I was like,
Yes, I didn't. Same
I don't
here.
even know what he says.
He says, "I'll be back in a day."
Have you guys heard the acoustic version of it?
Oh, I love
too.
It's my new absolute.
I prefer the acoustic version to it.
Phenomenal
than the original version, actually.
Yeah.
And it showed up in Last of Us this season. Steve, you sent me the MTV Unplugged version of it.
I think that's what he said.
A few years ago. Yeah, well, Preston, the reason I bring that up is if you listen to the acoustic version of Take On Me, you can definitely hear what he's saying, and the lyrics become much more clear.
and much more touching.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, I love that. And you just reported recently that he's is it Parkinson's?
I think Parkinson's. Yeah, the lead singer. Yeah, Casey. It says, take on me, take me on, take on me. I'll be gone in a day or two.
But he says,
well, because he's hitting that high of a note, it's hard to form the ooh, as opposed to e. E is easier.
Yeah, it is.
So as a vowel goes.
Yeah, listen to the acoustic version. All of those lines, they sound more clear and bring more meaning to it.
You'll weep. You'll weep openly.
Yeah. Want me to read the lyrics to you? We're talking away. No, I don't know what to say. I'll say it anyway. Today is another day to find you. Shying away. I'll be coming for you, love, okay. Take on me.
Take me. I knew a couple of women who, maybe they still do it. They go around the world following. They're like aha
fan.
groupies.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, I had a question. So, for just jokingly for a moment, I went, take on me. Does that have a name of that affectation on your voice? Because we know what falsetto is. Falsetto is your fake voice.
Isn't it vibrato?
No, that's I'm talking about this.
Is it faux operatic?
I don't know.
Kind of Kermiting it up a little bit.
Maybe it's a Kermit.
There's a little Ray Romano in there.
Yeah.
Are there so many songs about rainbow?
Is that the vocal equivalent of font?
Vocal font.
Vocal font.
Instead of vocal fry.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
So it changes the font.
Sing times courier.
I don't like that. I think even if it's not real, I want to make it that.
All right, Preston, you were in the era in 80s, and somebody texted this in, and I think this is a great one-hit wonder, but I always forget the artist name, and I want to know if you know the artist name.
Oh, it's a test. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Break My Stride.
Am I answering this or are you answering it?
Breaking My Stride.
Oh, okay. Ain't nobody gonna break in my stride.
Yes.
I'm down. Oh no, I've got to keep on moving. And I know it, but I don't.
I knew it would be.
God, give me the first letter.
M.
No.
Of the first name. Steve?
Oh, 1 second.
I have been.
Oh, 1 second. Hold.
All of a sudden, Mel Gibson's there with face paint on.
Marissa wants to chime in here.
Okay, Marissa.
Well, I'll stall for you, Steve. That song is having a moment on TikTok.
Oh,
because it's like a trend where you kind of like do a stride, and when you go on the back on the note, then you cut to like a different place, like you're walking through an airport, and then like,
I'm having a brain fart.
Safari.
I can't. I need it. I need it now. I need
tried
it
to help
badly.
Who is it?
No, don't know. Tell us.
Matthew Wilder.
Oh, I wouldn't have gotten that.
Yeah.
Matthew Wilder.
Go to hell.
Hang on a second. Oh, I'm going to go to Brian. Hi, Brian. How you doing? Oh, wait. Hold on. Now I can hear you, Brian. Go ahead, buddy.
Privilege.
Welcome. What's up, buddy?
The group Whale was a one-hit wonder, I think, in the 80s and 90s.
It was the 90s.
Was it the 90s? I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
I can't even pronounce the name of the song.
Hobo humping slowbo babe.
What?
You hobo humping slowbo babe, get it up, get off of me. You. And then there was a girl that was singing, likes the candy, named the man. Yeah, I know that song. I played that song on the radio, man.
Oh, dig it.
Dig it, man. Yeah, and the singer had braces. And yeah, I actually have that in a couple of playlists. It's a weird little tune. I love that song.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you, Brian.
Never heard of that song
All right,
ever.
thank you.
Listen, the format, especially Y100 and DRE before it, it was the playground for one-hit wonders. But there was some great friggin' stuff.
Here, I'll pull it up here, Case.
Okay.
Uh,
Good.
Yeah, it's one of the first songs that came out. I just typed in hobo.
There you go.
And it came up. So
All right.
I will enlighten you with the sound of whale.
You guys don't recognize it?
No.
I got to get to the part where the girl's singing. Right here. Cool little tune. Yeah. But the band went nowhere. You know, it was just one of those that just happened to be a weird little tune.
Do you remember
made it out in the 90s?
Band called MC 900 Foot Jesus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We played them at DRE.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
remember what the song was.
I mean, again, that song was inescapable, but they're gone.
Yeah, but another one of those great names.
Nick, I want to ask you a question for everybody else, but when you were a senior in high school, did you guys have I don't want to necessarily call it an anthem, but we had a song, and like anytime we had a student assembly, we would play this song, and it was huge for that year, so 92, 93.
No, not the one that comes to mind, believe it or not, is Whoop, There It Is.
Okay.
Because that came out at that time, and it ended up being the Philly song that year in 93.
So I'm a little older.
Whoop,
It was
whoop.
Whoop, thank you. You left the M out of that.
Whoop, There It Is, sorry.
Yeah.
What was yours?
It was Rush by Big Audio Dynamite.
Oh, that's a good one.
We played it like every single assembly, and we would go crazy for it.
And when did that come out, that song?
92, 93.
Okay,
I
all
feel
right.
like it was fairly new at that time.
All right, well, I hate to break in and switch gears, but a hot redhead has entered the studio, and we need to make note of that. She is going to be performing Helium Comedy Club Friday, Saturday, even Sunday.
Whoa.
Some of the shows are sold out. Ladies and gentlemen, from Abbott Elementary, and now It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Lisa Ann Walter is here.
I thought there was going to be something about like the trash strike. When this just in.
Well,
get your couches off the curb.
We heard
Philly.
that you have been created as a meme representing the trash strike. Did you hear about this?
No, and I would like to see that immediately.
And so it is apparently the text is this person would be dropping off their trash at City Hall. And it's got a picture of you.
100.
Yeah.
100%. And not just the trash. Melissa would be like, spring cleaning is a thing. And I understand. And I got some stuff in the basement. And just like bodies.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you're right. Because
get in the crawl space.
Yeah. There was like,
I think Vito's down there.
Furniture, bureaus, like stuff.
That's what I saw. And they were on the news this morning like, hey, you guys don't come on. There's dumping laws. And people are just like, whatever.
Yeah. I love when the politicians or they're going to try to implement nuance. It's not going to work.
No, and then they got threatening. They were like, we're gonna put cameras up. We're like, yeah, you're gonna get right on that. we believe that. That's why I love Philly though, because they're like, yeah, okay, whatever. You got laws, but this is ridiculous. I gotta go past trash and rats. I'm gonna put my bureau out there.
Well, you are now a beloved adopted family member of Philadelphia.
I love that so much.
And what's really cool is like back at Helium, which is terrific, and you love the Helium experience. You love the Philly audiences.
I do.
So obviously you've been working for years, in comedy and acting and so on and so forth. What do you think? I'm not going to put you on the spot.
Put me on the spot.
What is
you got,
what
Steve?
is it that you love about the people here?
Listen. There are towns that are good comedy towns, and I only get to do a certain number of cities when we're on hiatus. So I book it way in advance.
Right.
The first one always, since my first year here, I think it was 4 years ago, is Philly, because they're smart, they like to have fun, but they don't mind if you get edgy. My shows here are so much different and better. Like each show is different from each other. I shot my special here last year.
Yeah, remember?
Yeah, which by the way is, I don't know, maybe I'm going to make an announcement here.
Oh,
Wait.
Drum roll.
Breaking news.
This just in. Lisa Ann Walter with the story.
You know what? It's probably illegal. No, we're doing the deal. But I'm not going to say it specifically, but it rhymes with Pulu.
What service rhymes with?
Is that different than Schmamazon?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I did it here for that reason. Each show is completely different from the one before. The people here are like, even if we're engaging, which I love to engage with the audience, I love to talk to them, but they're not idiots. Like, I'll go to some cities where people are just yelling. I'm like, what? I'm like, all right. I remember my first beer. Like, like they're just yelling nonsense. Philly's smart and they're funny. So when they're like tossing back with me,
right?
Every once in a while, I'm like, okay, let me do the jokes because I don't want to have to pay you.
I think you have to be a ballsy sort of audience member, especially your persona on stage. You're larger than life. The audience loves you.
Yeah.
Why are you risking that? You know,
Why not?
I don't care.
I like to have fun.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, if you're going on stage to do stand-up, you're brave anyway.
I'm talking
right?
about the audience. Not
the
you.
audience?
Yeah.
Because it's Philly. Have you been here? They don't care.
I wanted to ask you quickly because the episode aired last night, the second part of the double feature of Abbott and
the crossover.
It was wild to see the cast cursing from Abbott.
Well, I mean, Melissa curses.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me recently, like, so did you get to curse on the show because it was Always Sunny? And I'm like, Melissa curses anyway. Like, that wouldn't have been weird.
I had a feeling though because you in the first one you had a part and you had obviously in this one last night, but I think in a way Melissa is so similar to the It's Always Sunny characters.
That's why you didn't see me that much in the. You were being very political.
Yeah,
I appreciate your gentleness. I was barely in the episode. Let's be honest.
Because you're them.
If the storyline they were talking about doing a storyline originally on the crossover, where it had much more to do with Patty's, with the pub.
Right.
And then Melissa was going to be a big part of the story, which Quinta told me. She was like, you're a big part of the story. And then the script came out and I went, no, I'm not. I'm barely in it. But I think that's exactly right.
Yeah.
You know, when people are like, oh, was it like weird to have like those people in your universe? And I said, what's weird is Melissa being in the universe of Abbott Elementary.
Yeah.
Like her people are those Gavones.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like those are her people.
Yeah.
Like she thinks they're lowlifes, but really she would hang out with them.
Well, I love in the first episode.
Like she'd throw down at an Eagles game.
Yeah, in the Abbott Elementary, in the first episode, you say, that's the biggest dive in town, you know. And so you have that, but you want the contrast of seeing characters who don't normally encounter people as sociopathic.
Right.
In that.
Melissa is just sociopathic enough for them to be besties.
Hey, I have a question about the episode.
Jump in, Preston.
When it's all together, when it's all done like that, do you have to wait until it airs on TV to see it? Okay, so you don't get an advanced screening of it. Okay.
No, absolutely not. Which is one of the reasons why I love watching Abbott. I should I love watching my show. But forget me. The cast that I work with is the most incredibly talented ensemble cast on television, I think.
Yeah.
You can like the bear if you want, whatever. I like to laugh. Oh shoot, I shouldn't have said that.
No,
out loud.
we've talked about how the bear the bear is
it's a drama.
It's a drama.
Yeah. It's a half-hour drama.
Yeah.
And it's a really good show.
Yeah.
And there are some funny pieces to it.
Yeah.
But I think my people are insane. And I don't know what the hell they're doing. I don't know what Chris Perfetti, what weird physical thing he's doing behind me in the teacher's lounge. And then I see it on TV and I crack up because I didn't see it when we were shooting it. And sometimes you don't know which take they're going to use because our stuff is different. Like every time we see it and we do it in the scene, it'll be slightly different or I'll try something that they'll wind up keeping in. And I don't know it until I watch it.
Listen, you get to free line a little bit?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. Not a lot.
I get it because listen, we don't make sitcoms here, but we do have to do
kinda do.
But we do videos for clients and stuff like that.
Right.
And Preston and we just shot a video, and it's the same thing. Like we know what we gave our director and editor, right? I can't wait to see what he did with it. That's kind of how I feel about it. It's
now, and when you guys do a spot, do you riff?
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, and that's the most fun, right?
Yeah,
no doubt.
I mean,
That was one of the things about Sunny that was fun for me because I love to riff. We don't do it a lot on Abbott except the end of the scene when we're getting ready to go out, and the cameras are, we're rolling 3 cameras at the same time. So we'll always start throwing lines in, or somebody will do something different. Chris Perfetti will run into a wall. You don't know what's going to happen. So we're trying stuff kind of at the end, but when Sonny was there, they ad lib.
Yeah.
They do a lot of
the majority. So when you're
and so I got to do it back because I'm like, well, they're doing it.
Cool.
That's interesting. I saw, I can't remember who the interview was, but they were talking about a sitcom and how the ad-libbing would happen when in rehearsal and at the table reads, but when it came to actually shooting, they didn't do a lot of it, and the reason was because of where the camera was positioned and where the boom mics were, that if there was going to be an ad-lib, that the audio might not get picked up or the camera might not be positioned properly, so they learned not to do a ton of ad-libbing. For you guys, there's a little more leeway in being able to do that?
Yeah, because the cameras move all the time.
Yeah. Okay.
We got 3, so the guy who
It's not the traditional 3-camera shot.
Right, the guy who did The Office, Randall Einhorn, who's one of our EPs, he designed the shooting style on The Office, and then they
faux
got
documentary.
Faux doc, because he came from action shooting world,
right,
doing sports. So then he came onto our show, and it was the first time that 3 cameras are going at once. So their job is to keep another camera out of the shot. But which I actually think would be okay because it's supposed to be a documentary.
It does. In fact, it's funny because a lot of people forget that Modern Family started again as a faux documentary thing,
Yes.
and then
They kinda-
let go of it.
Yeah.
Your show in particular, and Quinta's been very candid about what an inspiration The Office was,
Yes.
and all that. But Abbott does stuff with as much that isn't written, the pauses, the looks.
Yeah.
Like to a new art form. And all you guys, so when you're doing something like that in the moment, I could see where I hope they got that, because there'd be no way to know until the final product.
And this is what you guys got to know for people that are not actors and don't want to be it and don't care. You just want to see your jokes on TV and laugh, right? When you're working a sitcom style where it's my side and then your side, they shoot what they call coverage.
Right.
Like they're going to put the camera on me, and now they're going to shoot Preston talking to me.
Right.
And I have to try to match what I did the last time. Look, there are shows where people don't even show up for their side.
Yep.
They're they just phoning it in. Like you're doing that, you're acting your ass off.
Right, yeah.
And I'm over here let me see who's on Instagram.
Yeah.
There are people that really aren't in it. I assure you that every single second that any of us are on set, we are in that scene 100%. And it's fun for an actor because you're reacting. If they're doing their stuff differently, I'm going to give you a different reaction. And I might look to camera then. And then our director sees that I'm looking at camera and what I'm doing. And then he's like, get that. Right?
Yeah. Right.
So we're 100% on all the time, living in that scene.
Is that not the biggest? So people have talked about doing movies with Tom Cruise. You were in War of the Worlds.
I was with Tom Cruise.
Right. And so.
I was.
Right. Yes, you were. I know.
Hang on one second. What part? Because I actually love that movie.
So I don't know what your question's going to be.
Okay,
but
go ahead.
do you want to ask it first? Because I got a little story.
Go ahead, please. I want to hear a Tom Cruise story.
So I auditioned for War of the Worlds before they even had a script. I went in. I had just done the movie Shall We Dance? Going back. Shall We Dance with Richard Gere and J.Lo? Why am I name dropping? And then Steven Spielberg said to me, Tank, I dropped another name. So anyway, as an actress, so I just done that, and they wanted me to gain weight for the role in Shall We Dance because it was based on a Japanese movie where the woman was nasty, so of course she was fat. Very misogynist. But anyway, I'm trying to gain weight, but I'm dancing 10 hours a day with Tucci and Richard Gere. So it was very hard. So I just got muscular.
Yeah.
And then they dyed my hair this white blonde. And when it ended, all my hair fell out except for a little puff ball, cotton ball of hair. Because turns out getting your hair dyed porn blonde in Canada, not a good idea.
Yeah.
Don't go to Winnipeg for your hair job, Lisa.
Yeah.
So I come home. Turns out my husband's cheating on me. This is way more information than you need, but it's really good radio.
I love the context.
So I come home. My husband's cheating on me with lots of different women. The neighbors are all telling me I'm depressed, fat, and bald. All right, listen. So I start dancing 3 times a week. I don't really eat very much because I'm depressed. I dance 3 times a week. I get ripped. Now I still have this porn blonde hair because I keep getting jobs with it.
Yeah.
Drill Bit Taylor, I got the porn blonde hair.
Yeah.
War of the Worlds, I go in for an audition. Now I'm ripped, waist-length porn blonde hair. And Spielberg likes this for a Jersey bartender. And he's like, we don't have a script, just say something. So I get up there and I'm like jiggling my arm, non-existent arm fat. Like I really got to work out. Like when I'm pulling the beer.
Right.
And I guess he likes it. So I get cast in a Spielberg movie. I go to set. They don't have a script. They have a script then, but they're like, Spielberg goes, I want you to improv and do all the stuff that you did in this other movie or in the audition. And I went, I must have looked like a deer in the headlights.
Yeah.
And he's like, don't worry, we wrote it all down. I'm going to give it to you at lunch. You do it this afternoon. But what was wild is I started to dye my hair back, and he goes, no. We wanted that hair. We wanted the horrible porn blonde hair. So I'm porn blonde, skinny.
Right.
I wore thong underwear. I'll never forget this. I picked these out of my drawer. I was like, I don't have much to do, but I'm going to make an impact.
Right.
And they want me to lean over the cooler to get a beer out for Tom Cruise, who it turns out at the end of this scene, he's late getting his kids. Remember when he comes down the road at the beginning racing in that muscle car he had?
Yeah.
It's because we were boning. In the original thing, I wore these thong underwear with rhinestones on the strip that goes over your hip.
Right.
So when I bent over, you saw all rhinestones coming out the crack of my butt.
Wow.
And listen, I was very specific in my choices.
Yes.
So Tom decides he's going to make it really sexy. So he starts like kissing my arm and kissing my neck and everything. And I'm like, this guy's good. Wow. He's a really good actor.
This guy's good.
Let's work this out in the trailer. He's very hot. In War of the Worlds, Tom Cruise, very hot.
Very much so.
And you're single now.
Right.
Yeah.
I was single. So single. And so I remember that I did not have a name. But as an actor, you have to be really smart.
Yeah.
So they gave me a choice of necklaces to wear for this character. And one of them, because Jersey is a name necklace.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Says Cheryl. I'm like, that one.
Yeah.
I put it on. The first take, he's like, so Cheryl, listen, now I have a name.
Now you got a name.
Yeah.
Now you're in the credits as a name.
There you go.
Yes.
No, I'm in the credit as bartender.
Shut up.
Now, wait a minute. Here's the best part. I got cut from that scene, and they knew it was going to get cut. I fly home from shooting that. Before I landed, there was a call to my agent, get her back with one of her kids. Because I'm talking in Video Village with Tom Cruise about my 4 kids.
Yeah.
And we're talking about Napoleon Dynamite or something. I don't remember what we were talking about. But he was like, I want her to come with one of her kids. So him and Spielberg are like, bring one of your kids and come back. And we're going to do this scene at the ferry where you're trying to get on the boat. Right. And I'm looking to Ray to help me with my daughter. I brought my daughter because she was turning 13 that week. So it was her birthday present. And so that scene in the bar, there where I'm sexy, I'm whoring it up with Tom Cruise. Never makes final cut, but I'm still in if you look that up, I'm in as bartender.
Yeah. So I did.
Should have been Cheryl.
I did look that up, but I remember the scene at the ferry.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the original question was, so for smaller
I segued
exchanges,
so far away from the
No.
original question. I'm amazed I found the breadcrumbs back.
But he was there doing the lines. Like you weren't having to act. You're having an exchange.
Let me tell you a little something about Mr. Tom Cruise.
Okay.
Don't talk about my boyfriend. There is a reason why that man is still doing action movies at 70, 75. What is he now?
I think a little younger.
No, he's literally my age.
Yeah.
And there's a reason. And it's 2 things. One is the guy works. He was doing a movie in Pittsburgh, and my girlfriend was running craft service. She goes, he goes from doing the 8-camera day where they're shooting all the scenes, gets in a car, in a limo. They take him over to the B camera where he's in like a quarry up to his knees in mud and doing the action stuff for another 12 hours with like an hour in between. Like, it's insane.
Well,
made me want to be a Scientologist. And he looks people in the eye.
Yeah.
And he never, it was freezing. We were shooting those scenes at the ferry up in Hudson on Croton or something like that, right on the river, dead of winter, sleeting. It was awful. The guy never put the big warmy coat and huddled under a lamp anywhere. He had on his wardrobe out there talking to the background people.
Wow. That's great.
The whole time.
Love to hear that.
Everybody loves him, and that's why he keeps working.
Yeah. I mean, and the guy, I remember the classic recently, Spielberg, and they had a bit of a falling out.
Oh,
a little
did
bit,
they?
A little
I
bit.
didn't know.
And then Spielberg
Nobody told me.
Came over, and he's your boyfriend.
Yeah.
He came over and said, you saved Hollywood. With
like Maverick?
Maverick, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
maybe
cool.
he did.
Yeah.
I don't know. During the strike, he came on with the negotiating committee, which I'm on, because, I'm a union girl. And he came in like, hey, let's make a deal. And I was like, hi, Tom, remember me? Took a video of me and my daughter for her bat mitzvah. He did. He pulled the camera out of my purse and was like, I didn't do her happy birthday song good enough. Let me do it again.
Wow.
It was a mensch. He's a good guy.
Wow.
Very cool. So of the guys you've ended up kissing throughout your
career,
life, would Cruz be in the number one position, or is just someone exceed
He's
him?
top 5.
Top 5.
Yeah,
Can you
he's
reel
top
off
5.
the top 5?
Why you want me to dish the dirt? First thing, I tell you what, come to my comedy show at Helium.
All right.
I don't know. I can't think of famous people.
Yeah. Who is you know?
You know who's a really good kisser?
Who?
Okay, so you watch Abbott Elementary, right?
Yes, yeah.
Remember Gary, the vending machine guy?
Yeah.
That was good.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Now I'm looking at it.
Guy laid it down.
So
Because
you
we
guys
have a Valentine's Day thing where, I think he's forgotten about it, and then I show up in the cafeteria, and he's got, or the teacher's lounge, and he's got "I love you" spelled out in vending machine.
Yeah.
And then I'm supposed to lay one on him.
Who's that actor?
Bruno Amato.
It's Bruno Amato.
Yeah, that's
Bruno.
funny.
Yeah.
So
my paisan.
So you as an actor,
He used to be a stevedore.
when they're doing intimate scenes and so on like that you do, there's even though you're acting, you're working, you're playing a part, you're still a human being, and if somebody's got good technique or not, or
You
if it
sure
makes
do.
you feel a tingly
And if you
way.
know, and if you're doing it with a guy, immediately.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the old thing. If I get aroused, I'm sorry, and if I don't get aroused, I'm sorry.
I was in a party, what they call upfronts, where they announce all the shows for so I can't remember who it was for, but it was a million years ago, and we were at an after party, and the Scrubs guy was there, and Eric
Zach Braff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Donald Faison.
Yeah.
And Sarah Chalk and Eric McCormick was there from Will and Grace.
Yeah.
Right. So we were talking about kissing on camera. And he was like, no, there's a technique. You can't actually enjoy it. You can't use tongue because it looks gross.
Yeah.
You have to do it whatever. This way. And I was like, you can't use tongue? What? Have I been doing it wrong? And so we started doing demonstrations at this party.
Wow.
And I remember I can't say who it is, but the former president of ABC said, I will give you $100 to demonstrate this with Sarah Chalk. And I said, $100? And he goes, yeah. And I went, okay, each. Pony up right now.
Oh, nice.
And did you get
Sarah
it?
Chalk's a good kisser.
Yeah, I believe it.
That's wild. So, go ahead, Preston.
You had mentioned earlier that you had porn blonde hair, and just real quick, I did a search, Lisa Ann Walter blonde.
Oh, boy.
And not surprisingly, 70% of those that came up are Lisa Ann, the porn star.
Yeah, that happens to me all the time.
Does that happen a lot?
Yeah, one time I was online. Those of you out there, kids in Radio Land who don't know this, there was a very famous porn lady named Lisa Ann, who, by the way, is from Pennsylvania, was born in Pennsylvania,
She's
like
sat in
me.
the same chair as you right now.
We've had her on the
a
show.
bunch of times.
Yeah.
Did she?
Yeah.
Should I be Lysol? No, she's actually. I love her.
She's
She's
cool.
Really nice.
We've not met, but we were sort of social media pals because people kept linking me to her stuff. So I would get porn stuff pop up on my,
It's
you know,
funny.
the Parent Trap fans are like, whoa. Some guy goes, I know you've got 4 kids. Are they okay with what you do for a living? And I'm like, wrong Lisa Ann.
Yeah.
But we started talking because she was for a minute part of a stand-up show, like a tour, but she doesn't use her last name.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, do you mind putting your last name on this? Because people, I have a book that just came out. She's really cool because
And
people
did
are like, you
she?
should sue her. And I'm like, you know what?
Yeah.
Listen, I take it up the butt in this business, but not to the degree that she does.
not
No,
literally.
I'm not going to try. I'm not going to give
There's
her any
walking
hardship.
the walk. Yeah.
She's got enough going on. What? I'm sorry.
I love you.
Guys, come down to Helium where I can say the real words.
Let me hit that. Friday and Saturday, there are shows at 9:30. The early shows are sold out. And then Sunday, there's a show at 3 p.m.
And that one's almost sold out, too. Crack me up. I'm like, who knew people wanted to
3
see comedy
p.m.?
at the...
Yeah,
you know what?
that's
People
great.
want to go the hell home.
Yeah.
The last time we saw you in person was a soaking wet Thanksgiving Day.
That's right.
At the because we were in the parade as well.
I know you were. You had the big float behind me. You were much fancier.
And we had
than me.
nobody else on it because the group Chic was supposed to be on there, and the lady showed up and they're like, "We're not doing it, not in this rain." So we got the whole float. It was me and Steve and Marissa,
It
and
was
that
just
was
the three of us on this huge thing.
You know what? She was that poor lady, because she was not young. That poor lady.
No.
And then they couldn't find a place for her to go to the bathroom. I know the whole behind the scenes story.
Yeah.
She was not. She passed recently too.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, that's terrible.
But it was what I loved about. Way to bring the show down.
Yeah.
What I loved about that day was this is my first time riding in a Thanksgiving Day. Anywhere, but certainly in Philly.
Likewise,
I had done the Italian Heritage Day Parade. I was Grand Marshal of earlier in the year.
Yeah.
Beautiful weather. And we were like singing Funiculi, Funicula all day. I had the best cannoli of my life, including Sicily. But this parade was fantastic because of the people that lined those streets.
Yep.
They pregame from 8 a.m.
Yeah.
And there's one woman that ran out to like talk to me. She grabbed my hand as the float was going by. She was in cutoff shorts, a tank top.
Oh, no.
Do you guys remember what last Thanksgiving was like?
It was terrible.
She was no hat, nothing, just running out, drunk, wasted. Wasted. And she was just like, let me tell you something, all right? You are so blanking good. We blanking love you so much. I'm like, wait. Hang on, ma'am. Let me get my phone. I pull my phone up. I start taping her. And I'm like, please just say exactly what you just said. I mean, F-bomb after F-bomb, soaking wet in shorts and a tank top. And I sent it to Quinta immediately.
Oh, for reference. By the way, and if you remember, we were leading up to it, and we were honored to be asked to be a part of it. And the forecasters a couple days saying, by the way, it's going to be the worst weather for a Thanksgiving parade in 20 years. And even though it was horrible, it was fantastic.
So
Because
great.
Exactly for the reason you said.
So great.
We're on the float going through the canyons of the city.
Yeah.
And everyone has tents out and crock pots. And
They had a whole kitchen, one of these people. Like a 3-tent setup.
Yeah,
It was amazing.
It was amazing, and it's just so wonderful. And the police and
The
everybody.
spirit.
Yeah. Oh my God. That's why That's why we love the city.
I think that's and answers your first question.
Yeah.
If we end the segment right now, it would be so good. But your first question is what makes this town special?
Yeah.
That spirit of this city is like undauntable, undaunting, dauntless.
We'll take them.
That's the word.
Yeah.
All of it.
Dauntless is
I won Celebrity Jeopardy. But like the people just won't. You can't keep them down. I mean, maybe the city gets mad at them sometimes, like when you grease the poles or whatever they do, trying to keep them off the when they're you win a Super Bowl or whatnot. But I mean, it was just amazing to watch. I had a blast. I was on the pirate float. And we just all day long were just, argh. Somebody gave me a hat.
Yeah.
And it kept the rain off my face. I had a blast.
It's just great. I mean, the memory is great. I have to just, because a number of people in my life are huge Parent Trap fans, and I was on the other day, and I was watching it, and I did not realize that you are besties with Elaine Hendricks, who plays the evil.
Yeah, the evil stepmom person, the girlfriend. Yeah, Meredith.
Did you guys hit it off on the set?
Immediately. Day one.
Wow.
I got there, we started talking. Hey, do you want to go get dinner? We went to Marie Callender, and she's skinny. So she had a salad, and I needed to be in big fat clothes, which was great because I just quit drinking. So I was like, turns out I'm a sugar addict. That's my first addiction is to sugar. So I ate a pie. And she had Casey almost spit his drink out. It was Marie Callender's, a good pie.
I got you.
So
what kind of pie? Do you remember?
Lemon meringue.
Okay.
And we just started talking, and we didn't stop, and it hasn't stopped. Even she's in New York right now doing. I think she's producing a Parent Trap like parody play called Ginger Twinsies.
Oh wow!
And she wanted me to go, and I'm like, no, I'm doing stand up. I can't meet you. But she lives in Atlanta, and I just played Atlanta, and she came to and did the shows with me.
Oh, that's
She was like
cool.
a surprise guest, so I said you should come and be a surprise guest at at Helium.
Don't you have?
I don't know if she's going to make
You
it.
have mirrored twins, don't you?
I do. I have identical boy twins.
One's left-handed, one's right-handed. The whole thing.
I love that. My son played with twins. They were mirror twins on soccer, and he had one on the right side of the field, one on the left side of the field.
You know
Wild,
what my dream
man.
was, and people don't know that this is a thing. So like when it's identical twins, it starts out as one egg, one what are they fertilized egg, right? So then about 6 weeks in, it splits, but it splits like in opposite, it like twists or something. And my dream when they were in high school was that they would be on the fencing team. This is my shut up, it's my dream.
Like the movie.
Like an 80s movie.
Yeah.
Like, remember those sports movies that were just wackadoodle?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so they're going to be on a fencing team. On the back, it just says Hopkins. That's the second husband, the cheater. That's his last name. And then they look their exact same build, exact same face.
Yeah.
Nobody could tell. You got that beekeeper hat on.
Yeah.
And then they go out there, and it's the big final match. You know, the like doing the crane.
Yeah.
You know, sweep the leg, whatever the thing is. And they go out there, and all of a sudden at the last minute, boom, switch hands. You win.
Yeah.
You get the point. And then they win the big fencing because that's a big sport.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fencing's huge.
But listen, this came up recently, and they're like, "That was your big dream? Was we would be cheaters?" And I was like, "Yeah."
But
Do you get a scholarship to college?
Well, listen,
yes.
But they take their beekeeper things off, and they realize that they're
different,
just like.
and they're both dating the same girl. I don't know what happens. I'm just saying. And wait, here's the button on that.
Yeah.
I just did an interview where the U.S. Olympic fencing team heard me tell this story.
Yeah.
And they were like, "You want to come and do classes? You and your boys can come do classes with the Olympic fencing team."
Wow.
I said, "Yes, I do."
Wow.
Yes.
The realization
go or
of
no?
a dream.
Yeah, well, I have to sell it to them first. I told one, and they were like, "It was dumb."
There's a
It's like, you're no fun.
This is totally randomly sent, but there's an article about fencing in today's Inquirer, which also has an article about Abbott Elementary and the cursing on last night's episode of It's Always Sunny. There's a dude who is a world-class Pan-American gold medal winner in fencing, and he grew up a Star Wars fan. He's from Philly, and his name is Tristan Sapari. So you're not alone in your dreams, and I just wanted to.
You know that's where it started.
Yeah.
He was wielding that lightsaber
That's it, yeah.
that he got at Disney World
That's
and
right.
was like, "I'm going to do this for a job."
Yeah, absolutely.
God bless. Go Tristan.
How old are those?
USA.
How old are the twins now?
24.
24
Okay.
years
Yeah.
old. Okay.
Did they have a twin language?
No.
That's young. That's
Well, I mean,
when they're
they
babies.
did, but they were like they call each other brother because we call them brother because you couldn't tell them apart.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
literally you couldn't. So it was like, don't do that to brother. And then they started calling each other brother. They would have weird names for stuff. Like, he called me Bonky Sauce. Like, real mad. And I'm like, the hell's Bonky Sauce? Turns out it was from SpongeBob SquarePants when they call them, when it's not applesauce. What did they say?
Tartar sauce.
Tartar sauce.
Yeah.
Tartar sauce. And then they got bonky sauce from that. And then they would call each other bonky sauce as the worst cut down ever. And yeah.
To them, it was like the C word. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's the best.
That's right.
Wow.
You're bonky sauce. I'm not bonky sauce. And then one of them, when he was born, had a big mole on his leg that was really hairy, which we think was the consumed triplet.
The triplet.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like that was his head.
That's a hell of a story.
Did you give the mole a name?
No, we should though. So,
oh my God.
So we would try. We didn't want the kid to feel bad, so we were like, "Geez, when he gets older, do we have to shave it? Like, what happens?" And then he also was born with his feet turned in.
Oh, man.
He's not listening. He's gaming and sleeping till 2 p.m.
Andy Garcia had a twin that didn't form in his back that they
That's fantastic. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, so the one with the hairy mole also had his feet turned in because his brother squished him. So he had to be in progressive casts.
Wow.
That we got made in plastic with Spider-Man on them, and we called them his cool shoes. Because when you have to strap a kid into something and they're like 12, 13 months old, you have to call them cool shoes so that they're into it, I guess. And then his brother would cry, and when we would ask him what he wanted for his birthday, he'd say, "I want a hairy mole." He wants a hairy mole and cool shoes.
A hairy mole and cool shoes. That sounds like
the made up story about the unformed twin. Did you tell him that? Like, you know?
No,
that's
we
your-
legitimately thought that's what it's being.
Really?
Let me tell you something, Preston. This is
God.
a big hunk of hair.
You would have thought
If
the
we were
same.
going to name it, we would call it Sasquatch.
Oh, I love that. I love
too
that
funny.
story. All right. Well, unfortunately we got to wrap it up. But listen,
I'm having fun.
These shows are selling out fast. Do not miss your chance to see Lisa Ann Walter at Helium Comedy Club. There's only the late shows on Friday and Saturday, 9:30 p.m. And then there's a Sunday show, like you said, is selling out very quickly. It's a 3 p.m.
That's almost sold out. So
3 p.m.
If
show.
you want to be in bed like I do by 8:30,
Helium,
you never know. You might see Sasquatch.
HeliumComedy.com.
The triplet showed up.
We love you so much. It is
I
wonderful
love
to
you
see
guys.
you. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having
Lisa
me.
Ann Walter. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 90.
I think I have a little bit of it. Like I would say maybe like 25%. Like if I stick my nose in something, I might be able to identify.
Well, they go
it.
hand in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, so your olfactory senses inform your taste to some degree. I don't know what the percentage is.
Hey, if you were going to lick someone's ass, now is
Yeah.
the time to do it.
No,
it, Kathy.
It's the time to do it.
We can give away mixed martial arts
do
tickets.
it.
All right, so what we've decided to do, and actually it was Kathy's idea, we're going to do a taste test this morning of some various things and see if she can identify. Now, they have various consistencies to them, so that might be a clue into what you might be tasting. But nonetheless, we want to see if you can identify. And some of these things are very strong flavors. You know, we're not throwing anything.
All right.
You're not going to taste anything effed up. We're
Yeah,
not
like
doing
toilet water.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
You wouldn't
It's
know
all
what that tastes
legit.
like anyway.
It's all edible, and
Or
you'll
like,
be fine.
Is there a
foot
chance?
shavings?
Yeah,
No,
foot
none of
shavings.
that. No,
Is
nothing
there a
gross.
chance that this might, because of the wide variety to her palate, is it possible this might kickstart your taste back up?
Ooh.
Possibly?
Listen, I also read a lot about that. People trying to do that using like pepper, and,
Right,
and there was
yeah.
another thing where if you like burn an
A burnt orange.
peel, yeah,
Carter told me about it yesterday. He's like, "Ooh, there's this thing," and I saw it, and I was like, "Really?" And he goes, He goes, "Hang on." He looks at me, and goes, "Oh, it's not real. Never mind."
Not real.
Yeah,
like people were trying it, but there's no scientific evidence that it works.
All right.
Hang on. Let me go to Steve real quick. Steve lost his taste. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, buddy. So, did you have Corona?
Yes, last year.
Okay, and how long has it been since you've been able to taste anything?
Over 400 days.
400 days.
Now, Steve, let me ask you a question because you're not necessarily eating for taste anymore. Have you lost?
I am anger eating.
Yep.
Yeah,
Anger eating.
All right,
I
so
get it.
have you lost any weight as a result, or nothing's changed?
You know what? Everybody says, "Oh, you must have lost so much weight." I lost some in the beginning. In the beginning, I lost a lot. But I have, as time goes on, I'm just anger eating. I'll buy Reese's cups and I'll be like, damn it, I'm going to taste these Reese's cups. And I don't.
Steve, do you feel, and you're like constantly searching for it, right? Like you constantly, you're like, okay, let me try this. Maybe there'll be a little bit there.
Yeah, and the only thing is I have had twinges of, like if somebody has like a lemon cookie or a lemon cupcake, I might get like the taste of lemon with the first bite, and then everything and it's gone. Like there's just nothing.
Steve, so this would not affect though your hunger, right? Hunger is.
Oh no, of course not.
Yeah,
of course not.
Yeah,
that's the best part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
You still have to eat. You just have no joy in any of it. I'm like I always say it's like Captain Barbossa in Pirates of the Caribbean. They just want to watch Keira Knightley eat because they have no joy.
Right. They can't experience. Well, but look. I mean, statistically, it you should get a return, and there's no guarantee it's going to be anytime soon. But man, my heart goes out to you.
I've tried the other things. Like my wife has been getting me to try this smell therapy where you smell coffee grinds, you smell oranges, you smell.
But they say that takes like years to actually kick in and work because it's supposed to be like based on your memory.
Yeah, it's really weird. And then I eat things because I like pizza. I know what pizza tastes like.
Right.
So I eat it. So, but like now I'm more concerned with like textures. So I'll eat things that like I always want nachos because nachos have crunch, they have sauce, they have But December 9th, 2020 was my last day.
All right,
Steve,
man.
were you vaccinated?
Yeah, and boosted.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was all after. I mean,
I know there's connections to any of this stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Dude, I feel for you. Hang in there. Hopefully it'll come back around.
Preston, what about you, man?
If I
What
lost
about
my
you?
sense of taste,
forget it.
I would be so upset.
It's so weird.
I find so much joy in eating. But I mean, I guess you... Wouldn't you switch to a healthier eating habit
Well,
if you don't
I'm pretty
care?
healthy. You're pretty healthy too.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're going crazy.
Right.
But like,
so
why
I
eat
eat
ice
very
cream?
healthy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
The
why
little,
Because of the texture.
little treats.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's the texture. Like Steve said,
But if
you're
you-
constantly searching for something. So like, yeah, you could sit there and eat healthy, but it's like you like. So for me, melted cheese, that texture.
Does that give you pleasure?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Right
like,
now,
It's
that
like-
because I can't taste anything.
Can't
Like
you-
zero sugar ice cream. And
Yeah,
stuff like
can't you
that,
find
know?
something that like is
Will approximate it?
that
the
approximates the texture and that is not
Putty?
loaded
Yeah, you
with.
could. Case, you could.
Yeah.
All
That's
right.
a great putty.
Amy said she did the orange chicken at work.
All right.
Oh, well, if this is the case, then
Let's
we
hear
need
it.
to do this after the contest.
Yeah,
We'll try.
right.
Get an orange.
I would love to go to these calls, but listen, I want to go through this and see if she can identify these things or not. So let's give this a try. We're going to be drinking things, by the way. We're not going to be eating.
Oh my God, she's lost her
She's
sense of
dead.
balance.
She can't
She's
stand up. You okay?
Tripped over her own headphones.
I had to move, and I tripped over my headphones.
Okay.
Oh, the headphones.
So we have all grabbed some things from our cabinets and refrigerators and brought them in. And oh yeah, I have the sheet here. Don't look over here.
Yeah, don't look.
She's not wearing her glasses.
She's getting blindfolded. She's blind and no taste.
And Marissa, are we putting the mask on her or no?
We're putting because
it covers up her nose.
Exactly.
So we have a
But
full.
I do want to try to smell it afterwards, but I
mask.
can't taste it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we'll figure this out.
This is a legitimate. Should we be wearing goggles and lab coats?
So here's what we'll do. Marissa has put all these in numbered cups, little shot glasses, and Kathy's going to sip it, and we'll just have her guess. And I've got the list here, and then I'll reveal what it is, and we'll see if she gets anywhere near it.
The password is.
Yeah.
So do you want me to put these goggles on?
Do you want to eliminate the smell as well fully?
I mean, listen, I can sip it. If you hand it to me, I can sip it without smelling,
All right.
because I want to see if my sense of smell is there or not afterwards.
All right, let's leave him off as long as it doesn't tip you off. So, Marissa, give her number one. We'll start with us. We can go in order. This is a good
Marissa, I don't know where you are.
order that we have, and she'll
Okay.
she'll put it in your hand. Okay.
And I can smell it.
Do you know where your mouth is?
Shut up. All right, are you guys ready?
Yeah, take a sip.
Don't smell.
And see
I'm
what
not
you
going to
think.
smell.
You can shoot the whole thing.
Don't smell.
Probably don't drink the whole thing. You need to save some room. Okay, so you getting any sensation?
Something. It's like, yeah, it's not water.
Okay, not water.
It's I want to say like a I want to say sauce, but it's not that thick, so
Okay.
it's not a sauce. But that's what I'm getting. Like I would something like a pasta sauce or something.
Pasta sauce. So she's guessing pasta sauce.
Okay, and what is it, Preston?
It's a sauce.
Wait. Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, she just spilled it on her
She
sweater.
just-
She just spilled it on the carpet.
Mackle farts.
You picked the wrong one to spill, too.
Yeah, you did. That's going to stain.
All right, get her sweater quickly. Kathy, take your top off quickly.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. You're legitimately handicapped.
I have to touch the boob.
Marissa, let me clean her.
By the way, go on YouTube now if you ever wanted to see Marissa feel up Kathy.
Oh my God, dude. Now go a little slowly.
I almost have it out. There you go.
Oh my God.
Preston, can you smell it on that side of the console?
No, not from where I'm sitting now.
Because I absolutely can, and the smell is very distinct.
Can I guess now?
Yeah, what is it?
Smell it. Is it hot sauce?
No, it is
Oh.
not. Kathy, that is soy sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's way off. Not
Yeah.
even clear.
And by the way, she took a sip. Like most people would go, "Whoa!"
Yeah, it's soy sauce is very strong. It's very, very salty.
All right, wait.
And you could only handle a little bit of that straight, but she shot quite a bit of it. Yes.
All right, I can't see, so I don't want to spill it again. Marissa, where's my water? A little bit. All right, here we go.
Oh my God!
I need to take a sip of water.
Helen Keller had it.
Okay.
Together.
Let's go with number 2. Don't spill this one either.
You can do it.
There's the microphone is right in front of you, so don't hit it. All right.
Don't tip it or tilt it.
Take a sip of this and see what you think. All right. So, by the way, Kathy's lost her sense of taste. Let's say we're testing this out on her, and if you're just tuning in, that's what we're doing.
All right.
A little thicker, isn't it?
Thicker and sweet.
Okay.
Oh, so sweet you could determine.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I honestly don't know what it is. I know it's sweet, and by the texture, I'm gonna say maybe like you put it. What the hell is it called?
Giacchino?
The chocolate that you put on ice cream, like a
Hershey's?
Like a chocolate syrup?
Yeah, like a chocolate syrup.
She got it right.
Whoa!
Kathy, lucky you that one of the things you can taste is chocolate syrup.
Honestly, if you're going to lose anything, and keep one thing, keep your ability to taste chocolate.
Did the texture help with that?
Yeah, I think. Well, that's why I think I was able to get it.
But you definitely picked up on sweet, and you know why you probably could, because you just had really, really salty before that.
Right before it.
Okay, let's go with number 3 and try this one out. A shot of this one. Yep.
Jinx.
All right. We'll sip of this one. Oh, wow.
I like this one.
Strong reaction from this.
Oh, what the hell is that?
Wow. So a big reaction.
Like it definitely triggered something.
Like prom night?
No, like some sort of taste buds in my mouth, but I have no idea.
Just describe.
What it is.
Sweet, savory. What is the reaction?
No, like vinegar, maybe.
She's right.
But here's the thing.
It doesn't taste like vinegar?
No, it's the guess is the way it made me feel.
You probably got a little tangy, sensation like you would on your tongue, like mouth watering a little bit from.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing. I'm smelling it, and I can't smell it either.
It was white wine vinegar.
But I could. Where's that? Is the hot sauce still? I mean, the FUD, the
chocolate
sauce.
The FUD.
What about? I think she was gonna say fudge.
Like
the FUD.
So that I can smell. I can smell the hot sauce, but I can't smell that vinegar.
That's not hot sauce. It's chocolate sauce.
Sorry, chocolate sauce.
That's
Dear
what you
God.
put on a chocolate FUD sundae.
Let's do the next one. We got to move through these. All right. So number 4, Marissa, if you would please. So she's gotten 2 out of 3 so far.
That's not
But
bad.
it was kind of guessing. And not going, yeah, that is this.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's a combination of cues that are helping her get to the answer.
All right, Kathy. This is another one.
All right.
This one's kind of thick too.
Pondering.
I don't want any more of it, whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Does it?
Yeah.
I think so.
You know.
Okay, I have no idea what it is.
Do you ever watch Dr. Pimple Popper? No.
Oh my God! Stop it, Steve! Don't do that to me. Can I smell it?
Yeah.
Try that.
Yeah.
one?
Okay. So you don't have a guess.
Oh, no,
But
I-
smelling it.
No smell.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. It's ranch dressing.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Hidden Valley ranch dressing. The goat of ranch dressing.
Yeah.
And by the way, you guys know my sense of smell and taste. Like
incredibly acute.
Normally, I would have been. I could do this in 2 seconds. All of it.
You were able to discern between water.
Yeah.
Types of
Different
water.
water. Seriously.
All right, next sample. This is
All
number
right.
5. Go ahead whenever you're ready. And this one this is very identifiable.
Okay, there's
WMMR.
Thank you, Marissa. I have such a crush on Lisa Ann Walter.
She's great.
She is so much fun, and she's hilarious and sexy and all of that stuff.
But she's as legit, which is you want to hear this, like her characters and stuff. I mean, she's got a really great heart, and we were talking about animal rescue, which she does as well. And listen, we get to meet a lot of wonderful people, but there are people who are just who they are, and who they are wonderful.
She's got some funny ass stories too from her real life.
Stuff, yeah.
Like not making stuff up.
Crazy stuff.
Some insane things that happen to her.
But doesn't hold. Well,
no,
she knows
she'll tell
for
you.
radio. She gives us stuff.
I want to say like she doesn't have a filter, but she does.
She does. But there's nothing that is not up for grabs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is why it was such a great conversation. So go see her at Helium Comedy Club. All right, it's time for the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Horizon Services. Suffering leaks, clogs, or corrosion in your plumbing system? The expert technicians at Horizon Services have seen it all. They can fix it all. with same-day service. And you can book today at Horizon Services, and help is on the way. Well, some people celebrate their birthday with friends and cake and a party, but in Key West, Florida, Mr. Patrick Winslow celebrated his 57th trip around the sun with meth and by stealing a sightseeing train.
Oh, my God. He's 57, huh?
Yep.
Wow.
Same age as me. Police say that
First time ever using meth.
Winslow worked at the Conch Tour Train Depot years ago. Yep, Conch. So he was familiar with how to run it.
Sure.
On the morning of July 4th, police say Winslow allegedly took over the train after leaving his Kia behind in the depot parking lot with the engine still running. So he jumps out of the car, leaves it running. He's like, I'm taking that train.
It's my birthday.
And reports say Winslow even picked up a couple of passengers during his tourist train joyride.
I think this guy's on meth.
Now he's facing charges of grand theft auto, burglary, and possession of drug paraphernalia after cops. Hang on.
That's all right. You can say that.
I said the wrong word.
Roosters.
So he's facing charges of grand theft auto, burglary, and possession of drug paraphernalia after cops found a meth pipe in his possession at the time of arrest.
That's what they call them in England, Preston.
Yep. All right, police in the Poconos need help finding the people who stole a Ronald McDonald statue from their local McDonald's restaurant. On Monday, police posted a on Facebook that Ronald McDonald was missing, and it isn't a joke. Security cameras caught several people walking out of the restaurant carrying the Ronald McDonald statue.
This was a thing for a while. You remember getting reports of any McDonald's that had those external Ronald McDonald statues. It became the thing to get.
Yeah.
The suspects drove a dark-colored Nissan. Police joked about the crime, calling it a McNapping and a McFelony.
I'm in a dark basement. I don't know where I am.
They said Ronald was last seen smiling and didn't fight back, but it's assumed that despite appearances, he wasn't loving it.
Hey.
Where's the Hamburglar these days?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
At least 18 Ryanair passengers were injured after they jumped from the aircraft wing in a panic during a fire alert on the runway in Mallorca.
Wow.
The flight was about to depart to Manchester on Saturday night when the crew sounded the alarm of a fire on board the aircraft. And the video shows passengers leaping from the aircraft wing onto the runway, with some falling on their fronts onto the tarmac. 6 people were actually taken to the hospital by ambulance that arrived at the scene.
Wings up about how far would you say? Average wing on a plane?
15 feet, something like that. Yeah. A confused airport worker can be overheard telling a colleague over the walkie-talkie, "Do you know the plane has emergency exits?" As the passengers
We didn't know that.
were filmed fleeing the aircraft and jumping from the wing. The emergency was brought under control, and most passengers were able to leave the plane in an orderly fashion. But one passenger on board the flight, Denise Kelly, said that a member of the cabin crew ran along the aisle and told them to evacuate. She said it was like a life or death situation.
Wow.
And only jumped from the wing because she feared for her life, adding that the cabin crew told them to leave behind their belongings in case the plane exploded.
God. I landed on my stomach.
Everyone remained calm. The plane's just going to explode. Ms. Kelly hit the tarmac and said she suffered a broken right heel, fractured left wrist, and smashed elbow, saying that she has been left completely traumatized by the incident.
We're going to encourage you to leave the plane in an orderly fashion because it's probably going to explode.
Ryanair later said the fire alert had been a false alarm, by the way. In Japan, an 81-year-old woman was killed in a suspected bear attack in her living room.
What?
On July 4th, Seiko Takahashi was found lying in a pool of blood in the center of her room by her son, who was visiting. He had called emergency assistance, but the woman was confirmed dead. Takahashi was wearing her usual clothing and had suffered multiple injuries, including those believed to have been caused by animal claws on her head and throughout her body. Multiple footprints believed to be from a bear were found inside the house, and police are investigating the possibility that she was attacked by the animal.
I know this is dumb, but I don't think of Japan and bears.
Yeah, but they have them.
Yeah.
An autopsy will be conducted to determine the cause of death. Takahashi lived alone, and her son was visiting her regularly. The house is located in a rural area with rice fields. And according to the police, bear sightings have sharply increased in that area since May, with 10 incidents of bears entering homes, including this one.
Do we know what, would it be akin to like a black bear or I assume, right?
Don't know, Steve. I thought they'd have brown bears there, but
I don't know.
Nick will
Any bear in your house is a bad bear.
They have a Japanese black bear. Yeah, but I don't know what other types they encounter. All right, how about this story? A driver clocked at 104 miles per hour on Monday became the first person arrested under Florida's new super speeder law, which allows troopers to jail motorists after traveling more than 100 miles an hour, at least 50 miles over the posted speed limit. Now, this is the interesting part. Just 2 minutes after the law went into effect at 12:01 a.m. on July 1st, a driver was clocked at 104 miles an hour, making them the first person arrested under the new statute.
His watch was probably off, and he wanted to get his last reckless drive in.
The law targets drivers going over 100 miles an hour and 50 miles over the posted speed limit, allowing for immediate jail time and steep fines. Authorities have not released the name of the driver or the specific circumstances. It remains unclear whether any other arrests have followed since the law's implementation or whether this marks the start of a larger enforcement surge.
Does he win anything for being the first?
A basket of cheer.
Wow, that's great. Hey.
You're our first felon.
And Miss Florida would love to give you something.
All right, how about this story? Another story out of Japan. More than 900 earthquakes have shaken a remote and sparsely populated island chain in southern Japan over 2 weeks, keeping residents anxious and awake at all night. Seismic activity has been very active in the seas around the Tokara Islands since the 21st of June. Authorities said after a magnitude 5.5 earthquake struck past Wednesday. There have been no reports of damage and no tsunami warnings have been raised, but authorities have advised residents to prepare to evacuate if needed. One resident said it's very scary to even fall asleep. It feels like it's always shaking.
Stuff like that can be indicative of volcanic activity.
Well, the Tokara area has experienced clusters of earthquakes in the past, but the frequency of the most recent tremors has been unusual, and Japan is one of the most seismically active nations on Earth, owing to its location on the so-called Pacific Ring of Fire, where many tectonic plates meet. And yes, Steve, there's a lot of volcanic activity there, too. It experiences about 1,500 earthquakes each year. Wow. About 700 people live on 7 of the 12 Tokara Islands. There are no hospitals on some of these far-flung islands, and the nearest is at least 6 hours by ferry to the capital. So,
if I were to move there, I'd have to buy like 100 Slinkies.
Yeah, see them wobble around and everything. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you for now. We're going to take a quick break, come back in a second. Got some music news on the way. Actually, a lot of music news stories. So we'll break and get to that in just a moment, plus lesson, question, and trash. Stay put. We'll be right back.
The hell is this?
I know. But as a result, I just went and bought one of those, essentially like a Gatorade, you know, when you dump Gatorade on your football coach. I got one of those things, and I just fill that up with water. So we don't use bottled water down the shore anymore because we were just wasting so much.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm going to go to Aaron. Hi, Aaron. Going back to the dumpster thing here. Good morning.
Hey, yo, black listener.
Hey! What's up, Aaron? How you doing, man?
So when I was a kid, I got bullied. And walking home from school, this kid comes up, grabs my book bag off of me, throws it into the dumpster of a butcher shop.
Oh, no.
Absolutely disgusting. I had to go in there.
That's, I assume, blood and entrails and all that, right?
Like, some stuff was in bags, but as soon as your foot hit it, boop, right through. And there's definitely like a rat in there or something. So, yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. But afterwards, joined the Marines, got really big, saw the kid in the bar, and went, hey, remember when you threw me in that dumpster? So the look of fear on his face.
It was worth it. Good for you. Man. Way to go back and get that done. All right, thanks, Aaron. Yeah, that's nasty. When you're talking about butcher shops and places like that, I would assume there's a protocol they need to follow for throwing away that.
They're throwing away like biomatter.
Yeah,
I mean, so that's you have to do something.
This would be the worst, according to this text. Says when I was in high school, I worked at a seafood market. Oh, gross. The trash naturally smelled in our dumpster. Every Thursday morning was clean out day, and it would soak me with fishy garbage juice.
I would be inclined to whatever, you get a high-powered pressure washer or something and clean those suckers out because the stink is unbelievable. There's a great blooper outtake from that episode of It's Always Sunny where Charlie and Danny DeVito, they're living in a dumpster to save on costs, and Danny DeVito's he's eating like a bagel, and Charlie goes, "Where'd you get that?" And he goes, "It was down there."
Rotting seafood. I can listen. Even fresh seafood. I've been walked by fish markets, and I'm like, ugh, nasty. I can't imagine what it's like once you throw it away and it sits out there and festers.
Oh yeah, it gives me that in the throat sort of gag where like I could go puke in
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing the stories. I appreciate it. Yeah, my sister fell in a dumpster over the weekend and broke her rib. She's all right, other than the broken rib, but it was a story worth relaying.
Absolutely.
And hearing about. So, all right, I want to take a break because we got bizarre. Man, was the weekend rife with bizarre file stories.
Yes.
I'm telling you, I have like a week's worth of bizarre file stories that I've held on to, and I cannot wait to share some of these with you. So a lot of people send them to me, too.
Oh, yeah.
We'll come back in a moment with those. Make sure you stay close because we'll be right back. All right, thanks, Kat. So the other day, we got on a discussion of colognes and scents and things like that. I forgot how that even kicked off, but we were reminiscing a little bit.
Story directly pertained to it, and it was some development. But yeah, you can't help but nostalgically look back at the colognes you've gone through.
Yeah, because
your signature scents,
especially in the adolescent years
when you're trying to get laid.
When you're first starting to I remember when even before quote unquote getting laid.
Yeah.
Like I mean, when I was a early teenager, I'm like I started to do those things that might be attractive or what I thought would be attractive.
And when you saw your
the
dad,
opposite sex,
your dad just go. You know what
Yeah,
they would cologne the after.
But I would get to those little sample kits of various cheap colognes and try them on and the whole thing.
I remember, and Steve, I think this will appeal to you. Like in high school, all of a sudden, girls would start to smell my neck, and I was like, "Oh, I like this."
Yeah.
Their nose is close to where I breathe.
Right.
That's cool.
Right.
I should put some on my name.
Maybe.
I couldn't help notice that your taint smells enchanting.
So anyhow, we thought
that
it
was
might
the
be
best tea bag I ever had.
I had stated that I think that I could identify some of those older scents, and
Is it because you tried a lot of them, or you just think you know? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I did as well.
And the ones that were in the dad's bathroom that like you said, we would smack the face after shaving and stuff, and the whole room would smell like that, and I just remember all those scents. And as you said, Steve, your olfactory senses are the strongest at triggering memories.
Yes.
I mean, you can have vivid memories from a very specific scent. Scents are very complex.
And it's astonishing how you, you'll catch a whiff of something, whether it be a food or a fragrance or something like that, and you almost, it's almost like
you're
jarring.
transported.
It's like, oh yes,
you're transported. Right. It's like that scene in Ratatouille where he takes a bite of the ratatouille and boom, immediately goes back to being a little kid.
Yeah,
I remember one time I was driving down the road and it was in the summertime, and this overwhelming wafting scent of honeysuckles. I had driven by some honeysuckles, came in the car, and I was transported immediately to a time in my life.
It's so wild the way that it works.
Yeah.
So in the collection of colognes, like I remember I had, you would wear if you were seeing a girl, what she wanted you to wear, because you wanted to make her happy.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I remember getting a starter cologne from my mom years ago, and then so I wear now the two scents that Claire likes me to wear. So,
Steve, I texted. So my ex-boyfriend from college, he would wear jupe, and I loved it. And so now that you're saying this, I'm guessing he continued to wear it because I liked it. But I sent him a picture yesterday, and he was like, "Oh my god!"
Wow.
Well, let me ask. So what's your nasal capability right now, because you lost your sense of smell with the COVID?
And
Where
taste,
do you stand right now?
Yeah, so the scent is definitely coming back. It's pretty good, and my taste is starting to come back as well. I actually went out to dinner last night and could taste what I was eating.
That's a wonderful thing.
You know what, jupe, I probably won't be able to identify. That one I'm not familiar with.
So there's no way you guys tried all of these.
Right.
So we actually have 10 colognes.
Yeah. So we're gonna do a test here. Yes, Kathy?
Yeah, well, so I just wanted to thank the person that helped us out with this. So it's a guy named Ali, and he.
Did you smell Marissa?
I
when
smell
you walked
Marissa.
In here?
She smells like all
sorry.
of them.
Marissa came in and brought us coffee grounds. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
she smells like
she
cologne.
smells like all of the cologne that just came in here. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, and thank you, Marissa, for doing this, because if I were to have to spray those, I would have to go home. I'd have like a migraine headache.
Okay.
But anyway, I want to thank Ali from Perfume Island. It's a kiosk in the Plymouth Meeting Mall. He used to be in King of Prussia and Exton malls. Those locations have closed, but he kept Plymouth Meeting open for 23 years.
Whoa. Wow.
And he's actually closing his kiosk. He said he's going to be there through Valentine's Day. It's okay. He's moving to Fort Myers, Florida, and he has 3 shops that he's opening there.
Oh, wow. Good for him.
Yeah, so he said he's going to have some deals and stuff like that. He has all of this stuff that we're using, but he also has like nicer and harder to find perfumes and colognes. So if you're looking for a Valentine's Day gift or something, he's inside the Plymouth Meeting Mall. His name is Ali, and he's one of the nicest men I've ever met.
Listen, I see on this list here, and we're going to go through these in a second, but I see one that we had mentioned on the other day, and people are saying they don't make it anymore, which is gray flannel. That was kind of my scent. So if he's got it, that's really cool.
So he said, I specialize in hard to find colognes and perfumes.
Excellent. So
Yeah.
Plymouth Meeting Mall.
Yep.
And it's an island. It's called the Perfume Island?
It's called Perfume Island, and he is kind of like diagonal from Legoland.
Okay.
All right. A lot of kids like the cologne.
All right, so we're going to do this thing. We're going to do a sniff off.
Sniff off.
And Marissa brought in coffee grounds for
You know
us.
what, though? I'm telling you, the shot glass is not going to do enough for cleansing your nasal palate. I have bags of cologne. I have bags of coffee here. I got some.
You mean like stick your nose
put
in the bag?
like a feed bag.
I don't know. I'm getting a pretty strong
Preston,
scent off of this.
Nick, how are you? Will that get it done for you?
Yeah, it's enough.
Okay, so Nick, so
yeah.
Casey, you use the
Okay.
bag,
All right,
and they'll
so-
use the little cups.
Yep. All right. So anyhow,
That's sort of that'll cleanse your nasal palate.
Yes, exactly. It's like eating a palate cleanser, having a sorbet or
Yes.
something like that in between
For your snot
dishes.
factory.
All right, so Marissa is bringing in the coffee grounds, and then what we're going to do is we have 2 rounds that we're going to go through
Yes.
of 5 each because Kathy brought in 10 different scents for us to sample, and we have a list of them in front of us, and they are on these cards. They've been sprayed on there like you would get a sample at a mall or something like that. And we're going to sniff each one of them and write down what we think it is and go through the 5, and then we'll reveal what they actually are. So, oh my God, the whole room. Neil Young with a cover of a Pearl Jam song. Rocking in the free world. They have certainly taken ownership of that, too. I mean, they'll never take it away from him, but they have embraced it and run with it. And Nick, they play it at every show, don't they?
Almost every show, yeah. It shows up quite a lot. Bob O'Reilly, which we played earlier this morning, also shows up at a lot of Pearl Jam shows. You know, just real quick, Preston, I'm finding it interesting because the Matt Cameron thing happened earlier this week. Nobody in the band has said anything about it. There's been no comment from
That's weird.
Eddie or Jeff or Stone or McCready, and I'm curious as to what might happen next with the drummer situation in Pearl Jam.
I have a little bit of a follow-up to that in a moment, which we'll get to in music news. But for now, we're going to ask today's lesson question, and we're going to give away a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Steel Panther, Thursday, September 11th, the Music Fest Cafe in Bethlehem. Here's your question we have from 7 o'clock this morning. Seems like the best questions come from around 7 o'clock in the morning. But we had a celebrity that was the official cuck of the Preston and Steve show this morning. Who was that?
Yeah.
610-660-9333. I mean, not really. We didn't really talk to the actual celebrity, but we did find out that we had an official cuck for the show today. What celebrity was said that he was? 610-660-9333. If you know the answer, call now. And while you're calling, we do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. From replacing a dangerous old electrical panel to smart home upgrades, the expert technicians at Horizon Services have seen it all and can fix it all with 100% satisfaction guaranteed. And book today with Horizon Services. Help is on the way. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, Hugh Grant was caught fast asleep while in the stands for the quarterfinal match at Wimbledon. Always the wordsmith, the pithy Brit later quipped to the paparazzi, "Suck my poop shoot."
Wow.
Adopted Melissa Gilbert, recalling how her biological father realized she was his daughter after seeing her in a movie. Gilbert's father says he was watching the movie with his hand thrust down his pants when something just seemed off.
Oh my God.
And finally, Denise Richards and a Wild Things reality series is ending after just one season, but Richards says that was always part of the plan. Richards explained, saying that if the show was to get canceled, the plan was to pretend that was the plan. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
That means we can go and get a winner if we can find one. Who is the official cuck for today's show? Is a celebrity. And we are going to go to Timmy to see if he knows the answer. Timmy, morning, man.
Good morning,
Good morning to see you, Timmy. All right, so who was our official cuck for the show today?
That'd be Charlie Sheen.
Charlie Sheen. Yep.
Charlie Sheen. Goddamn right.
Hang on, Timmy. I'm going to give you a pair of tickets to see Steel Panther Thursday, September 11th at Music Fest Cafe in Bethlehem, PA. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Music News powered by PGA. Philadelphia landlords, register your residential rental property in the Landlord Cooperation Program with PGW, and you may not be subject to a lien on that property. Learn more about how to register your rental property at pgworks.com. So, former Pearl Jam drummer Dave Abruzzese has addressed his mounting fan speculation about a potential return to the band following Matt Cameron's departure, sharing an emotional statement that casts doubt on any reunion. In a lengthy Facebook post, Abruzzese thanked fans for their support and excitement, but admitted that the years of estrangement between himself and his former bandmates makes a comeback unlikely. He said, the fact that I haven't had any personal contact with any of them leads me to believe the water under the bridge runs too deep and too icy for there to be any reconnection or reconciliation. He said, this is a shame and saddens me greatly. I know that I could and would have much to contribute if needed. If needed, the call came, but sadly, I don't see that happening.
So what? Okay, Nick. So it was my understanding that initially that the perception was that he was getting too rock star-ish for
Dave, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the band's general vibe. And that was part of it. So this seems more than just that they haven't communicated at all.
Yeah.
So what's the story?
There's a guy named Dave Cruzen that came after that, and then Jack Irons, who was in Chili Peppers at one point as well. And I think the band has a pretty decent relationship with Dave Cruzen and Jack Irons. I didn't know that they hadn't spoken with Abruzzese for a long time. And yeah, the story is when 10 started doing really well, he went out and bought a Corvette and was having some fun. And at that time, in that era of Pearl Jam, fun was frowned upon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like fun.
That's so dumb.
Yeah, and I think that they've evolved since then, which that's why I'm a little surprised that at this point in this time, like they could probably reach out to the dude. It seems like he would want to do it. Why not mend those fences?
So Abruzzese,
I brought a Prius, but I put an STP sticker on it.
Abruzzese, who joined Pearl Jam during the early 90s commercial peak and contributed to the studio albums Versus and Vitology, was dismissed from the band in 1994 amid reports of creative and personal tensions. Those unresolved issues surfaced again in 2017 when he was excluded from Pearl Jam's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction.
Oh, that's right.
Despite fans and fellow musicians campaigning for his recognition. Yeah.
Nope, nobody else. All good.
With Cameron stepping down after 27 years, names like original drummer Dave Cruzen and Jack Irons and Matt Chamberlain have circulated among fans as potential replacements. However, many have expressed hope that Abruzzese might return for a full circle moment. Despite his reservations, Abruzzese has left the door open slightly. He said, I wish Pearl Jam and its organization continued success, and I do hope that there will come a day that we can, again, connect on some level. However, he also asked fans to stop contacting the band's management on his behalf.
Why do I think they're going to not dip into the past file and go with someone new?
Since his Pearl Jam years, Abruzzese has kept busy collaborating with artists such as Roger Hodgson from Supertramp, and contributing to projects like the Green Romance Orchestra and Joanna Connor's Blues album. He said, my drumming and passion for giving it my all is still as powerful as ever.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking with the guys with Hinder earlier this morning. Sometimes there are changes within a band, and then that door closes, and sometimes it opens again, and then it seems like those guys were happy now with where things stood. So, sometimes you just move on and you never go back.
Nick, they were clear about it.
Donna, who's listening in Chicago, just texted over a quote. This is a post from Pearl Jam. Supposedly, it said, he has propelled the last 27 years of Pearl Jam live shows and studio recordings. They said it was a deeply important chapter for our group, and we wish him well always. He will be deeply missed and is forever our friend and art and music, and we love you, Matt.
Yeah, they posted that the same time that Matt posted his thing. I think maybe you read some of that the other day, Preston. Anyway, yeah, like the band put out a statement, a collective statement. They have not said anything as individuals since then, and they have not addressed it as a band since then either.
The Goo Goo Dolls will headline the 39th annual Carousel Ball on October 11th at the Hyatt Regency in Denver, a fundraiser benefit that is for the Barbara Davis Center for Diabetes. The event will also honor Neil Diamond with the Inspirational Lifetime Achievement Award. Proceeds will support diabetes research, patient care, and awareness through the Children's Diabetes Foundation. Band members John Resnick and Robbie Takic shared their excitement in a statement saying that they are honored to be a part of the special night and praised the foundation's progress.
I love the Goo Goo Dolls, man. I mean, their string of hits and Johnny Resnick's songwriting.
Yeah.
Terrific.
I agree.
Yeah.
Wolfgang Van Halen will drop Mammoth's third album, The End, on October 24th. Recorded at the 5150 studio and co-produced with Michael Elvis Baskett, the 10-track set again features Van Halen writing, singing, and playing every single part. Fans already know the title track from the album and also can now stream a second cut called The Spell with a do-it-yourself performance video. Limited vinyl colors, a signed insert edition, and retailer exclusives go live with pre-orders. To back the release, Mammoth launches the End Tour on October 31st. The first reunion concert from Oasis and the final bow from Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath had the same effect when it comes to streaming. Both Ozzy and Oasis saw huge boosts in their catalog streaming numbers after last weekend's concerts. Oasis catalog drew a combined 5.8 million on-demand U.S. streams in the 3 days following the band's July 4th show, nearly doubling its streams from the 3-day period the week prior. And Ozzy and his band saw a similar bump, with Ozzy racking up 4.4 million total streams, up 95% over the week prior. Sabbath also saw streaming gains of 104% over the same period.
So, is he going ahead with his plans to join Nitro Circus?
Yes.
Or?
Yep.
I mean, it seems dangerous.
He's doing the wheelchair flip.
Yeah.
He's taking over for Wheels.
Wheels.
Why should I do that?
Forgot about Wheels.
Do you remember we had Wheels in here?
He was a great guy.
He was such a great guy. He was Nitro Circus. He would do this backflip on the ramp. I saw him do it live. It was insane. And I asked him, I go, well, Wheels, why are you in the wheelchair? And he goes, I have spina bifida. And I go, oh, yeah, what exactly is spina bifida? He goes, nah, it has to do with your spine and stuff. It was such a great answer. Hey, Craig, it's got to do with your spine and stuff.
Listen, I'm not a doctor. Could you dumb that down for me?
All right, this is a really interesting story. A fresh new rock band that quickly shot to Spotify's top ranks announced that it is actually wholly, completely generated by artificial intelligence. Just 1 month after its celebrated debut album earned it 1 million listeners. The 60s-inspired rock and roll band called the Velvet Sundown revealed on Saturday that nothing about it is real after fans of the up-and-coming artist noticed that there were virtually no traces of any people associated with it online. Its debut album, called Floating on Echoes, was released on June 5th to mass appeal online. The most popular song in the album, a pro-peace folk rock song called Dust on the Wind,
because that's what it's doing. It's pulling from different sources.
Clinched the #1 spot for Spotify's daily Viral 50 chart in Britain, Norway, and Sweden between June 29th and July 1st.
You guys hear this at all?
I did.
And?
It's cookie cutter. And now, I don't know. I have to be honest. I don't know if that's tainted by the fact that I went into it knowing that it was AI.
Right.
But once I lived with it a little bit, it seemed kind of bland.
Okay.
And then the album art and everything is AI generated.
All the while, the 1 million monthly listeners who started following the Velvet Sundown had no idea they were listening to a massive artificial intelligence made by fake musicians. Photos of the band shared online and featured on the album's cover were unnaturally smooth and matte, and the guitarist's hand was wonky with fused fingers gripping his instrument, a classic hallmark of AI-generated images. The band's lyrics, too, were a perfect mesh of generic anti-war statements and other cliches like this lyric, "Nothing lasts forever but the earth and sky. It slips away and all your money won't another minute buy." I mean, that's almost word for word Dust in the Wind.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah. The faux rock stars were also pumping out new albums scarily and inhumanely fast, releasing 2 albums in June alone and another set for mid-July.
It's amazing.
The band finally revealed its secret over the weekend, and it updated its Spotify biography Saturday to reflect the AI twist, assuring that the project hadn't been trying to bamboozle its audience. They said in the bio, it said, The Velvet Sundown is a synthetic music project guided by human creative direction and composed, voiced, and visualized with the support of artificial intelligence. This isn't a trick, it's a mirror. So, an ongoing artistic provocation designed to challenge the boundaries of authorship, identity, and the future of music itself in the age of AI.
So let me ask the most important question. Do you think you could be moved or entertained by music that was a machine made?
As of the way things are right now, no.
No. And what if you
it
did
may
like
improve down the road, and maybe, I don't know.
If you did like it and were to find out it was machine generated,
it would bother me.
It would bother you.
It would
bother me.
Yep.
Because if there's anything that communicates emotion and a connection, it's music.
Yep.
And once it's robbed of that, it has no importance.
Some people who had seen through the band's ploy early tried to take advantage of its viral success before the truth came out. A Quebec-based web safety expert posed as a spokesperson for the Velvet Sundown under the pseudonym Andrew Freelon, which translates to Hornet in French, and even slid false information to Rolling Stone magazine about his supposed clients. But the man behind the Freelon quickly confessed that he was just trying to troll people online. It's unclear if the Velvet Sundown will face any backlash from Spotify or any other platforms where it may be eligible for streaming revenue. Starting on July 15th, YouTube announced that they will be cutting all monetization, including advertisements, for any content generated by AI.
Well, because it is by its very nature, though it is very canny with the way it does it, it is plagiarizing material. That's why you noticed the lyric similarity to Dust in the Wind.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and the one last thing, I'm going to mention this again because it's coming up on Sunday. We had Victor Fiorello here yesterday at Union Transfer. There's a celebration on Sunday of the 40th anniversary of Live Aid, and Martha Graham Cracker and friends are performing, playing songs from that amazing day, and I will be sitting in on drums on one of the songs.
Yeah, Victor, it's Eddie. I hear you've come across a hot new drummer.
So if you can come out of Union Transfer on Sunday, it's for the funds are being raised for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and 100% of the funds are going to go to that, by the way. All right, and that's it in music news. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll get the letter of the day from Pierre Robert, who will be at that show at Union Transfer on Sunday, by the way. And we'll see what he's got going on. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Oh, my God.
Thank you. That's why it was almost...
I already smell Old Spice, man.
Do you?
Yeah. Okay, so anyhow, so we go through one at a time and then write down, and we're not going to say what we think they are, right?
No, you just write down, and then we'll do it at the end, and we'll see who is the... Now, I'm going to hand you...
Dear God, what is this one?
Are you doing? Is that number one? Go through the various numbers.
I know what that one is.
Everyone, Casey?
Yeah, I got you.
What was your cologne of choice, Case, when you were a kid? Your main one, your teenager.
And I hate it now. I can't. The Polo. And
Polo.
I wore Polo and like Jacquard Noir.
Yeah.
I actually still like the smell of Jacquard. And Craig Legans wears Jacquard.
Okay.
All
right.
And
you and I are the same age, Case, and for us, I think Jacquard was like the cool one. They marketed it really well. And so I wore that at the end of high school and definitely at the beginning of college. But I had friends that wore Polo, and I think might even still wear Polo.
Yeah, I went from Jacquard to Polo. And then my dad always had Obsession, so I would throw that on. Then I went to Eternity for Men.
So you made the rounds. I think you're going to be good at this, Preston. You were the first one to claim you're really good. Nick, you said you were not so sure about your capabilities.
I know one, and I think it's...
is it the one you wore,
the one
do you think?
I wore,
okay, all
right. Because that's, like we've said many times, it just evokes the most and triggers the most powerful memories.
Wow. The guys are sniffing away. Preston, any good memories coming back?
Oh, yeah. Two for sure.
Because I think, if your scent was Old Spice?
No, it was Great Flannel.
Great Flannel, okay.
Yeah.
All right,
and I have Old Spice at home because on Sundays when I shave, I'll slap a little bit of that on.
I have a question about one.
Yeah.
Do you think, Preston and Casey, do you note any sense of like cinnamon in Spice number one? Or am I way off?
No, because I know immediately what it is.
Yeah.
So I don't even associate it with a certain scent.
Let me know when you're done with your smelling and your number tabulation.
Let's open the doors and
Kathy's
air this
we
place
tried
out.
to do this while you had no sense of smell.
Turn the fans on.
But damn you. You got your smell back.
And Marissa didn't even spray them in here. She sprayed them out in the green room, and just those cards in
You know
here.
what this smells like? It smells like after the track team leaves the locker room.
Number 3 does.
Yeah. That smell. And when you always, for the most part, did you base it on what you liked, or did you base it on what a girl you liked?
A little bit of both.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever was considered the scent du jour, the hot one, like Drakkar. I mean, that for a while, that was like the thing to get. It was like the nightclub scent.
Yeah.
By the way, none of these colognes, and some of them are like $9.
Yeah.
And I think the most expensive one is $20 bucks, maybe.
Okay.
There's only one that I'm absolutely positive about, and then the rest of them I have no clue.
I'm the same as you, Case.
Yeah.
All right, you guys done? Kathy, did you have something?
No. Go ahead.
All right, I got 2 for sure.
Okay.
I do know that, and I'm pretty certain I got 3. So we'll have to find out what they are. So we can reveal what we wrote down.
Okay, so we're going to go through the list here, and we'll start at the top.
All right. With number 1.
Right. What did you think?
All right. I have number 1 as the Old Spice. Casey?
Yeah. My number 1 I have is, well, I guess I'm wrong. It's gray flannel.
All right. What do you think, Nick?
Number 1 is Stetson for me.
All right. What is it?
Number 1 is Old Spice.
There you
Preston.
go. I told you. I knew that.
All right,
Ding,
so
ding, ding.
let me tell you a little bit about Old Spice.
We have facts about these.
Oh, yes.
Excellent.
All right. It is an exemplary specimen of nautical fragrances. Its spicy amber provides a deep, nostalgic foundation to its invigoratingly fresh and citrus notes. Fun fact, Preston.
Yes.
Old Spice was originally marketed as a scent for women in 1937, but it was the men's version that struck success the following year.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
There's a great reference to Old Spice in it was Hannibal, I think, was the movie, and Hannibal goes to Jack Crawford. He goes, that's the same atrocious aftershave you wore in court. One with a little ship on the bottle, I believe. Something a child might buy someone for a birthday.
That's great.
I told you I'd nail that one, no problem.
All right.
That's by far the easiest one for me.
Me and my older brother tricked my younger brother into drinking Old Spice one time.
Casey.
By the way, I told Kathy, and she was not aware of this. Aquavelva and some of the really cheap colognes.
Oh, yeah. People drank
Rhinos
them.
would drink them, yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, you have to hand it to Old Spice. Old Spice is still relevant today. Their
marketing.
Their marketing is fantastic. They make, I will buy their underarm deodorant sometimes. Terry Crews was a spokesperson for them.
Do you know a catchphrase that's right on their site is, if your grandfather didn't wear it, you wouldn't be here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, which
All
is
right.
very funny.
Number 2?
Number 2.
All right, Casey, what do you think number 2 was?
We all know what it is.
What
It's
is it?
Drakkar.
I put Drakkar.
It's Drakkar.
All right.
Home run for you guys. That's clearly one that stands out.
Yeah.
Drakkar debuted in 1982 from Gary LaRoche. Drakkar Noir, an utterly unique scent that focuses on themes of masculinity, sensuality, decadence, darkness, and lust. Interesting fact, Preston.
And lust.
The name Drakkar is derived from the word Drekkar, a type of Viking longship involving the virile charm associated with Viking warriors.
It sounds like something out of Game of Thrones, like a dragon. Drakkar.
Yes.
You know, something like
I
that.
wore Drakkar Noir
Yeah.
for a while.
Yeah.
I like the smell, and it's still pretty relevant. All right. What'd you
Number
say for
3.
number 3?
Nick, why don't you begin?
I thought that was Old Spice, so I'm already wrong there.
All right, this one, number 3, this was the toss-up. It was either going to be Royal Copenhagen, which I'm not familiar with, or Stetson. I went with Royal Copenhagen as number 3.
And I went with Stetson.
All right.
Preston's right.
There you go.
Oh, man, Preston, you are
Number 3 is you're
By the way, I'm going to ace this. I'll get the other 2.
You are.
For sure.
Royal Copenhagen, launched by the design house of Royal Copenhagen in 1970. Royal Copenhagen is classified as a refined oriental woody fragrance. This masculine scent possesses a blend of orange, lemon, jasmine moss, and amber. It is recommended for evening wear. There you go.
Did you get any splooge? Isn't there one called?
Splooge.
No, that's Jupe. I'm sorry, we're going to do that a little
That's
bit
the
later
next
on.
round.
All right, so
Number 4.
Number 4. All right, I'll begin with that one. So this one, because I couldn't choose between Royal Copenhagen, I had a feeling that number 4 might be this one. It just had a familiar scent to it more so than number 3. So I went with Stetson for number 4.
And I was wrong. I already know that I was wrong.
And Nick,
I went with Royal
you'd be wrong as
And
well.
so did I, yeah. So I
right.
think Casey and I are going to go 1 for 5.
Ending with a little sex and a little candy. Marcy Playground on 93.3 WMMR. 10:43 Thursday morning, coming to a close. Weather-wise today, cloudy. It's kind of what you see. It's what you get. High of about 82, so we get a little bit of a break on the temps. Maybe a chance of a passing shower later on this afternoon, but tomorrow, afternoon thunderstorms definitely calling for that high of 88. And then after that, we look pretty good for Saturday and Sunday. Upper 80s and partly cloudy skies. So it's still going to feel warm, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know what the story is on the humidity and how thick it's going to be over the weekend, but hopefully we get a break on that. It's just been oppressive. This is one of the worst years.
Yeah, we had and again, I was saying to Nick earlier this morning that even if you're inside in air conditioning, I find it enervating, like it just sucks the life out of you. However, stepping out today was a little refreshing. It wasn't too bad.
And I would like to thank our guests. We had 3 amazing guests, and we'll start with one that came from across the pond. He took us on a tour of London as he was driving through the city streets to make his way to Hyde Park for a concert tonight, and it was Michael Giacchino.
Yeah.
And he is going to play some of the Fantastic Four First Steps Orchestral Suite at the event, or he's there to talk about it and everything. A movie comes out on July 25th, and we had a great conversation with him, man. And he was showing us some of the sights.
He was.
Because he was joining us via Zoom.
Yeah.
But it was
a great
excellent
connection.
Then we had a really great performance from the band Hinder. They were in our studio, and they have a new album out. It's called Back to Life, and they are playing at the Ritz Theater and Performing Arts Center in Scranton tomorrow night. Tickets available at hindermusic.com. Real nice guys. And then we love her to death. Lisa Ann Walter was here in our studio, and you know her from Abbott Elementary, amongst many other things, but she's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tomorrow night, Saturday, and then also on Sunday. There's a Sunday show at 3:30, but those late shows are all that's available for Friday and Saturday. Huge fans of hers here in Philadelphia, and she loves this town. It's her favorite town to do comedy in, for sure. All right, with that, we need to do the letter of the day. Case, you going to get that to us?
Sure, I'll figure it
out.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
E, as in ecumenical. I don't even know what that word means.
Worldwide.
A pair of pit tickets as MMR rocks Creed return to the Summer of '99 tour with special guest Daughtry and Mammoth this Saturday at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Some tickets remain with Ticketmaster. So let me take a moment and thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and also by the Jug Handle Inn. You can enjoy 350 Michelob Ultra bottles and drafts during all golf events at the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnaminson. So tomorrow morning, it's nothing but no sad bro. Our friend Jason Martinez of 97.5 The Fanatics stopping by. We're also going to have a connoisseur and things to give away with that, and we'll see what else we get into. So that's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston.